Chapter 62. Luo Xing'er exclaimed, "Brother, cease your actions and allow me to deliver a few kicks as well. After all, I too had a spot in this affair." "I must decline," Luo Bingxing replied. Upon hearing her words, Su Chan was momentarily taken aback, genuinely perplexed. "Why?" he instinctively inquired. "During the battle in the Outer Realms," she stated, "I sustained injuries that hindered my performance." Luo Bingxing spoke with calmness, yet her eyes flickered with a fire of vengeance, clearly directed towards her adversaries. "Sister," Su Chan said, "whoever harmed you, I shall avenge you." The fact that Luo Bingxing had been injured yet spared her life indicated that her assailant was of comparable strength. Thus, it would be a straightforward task to exact retribution when they return to the outer battlefield. "Very well. Once the Battle of the Prodigies concludes, we shall venture to the Outer Realms. During my training there," Luo Bingxing continued, "I stumbled upon a concealed ruin. As the trio prepared to depart, a figure approached them. The young man was tall and handsome, exuding an aura of confidence and strength. "Bingxing," the youth called out, stopping a short distance from the trio. His gaze was fervent, and when it swept over Luo Xing'er, a fleeting glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes, though he masked it well. However, when his attention turned to Su Chan, a hint of hostility emerged. Indeed, there was animosity, albeit not overwhelming, for he deemed Su Chan unworthy of being his rival. "Chen Qinghe," he introduced himself. "What brings you here?" Luo Bingxing frowned, yet out of politeness, she responded. She was aware that Chen Beixian harbored intentions towards her, yet she felt no interest in him and had thus feigned ignorance. In truth, she felt a twinge of aversion towards Chen Beixian, as he was not a student of Kyoto University, but rather the foremost prodigy of Jianghan University. Chen Qinghe frequently visited Kyoto University, orchestrating fortuitous encounters. Jianghan University and Kyoto University were both located in Kyoto, merely 20 miles apart. Before her, Chen Qinghe carried himself with a sense of pride, owing to his status as the top prodigy of Jianghan University and the Chen family being one of the 10 prominent families in Kyoto. His superiority was undeniable, yet she found him displeasing. "Bingxing," he said, "are you free today? As luck would have it, I discovered a delightful restaurant on my way here, and I've heard the dishes are exquisite. Shall we go and sample them together?" Chen Qinghe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor dismissive of Su Chan and Luo Xing'er, as if they were inconsequential. At this moment, Luo Xing'er interjected, her voice tinged with irritation. "Who is he? I find his gaze rather unsettling. Inviting you in front of your boyfriend." Hearing her sister's words, Luo Bingxing was momentarily stunned before realizing her sister intended for her to use Su Chan as a shield. However, despite it being merely a ruse, an inexplicable shiver coursed through her. "What? Bingxing, when did you acquire a boyfriend? Even if one must find shield, it should be someone more presentable than this." At that, Chen Qinghe was taken aback. "What? Luo Bingxing has a boyfriend? Surely, this must be a jest. How could the one he fancied have a boyfriend?" His heart surged with indignation, feeling as though he had been deeply humiliated since he had viewed Luo Bingxing as his unattainable desire from the very first moment they met. He quickly rationalized that this was no actual boyfriend, merely a facade. Consequently, Chen Qinghe let out a laugh, indirectly mocking Su Chan. In his eyes, how dare anyone intrude upon his perception of Luo Bingxing? He could easily make them disappear from this world. "Oh, this wretched creature dares to demean himself in my presence. Is there no leash on this dog? If no one claims him, I suppose I must take action," Su Chan thought, initially unperturbed, but infuriated upon being insulted by this impertinent fool. With that, he executed a swift and peculiar twist of his body, vanishing only to reappear before Chen Qinghe, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Chen Qinghe's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Su Chen's audacity to insult him, let alone strike him. He was utterly caught off guard by Su Chen's remarkable speed. By the time he comprehended the situation, a fist collided with his face, the impact resonating painfully. Chen Qinghe felt a dizzying sensation, a surge of blood erupting from his mouth along with several teeth. He found himself defenseless, utterly bewildered, having forgotten to unleash his own combat prowess and skills as he was rendered dazed by the assault. In that moment, he felt as though he had transformed into an ordinary person devoid of talent and strength. "Brother, brother, brother, please stop," came the excited voice of Luo Xing'er from the side. She rushed forward, throwing punches and kicks with reckless abandon, resembling a chaotic brawl. Chen Qinghe, now on the receiving end, wished for nothing more than to escape this humiliating situation. After an indeterminate amount of time, a familiar voice rang out. Su Chan and Luo Xing'er halted, swiftly retreating to distance themselves from Chen Qinghe. "Mentor," Su Chan exclaimed upon recognizing Nangong Xian and immediately stood beside her like an obedient child. "What is that creature?" Nangong Xian inquired, her gaze fixed on a figure not far off, clad in clothing but bearing a grotesque visage, resembling a pig's head. Was this thing even human? Puffed, Mr. Nangong, this is Chen Qinghe from Jianghan University. The situation unfolded as follows. Luo Bingxing explained. Xinger and I were waiting for Su Chen after school when, out of the blue, students from other schools arrived and began insulting him, leading to this chaos. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xian was rendered speechless. How did Su Chen end up in yet another fight? He had previously clashed with Chen Xiao, and now he had struck down the foremost prodigy of Jianghan University, Chen Qinghe. Suddenly, it struck her that all three, Chen Xiao, Chen Xiaofeng, and Chen Qinghe, shared the same surname. Had the Su family and the Chen family become embroiled in a generational feud? Chapter 63. Enough is enough. You've been here for a month and already gotten into 3 fights. How infuriating. Ambushed me, did you? I'll make you pay dearly for this. Chen Qinghe had been subjected to relentless blows, both physically and mentally. At this moment, he distinctly felt several pairs of eyes upon him, their gazes laced with amusement. He staggered to his feet, struggling to open his swollen eyes to find Su Chen. His face was so swollen that he could barely see. After searching for a while, he finally spotted Su Chen. What are you planning, classmate? Nangong Xian interjected, her voice sharp with reprimand. How dare anyone bully her students in her presence? Moreover, this was Peking University. What audacity for a student from Jianghan University to stir trouble here. He hit me first. Just look at what he did to me. Chen Qinghe was nearly beside himself with rage. After all, he was the one who had been attacked. As an outsider from Jianghan University, he had no grounds to complain about being assaulted at Peking University. It was quite a spectacle, indeed, to see a Jianghan University student come here to bully a newcomer. I'll treat you, but you must return to your school and write a reflection. Otherwise, this situation will not bode well for you, Nangong Xian stated coldly. As she spoke, she waved her delicate hand, summoning a mysterious force that seemed capable of revitalizing all things. When this power enveloped Chen Qinghe, his injuries began to heal. However, his face remained swollen, and he had lost a few teeth that could not be restored. Overall, he was no longer in grave danger. It was evident to anyone with common sense that Nangong Xian had intentionally held back, as a level 99 powerhouse with an SSS grade talent for rejuvenation. Healing a person was a trivial task for her. She could ensure 1's survival as long as they were not dead, yet she chose to only heal him partially. This was clearly a deliberate act. You wait, Chen Qinghe seethed, feeling utterly humiliated. He had come all the way from Jianghan University only to be beaten and ridiculed. Who could he possibly turn to for justice? At this moment, he was not foolish enough to linger and become the butt of further jokes. He needed to leave swiftly and find a way to deal with the person who had embarrassed him. Of course, he did not forget to threaten as he departed. You're worthless. If you have the guts, don't leave. I'll make sure to find you again and beat you every time I see you. Su Chen shouted back, you think anyone can't talk big? You've been here a month and already gotten into 3 fights. Nangong Xian shot a glare at Su Chen. What kind of constitution did he have? To get into 3 fights in just a month at Peking University was truly remarkable. Professor, we'll take our leave now, Su Chen hastily said, not wanting to challenge his instructor further. He quickly pulled Luo Xinger and Luo Bingxing along and got into their cars. Luo Bingxing drove her own vehicle, and soon the 3 departed from the university. Before long, they arrived at the riverside. Bye, brother. Luo Xinger waved. Today, she had to return home to consume the universal fruit. Take care, Su Chen replied. Suddenly recalling the universal fruit, he pulled 3 fruits from the UNGS space and handed them to her. What kind of fruit is this? Luo Bingxing inquired as she accepted them. It enhances occupational talents. Goodbye, Su Chen waved and drove into Villa number 9. Outside the villa, Luo Bingxing gazed at the 3 exquisite fruits in her hands, her beautiful face reflecting shock. She had already seen the information regarding the universal fruit. You have some too, right? Luo Bingxing asked, looking towards Luo Xinger. She had confirmed that her sister must have obtained the fruit. Otherwise, given her nature, she would have surely mentioned it. Yes. My brother gave it to me this morning, Luo Xinger nodded obediently. Once home, Su Chen greeted his grandparents before heading upstairs. After showering and changing, he retrieved a gunpath fruit from the UNGS space. Similar to the universal fruit, the gunpath fruit could only enhance talents and skills related to firearms, while the universal fruit could enhance any profession. With a swift motion, Su Chen devoured the fruit, its sweetness melting in his mouth. Instantly, a warm sensation enveloped him, akin to soaking in a hot spring, as his occupational talent became profoundly mysterious, an ineffable transformation. He then sat cross-legged, focusing on refining the gunpath fruit. Time slipped by, and as he absorbed all the energy from the fruit, he checked the virtual interface and found that his annihilation gun technique had indeed improved by 30. Now reaching the level of 7th rank 30, he resolved to elevate his gun skills to the 8th rank before participating in the Young Heroes tournament. Fully aware that he possessed 99 gun path fruits, over 2,000 universal fruits, and 99 universal immortal fruits, with the fruits available to enhance his skills, he saw no reason to waste attribute points. One a day, Su Chen murmured softly to himself. In Kyoto, at the Nanhwa Manor, the stronghold of the Chen family. One of the 10 prominent families in Kyoto resided the core members and prodigies of the family. What on earth happened? In the manor, there were many standalone villas. Inside Villa number 3, Chen Tianhua frowned as he observed his son's condition. He had little to say about his son, a prodigy, an unparalleled genius. One of the top among his peers in the 10 great families, and hailed as the #1 prodigy of Jianghan University. An SSS-grade unparalleled talent destined to become a superpower and the pillar of the Chen family. In essence, aside from prohibitions against dismantling the ancestral hall, the Chen family had essentially spoiled him, treating him as their heir. Chen Qinghe had been diligent and had not caused him worry. Yet now, discovering his son beaten to a pulp, how could he not be shocked? Who had the audacity to reduce the Chen family's future heir to such a state? The individual capable of such an act must be a superpower. There was no one among his peers who could match that. Dad, I was ambushed by a nameless nobody. Yes, ambushed. Chen Qinghe stammered, struggling to articulate the truth. How could he admit that he had been thoroughly beaten by an unknown individual, reduced to a pitiful state? If word got out, he would become the laughingstock among the other prodigies of the prominent families. Thus, he quickly sought an excuse. It was an ambush. How ridiculous. Only a fool would believe that excuse. You, an unparalleled genius, with terrifying strength, could be successfully ambushed by a nameless nobody? Chen Tianhua retorted. Even if it were an ambush, it only reflects your inadequacy. In this world, who announces a fight with a countdown of 1, 2, 3? Huh. You've truly outdone yourself, getting beaten by a nameless nobody. Aren't you ashamed? An ambush? Your words reveal the extent of your poor mindset. Stand straight and tell me the truth. What really happened? Chen Tianhua looked at his son, both amused and furious. Yes. He found himself laughing out of anger at his son's words and actions. Will telling the truth kill you? Speaking such nonsense is a disgrace to martial artists. However, while I'm angry, I'm even more furious at who dared to strike the Chen family's heir. Is this a provocation against the Chen family? How dare they underestimate us? Chapter 64. For the Chen family, I don't mind practicing the alto. Seeing that he could no longer conceal the truth, Chen Qinghe had no choice but to speak candidly. He was not foolish. Leveraging the connections and influence of the Chen family to uncover the truth of any matter was as effortless as a stroll in the park. He then recounted the events of the day succinctly, refraining from exaggeration, for there was little to embellish. His visit to Kyoto University had resulted in little more than a few exchanged words before he was assaulted. This was one of the many sources of his indignation. He had spoken no falsehoods, yet was met with violence. He had barely uttered a few sentences when he was struck, and even in silence, the beating continued. To exacerbate his humiliation, he was observed by someone he admired, and even suffered blows from a young girl, a paragon of extraordinary talent. He could never have imagined finding himself in such a predicament. This incident would remain a blemish on his life. Moreover, the mentor at Kyoto University, who was undeniably adept in healing arts, had only administered partial treatment, deliberately leaving him with a face resembling that of a pig. Did you hear the name of that youth? Chen Tianhua's expression grew solemn as he absorbed his son's words. Perhaps they had ventured into perilous territory. He held no fear of Luo Tianxiang, but there was another figure he dared not provoke. The Chen family could not afford to offend that individual. It seemed that Luo Bingqing referred to him as Xiao Chun, while he addressed her as sister. Chen Qinghe could only recall this fragment of memory. For his time at Kyoto University was largely spent enduring beatings. Stay home and avoid trouble, he admonished. There are some people the Chen family cannot afford to offend. This matter ends here. Chen Tianhua pondered for a moment before issuing a stern warning to Chen Qinghe. He had started to contemplate some ominous possibilities, and fear stirred within him. Dad, Chen Qinghe replied, perplexed by his father's demeanor. Initially, he intended to leverage the family's power to make that individual disappear. Yet his father's current state instilled fear in him. Remember my words. It ends here. Otherwise, for the sake of the Chen family, I would not hesitate to consider sacrificing you. Chen Tianhua's gaze was sharp, serving as both a warning and a threat, the meaning unmistakable. This matter must conclude, or he would forsake Chen Qinghe for the family's honor. The following morning unfolded, as usual, dragged out of bed by Luo Xing. He washed up and dressed before descending the stairs. After breakfast, he and Luo Xing set off for school. Su Chun, Inhajin, you two accompany me to the multifunctional room. The others, proceed to the virtual room. Those with good grades may consider taking 2 days off to watch the Battle of the Prodigies, while those with poorer grades will remain at school for classes. Nangong Xian announced upon entering the classroom. With that, she departed, leaving Su Chun and Inhajin to follow, while the other students obediently made their way to the virtual room. However, the prospect of a 2-day reprieve to witness the Battle of the Prodigies ignited a fervor among them, for it was a global contest featuring the pinnacle of extraordinary talents. It could be said that the most thrilling battles were predominantly SSS rated, with many contenders nearing level 100. Such encounters would undoubtedly provide significant insights. 3 minutes later, upon arriving at the multifunctional room, they found it already occupied by others, 8 mentors, 8 students, along with the principal and the director of education. All right, everyone is present. According to our research, the school has selected you 10 to attend the Tongtian mountain range for the annual and triennial Battle of the Prodigies. We hope you strive for the honor of the school and the future of Daxia. The principal began after Su Chun and Inhajin took their seats. This small meeting was convened in light of the Battle of the Prodigies. This year's contest would determine qualifications for entry into the Tongtian Tower and rank resources available therein. Even if one did not qualify for entry, a higher ranking would yield better resources for the school. Your talents and abilities are unquestionable. However, when the time comes to face your opponents, you must remain composed and unrestrained. Tomorrow, we will head to the Tongtian mountain range. And I have gathered you here today to familiarize you with the profiles of your adversaries. Knowing both yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle, the principal continued. He then turned his gaze to the director of education, who activated the electronic screen. Names of various schools and their prodigies appeared, along with pertinent information. While the members of rival schools had yet to be disclosed, it was almost certain who would represent them. Occasional exceptions were expected, such as Inhajin and Su Chun from Kyoto University, who were anomalies, having remained under the radar for a brief time, rendering them largely unknown to their competitors. Other institutions faced similar circumstances. As time passed, approximately an hour later, they reviewed the profiles of over 200 elite universities and their prodigies. That concludes the information on the schools and prodigies. Note that this information only reveals a portion of their capabilities, as everyone possesses hidden strengths and trump cards. Shortly, I will transmit this information to your warrior light screens for your detailed examination, the director of education stated as he deactivated the electronic display. Do any of you have questions? If there is anything unclear, feel free to raise it, and we shall find solutions together, the principal addressed the 10 students, who represented the strongest individuals from Kyoto University over the past 3 years, embodying the institution's hopes for future rankings and resources. Principal, how will the Battle of the Prodigies unfold? Suchin inquired. Is it in a virtual realm or the real world? Are there risks of life and death? Will it be a team battle or individual fights? It will take place in a special space, where real casualties will not occur. Following customary practices, scores will be calculated based on points. Each individual has 3 opportunities for randomized matches. A victory earns 1 point, while a defeat incurs a 1-point penalty. Teams will also have 3 chances for random matches, with 10 points awarded for a win and a 5-point deduction for a loss. Individuals have 1 chance for a proactive challenge, earning 1 point for victory and losing 2 for defeat. Additionally, individuals have 1 opportunity for a reactive defense, where victory garners 2 points and defeat results in a 1-point deduction. Teams have 1 proactive challenge opportunity, with a win yielding 5 points and a loss deducting 10. A passive defense for teams results in 10 points for victory and 5 for defeat. The highest score determines the victor. In the event of a tie, the captains will face off, with the winner ranked above the loser, the principal elaborated, while the director of education documented the details on the electronic screen. In essence, the combat was straightforward. Strength reigned supreme. Team battles, individual contests, proactive challenges, and reactive defenses were the primary forms of engagement, all occurring in a designated space devoid of real danger. Principal, what about the rewards? Suchin pressed on. With battles, victories, and competition, surely there must be rewards. What are they? Chapter 65, The Tongtian Tower, Resource Allocation. Upon hearing Suchin mention rewards, the other students displayed expressions of curiosity. Indeed, what might these rewards entail? For those who place in the top 10, each would receive a bounty of 50 million. Those in the top 5 would be awarded 100 million each, while the top 3 would garner an impressive 200 million each. Furthermore, individuals who make significant contributions may receive an exclusive piece of equipment. The principal chuckled as he spoke. This little fellow seems to be quite enamored with wealth. However, this is entirely understandable. Who among martial artists does not yearn for resources? It is the promise of rewards that fuels our motivation. Principal, I was inquiring about the rewards related to the Tongtian Tower. Su Chun interjected, frustration evident in his tone. Have you lost yourself in thoughts of money? I seek information about the rewards associated with the Tongtian Tower, not personal accolades. Our efforts are not solely for personal gain. They are for the greater good of Daxia and humanity. The principal responded, well, you see, the purpose of this Tianjiao battle is indeed to vie for the resources of the Tongtian Tower. The resources below the 6th level were already divided during the last Tianjiao battle. The top 5 students from each school gained the privilege to challenge the Tongtian Tower. And upon a successful conquest, they would receive 1/3 of the dungeon's resources, while the remaining 2/3 will be distributed according to the school's rankings. For 200 years, the 7th level has remained unconquered. The principal paused, a flicker of realization crossing his face. Ah, so you meant the rewards of the Tongtian Tower all along. He proceeded to clarify the rewards associated with the Tongtian Tower, emphasizing that without a successful conquest, all efforts would be in vain. Subsequently, the other students posed their questions, and the principal addressed each one in turn. An hour later, the meeting concluded. Tomorrow at noon, the 10 of you will gather at the school and then embark on a spacecraft to the Tongtian mountain range. Afterward, Su Chen drove back to his villa. Since Luo Xing'er had classes, he only attended one meeting and thus returned home early. Grandfather, grandmother. Tomorrow I will join the school on a journey to the Tongtian mountain range for the Tianjiao battle. Upon entering the house, he found his grandparents and the Luo Tianxiang couple enjoying tea in the villa's gazebo. He greeted them and informed them of his impending departure for 2 days. The Tianjiao battle, yet another 30 years, Luo Tianxiang remarked, enthusiasm evident in his voice. Alas, what does 30 years matter? The 7th level is utterly unassailable. If someone were to conquer it, they would indeed perform a monumental service to humanity, precipitating a revolutionary change. Indeed, contemporary martial artists have reached a bottleneck. Only by conquering the 7th level can these limitations be shattered. At that point, the martial forces will undergo a profound metamorphosis. He elaborated, for instance, the 6th level only holds legendary dungeons, yielding equipment of the King's tier. Therefore, King tier represents the pinnacle for martial artists. However, should the 7th level be conquered, the dungeons may very well be of epic tier, with equipment of either epic or legendary quality. Such a transformation is nothing short of monumental. Training will also be beneficial. Let us strive onward, Su Jingtian stated calmly. Despite the formidable reputation of Kyoto University and Su Chen's exceptional talent, he acknowledged the daunting challenge of propelling the university into the top 5. Even if we do reach the top 5, what then? The 7th level remains unconquerable, rendering all efforts futile. I understand, Su Chen nodded. Is the 7th level of the Tongtian Tower truly so formidable? Curiosity swelled within him, for he had observed the resigned expressions of others when discussing this level. It was clear that the 7th level was an insurmountable challenge, one that had thwarted the collective might of global talents. How exceedingly difficult could it be? A surge of determination ignited within him as he yearned to test himself against the Tongtian Tower. He then returned to his room, taking a shower and changing clothes. From his spatial realm, he procured a gun Dao fruit and consumed it with haste. After half an hour of refining, his destruction gun technique ascended from level 30 to level 60. Before venturing to the Tongtian Tower tomorrow, I shall refine 2 more, he mused. With a level of 60 achieved, he felt indifferent to his reliance on the gun Dao fruit, as his advancement in the destruction gun technique was primarily due to his attribute points. The following day, Su Chen indulged in a leisurely slumber. Knowing that he need not rise early for their noon assembly at school, Luo Xing'er, understanding his need for rest, refrained from waking him. At 10 o'clock, he finally arose, washed up, dressed, and descended the stairs. In the living room, he found not only his grandparents, but also Luo Tianxiang, Su Yunji, and Luo Bingqing with Luo Xing, all present and not at school. How considerate of me, Luo Xing'er waved her hand upon seeing Su Chen. She was eager for a reward. Having endured 3 long hours of restraint, battling the urge to pull him from his slumber, she reminded herself that her brother was preparing for the Tianjiao battle and that she must not disturb his rest. I thought the sun had risen in the west. Su Chen chuckled, greeting his grandparents. Humph, infuriating. Don't even think about sleeping until 8 again, Luo Xing'er pouted, her adorable, flushed cheeks lending a charming air to her annoyance. She turned her head defiantly, refusing to look at Su Chen, silently demanding his attention and affection. Yet, he seemed oblivious to her silent plea. Sister, are you also going to the Tongtian mountain range? By the way, have you ever participated in the Tianjiao battle? Su Chen inquired as he sat beside Luo Bingqing, eager to learn from her experience. 2 years his senior, she had come to Kyoto before him, and, given her talent, was qualified to represent Kyoto University in the Tianjiao battle. There will be over 200 participants this time. I have competed in the Tianjiao battle twice, but my results were less than satisfactory. I struggled to lead my teammates, and the opponents were terrifyingly strong, far beyond my expectations. My best result was 9th place. 200 years ago, the 6th level of the Tongtian Tower was conquered by the Western Empire, resulting in 1/3 of the dungeon's resources being held by Seistan University, with another third in the possession of the Western Empire and the European Union. Our daxia holds only 1/3 of the resources from the 6th level, further widening the gap with the West. You must have seen their profiles in the small meeting. They are all level 100 SSS rank, Luo Bingqing remarked seriously, her expression betraying a sense of helplessness as she recalled the Tianjiao battle. Although her personal strength ranked her among the top 5 global talents, she lamented her inability to uplift her teammates. There were several prodigies even more formidable than her, instilling a sense of despair. It is evident that the West has gained the upper hand, Su Chen mused, reflecting on Luo Bingqing's words. He felt a pang of frustration. Falling behind meant being perpetually left behind unless one could execute an overtaking maneuver. Yet, how simple could such a maneuver truly be? Chapter 66. Journey to the Tongtian mountain range and strategy for conquest. I have a premonition that someone from the West will conquer the 7th level this time, Luo Bingqing continued. This statement lacked rationale, relying solely on her 6th sense. Premonition? Sister, how many days does the Tianjiao battle usually last? Su Chen was taken aback upon hearing Luo Bingqing's words. Is a woman's 6th sense truly that accurate? How does one conquer the Tongtian Tower? Unfortunately, during her 2 participations in the Tianjiao battle, the Tongtian Tower had not manifested, as it only descends once every 30 years. Thus, she was unaware of the methods to conquer it. It seems that once we reach the school, I should inquire with my mentor during our journey to the Tongtian mountain range. She is a mentor and has the authority to access some confidential school documents. The Tianjiao battle lasts 3 days, and the dungeon conquest takes another 3 days, Luo Bingqing replied. Shortly thereafter, the servants had prepared the meal, and everyone washed their hands in preparation for dining. After the meal, Su Chun and the Luo sisters set off for school together. Stop pouting, Su Chun chuckled. Noticing Luo Xing'er with her small lips pursed, he reached out and pinched her rosy little mouth. Humph, Luo Xing'er continued to grumble, albeit she was merely seeking a step down from her tantrum. After a couple of huffs, her expression returned to normal, though she chose not to speak to Su Chun. Before long, the trio arrived at the school. As the time for assembly approached, many students heading to the Tongtian mountain range had already gathered at the Kyoto University terminal. 3 massive spacecraft, exclusively belonging to Kyoto University, were docked here. It was rumored that this time, 2 freshmen would be participating in the Tianjiao battle. What is so special about freshmen? They are equally astonishing. Indeed, it was said that these 2 freshmen emerged from a catastrophe-level dungeon, a feat unprecedented in the history of Kyoto University. Not to mention, throughout all of human history, no one has ever emerged from a catastrophe-level dungeon. Such levels imply a dire fate of certain death. Look, that's Su Chun from Class 1. He seems so young. Freshmen are all 18. How could they not appear youthful? Wow, Goddess Bingqing. Outside the terminal, a multitude of students gathered to watch. Though they could not journey to the Tongtian mountain range, it was still thrilling to observe these top prodigies. In the discussions, the most talked about topic remained the 2 freshmen. These 2 represented the school in the Tianjiao battle, and no one felt resentful, as their ability to survive a catastrophe-level dungeon was more than enough to earn respect. Upon Su Chen's arrival, an uproar of cheers erupted, primarily directed at Luo Bingqing, the school's flower and goddess, renowned as the most beautiful student of Kyoto University, with an SSS-level talent and breathtaking beauty. It would be odd if she didn't have a massive following. At this moment, Inha approached and greeted them. This is my sister, and this is my younger sister, she introduced, gesturing to the Luo sisters. Su Chen nodded, introducing Inha to Luo Bingqing and Luo Xing'er. Beautiful girls always belong to the same circle. And soon the 3 were engrossed in conversation. As time ticked away, Su Chun, Inha and Nangong Xian were called over by Nangong Xian, who waved her hand, signaling for them to join her. Su Chen bid farewell to the Luo sisters and walked towards Nangong Xian. Nangong Xian led Su Chun and Inha aboard the spacecraft, where 10 students representing the school in the Tianjiao battle boarded first, followed by the observing classmates. This time, 10 prodigies, 10 mentors, and the principal accompanied them, along with several retired mentors, all over a century old yet possessing terrifying strength. Their presence was primarily to protect the prodigies of Kyoto University. With a low hum, the spacecraft descended 20 minutes later, soaring towards the horizon. From now on, you must not wander alone until the Tianjiao battle concludes and we return to the spacecraft. The principal addressed Su Chun and the others, now gathered in the protective chamber of the spacecraft, although designated as a protective area. It was spacious and extravagantly luxurious to an almost absurd degree. In truth, the spacecraft was exceedingly safe. Even the mightiest of beings could not shake it in the slightest. Understood, Su Chun and the others replied. After all, the Tongtian mountain range lies beyond the borders of the Daxia Empire, situated on a mysterious island in the heart of the Pacific, far removed from Daxia. As the saying goes, never harbor malicious intent, but always be cautious of others. In critical moments, no slip-ups could be tolerated. After all, engaging in deceitful maneuvers is a tradition in the West, though a millennium has passed. They have not only retained but also magnified this legacy, outshining their predecessors. After some straightforward arrangements, the mentors dispersed with their students. Yet the range remained confined to this protective chamber. Mentor, what exactly does conquering the Tongtian Tower entail? Su Chun and Inha inquired, seated across from Nangong Xian. Su Chun appeared relaxed, reclining on the couch in utter contentment. Wait a moment, I will ask the principal. I lack the authority, Nangong Xian said, glancing at Su Chun with a faint smile. This little fellow is intrigued, wanting to conquer the Tongtian Tower. However, before attempting to conquer it, one must first secure the qualification. In truth, the primary purpose of allowing Su Chun to participate in the Tianjiao battle was indeed to pursue the conquest of the Tongtian Tower. After all, Su Chun is the only individual to have survived returning from a catastrophe-level dungeon twice, and with Inha also capable of returning, their chances of success in conquering the Tongtian Tower could be significantly higher. Shortly thereafter, Nangong Xian rose to leave, seeking permission from the principal to access information regarding the conquest of the Tongtian Tower. How confident are you? Inha asked. Her curiosity piqued as she turned to Su Chun. She believed that Su Chun would undoubtedly secure the qualification for Kyoto University to conquer the Tongtian Tower. She just wondered how confident he was in actually achieving it. It depends on the strategy, Su Chun replied with a smile. However, We must secure the qualification for the conquest of the Tongtian Tower. It would be a joke if we made a special trip and failed to obtain even that. Before long, Chen returned, presenting a tablet. Here is the strategy for conquering the Tongtian Tower. You two take a look. No sharing allowed, she said seriously. The gravity in her tone suggested the importance of the information. Had it not been for Su Chen and Jin, the principal would not have granted this access. Such privileges were typically reserved for the institution itself, with the principal only able to authorize access once per year, and the information was encrypted and strictly confidential. In general, very few outsiders or prodigies were privy to the methods of conquering the Tongtian Tower. As for the reason behind such strict confidentiality, do not question it. It is simply due to the restrictions set by the Tongtian Tower. Understood, Su Chen nodded, accepting the tablet and studying it intently. Jin shifted positions to sit beside Su Chen, and as they leaned in closely to view the information on the tablet, their bodies brushed against each other. A faint fragrance emanating from her soft form, causing Su Chen's heart to flutter momentarily. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure. Direct your attention to the tablet. Upon observing the information displayed, Su Chen's expression shifted noticeably. Chapter 67, The Annihilation Gun Technique, Level 8, Combat Power Amplification of 150. As he scrutinized the details on the tablet, Su Chen's countenance fluctuated. This strategy seems so familiar. The trials for warriors are invariably intertwined with talent and the art of combat. The strategy for conquering the Heavenly Tower also revolves around battle and slaughter. However, the horrific nature of this slaughter has rendered it impossible to breach the 7th level for over 2 centuries worldwide. The pivotal reason lies within the circumstances of the Heavenly Tower, which Su Chen had previously encountered. Yes, he had faced it before, the trials of the Qingluo Tower. If you were to obtain the qualification to conquer the Heavenly Tower, what would be your level of confidence? Seeing the change in Su Chen's expression, Chen grew anxious. This was a matter of paramount importance regarding the conquest of the Heavenly Tower. The hope rested upon him. Please, do not frighten me. If the 7th level is thus, I have a 90% level of confidence. Su Chen did not conceal his assurance, yet he also refrained from boasting excessively. 90% confidence was quite sufficient. According to his own standards, that implied 100%. It was no wonder that the elites worldwide could not conquer the 7th level. Standing still and allowing the beasts to assail you. How could one possibly succeed? Such a notion was ludicrous. Yet, Su Chen possessed an item that granted him sole resistance. A complete resistance. Furthermore, he had a 300-point rebound damage. 90%. I see. Su Chen, have you indeed encountered such a situation? Chen retracted the tablet. A radiant smile gracing her exquisite features, transforming her from a cold goddess into a vision of unparalleled beauty. Her gaze rested upon Su Chen, awaiting his response. She was not alone. Jin also regarded Su Chen, for unless one had experienced something similar, one would never assert a 90% confidence, or perhaps he was simply being modest. Su Chen remained silent, merely nodding slightly. The previous calamity level? Jin inquired. Indeed, Su Chen replied. Very well, take a moment to rest. We should arrive at our destination in approximately 2 hours. Chen stood, holding the tablet, and addressed Su Chen and Jin before making her way toward the principal. At that moment, Su Chen retrieved a fruit of Gun Dao from the spatial realm and consumed it in a few bites. He then settled into a cross-legged position to commence the refinement of the Gun Dao fruit. By dawn, he had refined one, elevating his gun techniques to level 7 at 90. Now, he was refining another, which would elevate his skills to level 8. Sizzle, sizzle. Beside him, Jin observed Su Chen refining the Gun Dao fruit and did not remain idle herself, taking out a fruit to nibble on. Time passed by minute. Half an hour later, Su Chen completely refined the Gun Dao fruit, and his annihilation gun technique was successfully upgraded. Now his gun technique stood at level 8, 20. Notification, your annihilation gun technique has reached level 8. It can unleash 256 beams of gun light. Speed 100. Defense penetration 100. Piercing power 100. Gun intent 256. Combat power amplification 150. Upon reaching level 8 of the annihilation gun technique, a single shot could unleash 256 beams of destructive gun light. A 4-fold increase compared to level 7. Previous enhancements had merely doubled the power. Now, it quadrupled. It appeared that the further one progressed, the more terrifying and domineering the gun techniques became. Beyond the beams, speed, penetration, and piercing power had all risen to 100, and his gun intent had also quadrupled, reaching 256. The amplification of combat power increased from 140 to 150, signifying a surge of 10 in his combat prowess. A rise to 25. 86 million in combat strength, an increase of 1/10, equating to 258 million. With the refinement of the Gun Dao fruit and the elevation of his techniques, Su Chen closed his eyes to meditate, preparing to restore his mental acuity, aiming to confront challenges in peak condition. His sister had remarked on the terrifying prowess of the Western prodigies. Consequently, he was eager to witness just how formidable they truly were. He hoped they would not disappoint him. As time elapsed, approximately 2 hours later, Chen approached. We are nearing the heavenly mountain range. Prepare to disembark from the spacecraft. Remember, do not wander aimlessly. Chen instructed Chen and Jin once more. 10 elite representatives from the school were participating in the Battle of Prodigies, 2 of whom were her students, filling her with immense joy. Understood, instructor, Chen replied. At this moment, other students gathered in the center of the protective cabin, awaiting disembarkation, similarly receiving instructions from their mentors. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The spacecraft steadily alighted at the station in the heavenly mountain range. This location was at the epicenter of the Pacific Ocean, once desolate and uninhabited. However, with the emergence of the Heavenly Tower, this island had been developed into a tourist attraction, with residents year-round, yet it would not hinder the descent and conquest of the Heavenly Tower. Very well. After disembarking, proceed to the area governed by the Daxia Empire, the principal stated. Subsequently, the hatch of the spacecraft opened, and he was the first to step down, followed by several retired mentors. Once safety was confirmed, the 10 students participating in the Battle of Prodigies followed suit. Thereafter, Chen led Chen and Jin alongside the principal towards the territory administered by the Daxia Empire, where 1/3 of the island belonged to the Daxia Empire. The students and warriors of the Daxia Empire naturally resided within their designated area, which boasted luxurious accommodations. From the moment they boarded the spacecraft, Chen and the other 10 had been entirely separated from their fellow classmates, with all actions requiring unified coordination. Tonight, rest well. Tomorrow morning, the Battle of Prodigies begins. Chen advised Chen and Jin. The 3 of them shared a suite in an ultra-luxurious hotel. The suite featured several bedrooms, and although he was male, in Shen's eyes, he was merely a child. Old Joe, how do you feel this year? In the luxurious private room of a hotel within the Daxia Empire's territory in the Heavenly Mountain Range, a gathering of over a dozen men and women took place. These individuals were all the heads of prestigious universities within the Daxia Empire. For this triennial Battle of Prodigies, the university presidents had all come to witness the event firsthand. After all, it presented an opportunity to acquire resources, however minuscule. What else can be said? Do you believe your Kunlun University can breach the top 5? The president of Kyoto University, Shengwan Xiu, shot an ungracious glance at Dong Qingming, the president of Kunlun University. Their relationship was far from amicable, as Kunlun University had long been in competition with Kyoto University. You at Kyoto University snatched 2 of our students. I trust you did not bring them this time. What a pity, Dong Qingming retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm, as he harbored considerable displeasure. Due to the emergence of 2 prodigies at Jiangxing No. 1 High School, one an SSS grade ultimate support, and the other a top scorer in the college entrance examination, Kunlun University found itself bereft of any advantage. Ultimately discovering that these 2 exceptional individuals had chosen to attend Kyoto University instead. As they arrived at the Tongtian mountain range, they recounted this matter to Shengwan Xiu. Rob? Huh. Shengwan Xiu chuckled. Is it necessary to resort to theft? Kyoto University is formidable. They willingly send their students there. All right, enough of your squabbling upon meeting. Let us focus on the matter at hand. This year, the situation in the West has escalated alarmingly, sighed the headmaster, attempting to mediate. Now is not the time for discord. We have convened to discuss important matters. Chapter 68. The descent of the Tongtian Tower and the commencement of the matching battles. The Tongtian mountain range is, in essence, a rather large island located at the very heart of the Pacific, spanning approximately 100 miles. In the early morning, Chen rose early, completed his morning routine, and then took out a gun dao fruit, consuming it over the course of half an hour, thoroughly refining it. His destruction gun technique had now reached an impressive level of 850. As he prepared for the battles ahead, he resolved to ensure victory, vowing to enhance his destruction gun technique, domain, and dimensional space with attribute points if necessary. Chen silently determined to elevate his strength to a terrifying degree with over 80 million attribute points. Damn it, are the Western prodigies truly formidable? I shall make them regret it. Good morning, Chen greeted Jin, who had already risen, upon seeing him. Good morning. You've risen quite early. Chen replied with a smile. It's still early. Everyone is awake. The Tongtian Tower will descend in half an hour. Here, this is breakfast prepared by the mentor. Jin said cheerfully. Everyone is up, but if I weren't worried about disrupting their state, I would have woken you sooner. Then we must hurry. Upon hearing this, Chen promptly took his seat at the dining table and began his breakfast, though he didn't consume much since he had just eaten a fist-sized gun dao fruit. 3 minutes later, he found himself choking. Why did you eat so quickly? Jin hastily patted his back, handing him a glass of milk. At that moment, Chen approached, glancing at the 2. Let us go? The Tongtian Tower only appears once every 30 years. We must not miss it, she urged, leading Chen and Jin out of the room and into the hall to gather with their fellow classmates. After assembling, their mentor, the headmaster, and over a dozen retired mentors, accompanied by 10 prodigies, proceeded forward. After approximately 10 minutes, They arrived at a vast square surrounded by countless seats arranged in a circular, tiered fashion. However, they did not ascend to the spectators' platform, but instead sat in the designated area for prodigies. Get to know one another. There will be no team battles today. After the individual battles conclude, you will have the opportunity to bond. The significance of teamwork becomes evident in the scoring system. Losing a team battle incurs a loss of 10 points, the headmaster remarked, his expression neutral, yet beneath the surface, a hint of disappointment lingered. A stark contrast to his once vibrant demeanor during their school days. Seizing the moment before the Tontian Tower's arrival, Chen and In acquainted themselves with the other 8 prodigies. They had known each other during their time at school, though not intimately. With the impending prodigy battle, it was essential to deepen their understanding of one another, for success in team battles hinged upon unity. Otherwise, they risked defeat. And the points lost in a single loss were substantial. Time ticked away relentlessly. The spectator area was now filled to capacity. Chen spotted Luo Xing and Luo Bingxing among the crowd. Boom, boom, boom. The previously clear sky darkened ominously, followed by the rumble of thunder and arcs of lightning, as if the apocalypse were upon them. The Tontian Tower was about to descend. Once every 30 years, an opportunity to witness the Tontian Tower arrived, and countless individuals had never beheld its visage. Would this generation conquer the 7th level? The Tontian Tower was notoriously challenging to navigate. Silence. The Tontian Tower is about to descend, urged the spectators, their excitement palpable. The square's seating accommodated up to 100,000, and now it was entirely occupied, all eyes trained on the heavens, awaiting the moment of the Tontian Tower's arrival. As time passed, the thunder grew more intense, and the arcs of lightning became denser. Suddenly, a vivid crimson hue emerged in the void, rapidly piercing through space and descending swiftly. The crimson hue accelerated, eventually coming into view, transforming before all into silver. The crimson was merely the flame produced by its incredible speed. As it slowed, the flames dissipated. The silver Tontian Tower loomed like a colossal mountain, suspended steadily in the void, approximately 3,000 meters above the ground. Its diameter was about 500 meters, radiating a kaleidoscope of chaotic light from its base, which held the tower aloft in stillness. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the multicolored light descended to the center of the square, forming a vast virtual screen and a portal. This was the Tontian Tower. What an overwhelming pressure. Can it truly reach the heavens? I can hardly contain my excitement at finally witnessing the Tontian Tower. Is the prodigy battle about to commence? The crowd erupted with fervor. Although the Tontian Tower hovered far above the ground, its presence was unmistakable, and the sense of annihilation it exuded instilled a sense of reverence in every heart. Silence. Moments later, a transcendent voice resonated from the Tontian Tower. This voice bore no hint of emotion, unmistakably that of the tower's spirit. Upon hearing the announcement, the square fell into a profound silence. 30 years have passed. The Tontian Tower descends. I am the spirit of the Tontian Tower. To enter the Tontian Tower and undertake the trials, one must obtain a quota and qualification. The rules for the prodigy battle remain unchanged, but a warning is issued. Cheating is strictly prohibited. Failure to comply will result in disqualification and obliteration. Qualification for entry into the Tontian Tower will be based on point rankings. The top 5 teams will gain entry. The spirit's voice echoed throughout the Tontian mountain range. Crystal clear to all. The voice resonated as if whispered directly into their ears. Individual battles. Each participant will be randomly matched 3 times. Victory earns 1 point, while defeat incurs a loss of 1 point. Individual battles. Each participant is entitled to challenge once. Victory earns 1 point, while defeat incurs a loss of 2 points. Individual battles. Each participant must accept 1 challenge. Victory earns 2 points, while defeat incurs a loss of 1 point. Team battles. Teams will be randomly matched 3 times. Victory earns 10 points, while defeat incurs a loss of 10 points. Team battles. Teams have 1 opportunity to challenge another team. Victory earns 5 points, while defeat incurs a loss of 10 points. Team battles. Teams have 1 opportunity for a passive challenge. Victory earns 10 points, while defeat incurs a loss of 5 points. Note: all battles will take place in a special space, ensuring no real casualties. Note: random matching will commence in 3 minutes. Countdown: 172171170169. The spirit reiterated the rules. And finally, the countdown began. 3 minutes remained. Let us give it our all. In the esteemed hall dedicated to the prodigies, Chen and In, among others, listened intently to the countdown, encouraging one another. The commencement of each battle bore immense significance for the team's overall ranking. Every single point was crucial. Weaker institutions often found their scores plummeting into the negatives by the conclusion of the prodigy battle. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its terminus, a radiant light enveloped Chen and his companions, swiftly whisking them away from their original location. Chapter 69. Chen's first battle, a pinnacle showdown. The blinding luminescence swept over them, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Upon their reappearance, they found themselves in a mysterious expanse. The space was vast and open. Concurrently with Su Chen's arrival, Hajin and the others materialized, along with many other prodigies from various schools. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within a mere 5 seconds, no one else entered the arena. You shall remain here until the conclusion of the individual battles. Random matching will now commence, with 10 battles occurring simultaneously. Your battle visuals will be synchronized with the external virtual screen. The voice of the artifact spirit resonated. Before them loomed a colossal virtual screen, densely populated with the names of countless schools. As no points had yet been accrued, the order of the schools displayed did not reflect their rankings. From the enumeration of schools, there were a total of 528 institutions, representing 5,280 prodigies. Each participant would engage in 3 random battles. Hence the prodigy battle required 3 days to reach its conclusion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the artifact spirit's voice faded, ethereal figures descended, settling upon each individual. Subsequently, each person bore an identification number, with the highest number being 5280. This number was entirely random. For instance, Hajin was assigned number 108, while Su Chen, hailing from the same university and position nearest to her, bore the number 5280, making him the one with the highest designation in the arena. Contestant 1, number 5280. Contestant 2, number 5279. Contestant 3, number 5278. Contestant 4, number 5277. The voice of the artifact spirit resounded once more. The rules for the first match were announced. The participant with the smallest number would face off against the one with the largest. Go for it, Su Chen. Upon hearing the prompt, a prodigy from Kyoto University glanced at Su Chen's number and gestured encouragingly. This marked Kyoto University's initial battle, and they hoped for a splendid beginning to uplift their spirits. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Once the numbers were declared, Su Chen's figure vanished from sight, having been teleported away. In no time, Su Chen found himself upon a desolate wilderness. Opposite him stood a young man of Western descent, with golden hair and azure eyes. He appeared strikingly handsome, yet exuded an air of cunning and treachery. Name, Pushi. Age, 22. School, Weston University. Level 100. Profession, Demon Hammer Mage. Su Chen cast a glance at his adversary, his information unfurling before him. A level 100 prodigy from Weston University. It swiftly dawned on him that Weston University consistently ranked among the top 3 universities globally. He recalled having reviewed Pushi's profile during a small conference. He was indeed a formidable talent. Little did he anticipate that his first battle would be against Pushi, another freshman from the Great Xia. Pushi mused, a hint of amusement gracing his features. And merely 18 years old. What a curious choice for a challenger. A freshman with just over 2 months since awakening to participate in the prodigy battle. How absurd. Su Chen chuckled softly, disdain evident in his gaze. However, neither combatant rushed to engage, both confident in their ability to vanquish the other with a single strike, and aware that the battle rules allowed for a duration of 2 minutes, as long as they did not exceed this time frame. Meanwhile, the plaza within the Tongtian mountain range erupted with excitement. Pushi was the first to enter the fray. In personal contests, he was undoubtedly a top 5 contender. To think he would face a mere freshman was rather dull. It seemed inevitable that the outcome would be a swift defeat. Could it be that Su Chen, in his inaugural battle, was to confront the mightiest Pushi? The overwhelming majority believed Pushi would dispatch Su Chen effortlessly. Even the mentors and prodigies from Kyoto University wore expressions of grave concern, as if they already foresaw the outcome. The prodigy battle had scarcely begun, and Kyoto University was poised to lose a point, their score reduced to 1. Though Su Chen had emerged from a cataclysm-level dungeon, his strength paled in comparison to Pushi's. This point would surely be forfeited. Su Chen was already at level 93. His rapid ascent was undeniable. Cataclysm level was indeed formidable. Losing was entirely reasonable, given Pushi's prowess. Even if I were to face Pushi, victory would be a distant hope. Within the Prodigy Hall, each individual fixated upon the virtual screen. Though 10 scenarios played out simultaneously, all chose to observe their own prodigies' battles. Random matching truly relied on fortune. Those fortunate enough to encounter weaker opponents effectively secured a point. Pushi, it seemed, could effortlessly claim his score. Kyoto University had aspired for a triumphant start, yet fate had other plans. The atmosphere within the hall grew exceedingly tense. Make your move. I permit you to strike first. Otherwise, you may not even have the chance to retaliate. In the wilderness, Pushi advanced step by step towards Su Chen, his hands conspicuously empty. It was evident that he felt no need to draw a weapon. He believed he could easily defeat Su Chen without one. Such Western arrogance was a persistent flaw. Very well, it is time to impart a lesson. Su Chen smiled, mirroring Pushi's approach, closing the distance between them. However, as Su Chen took his first step, a cataclysmic aura surged forth from him, manifesting into a destructive spear intent. In that moment, an overwhelming torrent of spear light surged towards Pushi, as if Su Chen were the embodiment of an apocalyptic marksman. Boom, boom, boom. The space trembled and shattered as the spear light swept through, reducing all in its path to ashes. Pushi, sensing the imminent threat of annihilation, gasped in astonishment. His previously relaxed demeanor shattering. With a swift motion, he conjured a massive war hammer, hurling it towards Chen from a distance. The space itself fractured under the weight of his assault. In this moment, he cast aside any notions of pride. Victory was paramount. And he was compelled to confront the onslaught of the freshman, whose formidable power instilled a sense of dread within him, an emotion he had not experienced in quite some time. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of spear light and hammer light resonated, collapsing the space in an instant. Chen remained unperturbed, advancing steadily, each step imbued with the intent of destruction. While Pushi's expression grew increasingly grave, he found himself on the defensive, his mind reeling in shock. How advanced was that freshman's spear technique? Had he reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier? Otherwise, how could this be? The intent of the gun will not reach such a degree, and the extent of that power is beyond his imagination. He can only passively defend. Within the virtual light curtain, the fierce battle between the two has captivated the attention of all. This is due to Pushi, one of the top 5 prodigies globally. His fight is destined to be the focal point, drawing countless other exceptional talents who wish to witness it, as they might face Pushi in their own matches. Furthermore, in team battles, encountering Pushi is also a possibility. Initially, it was assumed that Pushi would effortlessly defeat Chen. Yet the reality is that Pushi finds himself in a passive position, while Chen remains nonchalant. This scene completely defies everyone's expectations. Is this new student truly so formidable? Chapter 70, 8th-stage gun technique, instantaneous defeat of Pushi. In the square of the Tongtian Mountains, all eyes are fixed on the light curtain. The battle depicted is overwhelmingly shocking. For those within the 100-level range of exceptional talents and martial artists, this confrontation transcends the limits of their imagination. Although separated by a screen, one feels as though they are experiencing it firsthand. The intensity of their combat, both in momentum and power, is terrifyingly extreme. Little Chen has grown so powerful. Luo Bingqing watches the young fighter, her heart filled with astonishment. She had suspected that Chen was extraordinary, but she could not have anticipated his strength would reach such heights. Even she would only stand a 50-50 chance against Pushi. He hasn't even begun yet. Luo Xing'er remarks. They have barely scratched the surface of his capabilities. Merely relying on his gun intent and gun radiance is enough to keep Pushi on the defensive, without even unleashing his skills. Upon hearing Luo Xing'er's words, Luo Bingqing gazes at her sister, wondering if it is truly the case. Boom, boom, boom. Chen strides toward Pushi, who is reluctantly retreating step by step. The devastating gun radiance and intent compel him to back away continually, although he is not yet lost. His pride is at stake. Is this all there is? A faint smile graces Chen's lips. The Western prodigy, is this all you have? Yet he understands that Pushi's strength surely exceeds this, as Pushi has yet to utilize his skills, let alone his trump cards. The reason he doesn't eliminate his opponent immediately is twofold: to maintain a low profile and disorient other prodigies, and to extract Pushi's skills and hidden cards. Damn it. The demon god hammer, break. Pushi's expression is filled with unbearable humiliation. As a distinguished member of the global top 5 prodigies, his aim in this competition is to contend for both individual and team supremacy and conquer the 7th level of the Tongtian Tower. Yet, he finds himself facing a formidable opponent right from the start, initially believing he could easily defeat him with a standard attack. What a naive assumption that turned out to be, leaving him in a passive position while countless spectators scrutinize him. Do I not care about my reputation? At this moment, he no longer hesitates. He unleashes his class skills. The 8th-stage demon god hammer technique manifests, its destructive power solidifying the very space around it, as the colossal hammer shadow descends upon Chen. If struck, the battle will conclude instantly. 8th-stage hammer technique. There is no way to withstand it. Annihilation. Chen gazes at the hammer shadow, and, with a swift motion, the flame divine spear appears in his grasp. As the spear materializes, Chen gently unifies his intent, and suddenly, 256 rays of destructive gun radiance explode forth. Simultaneously, a torrential downpour of ice and fire engulfs the realm, transforming the world into a tempest of ice rain and celestial flames. Crack, boom, hiss. The 8th-stage gun technique clashes against the 8th-stage hammer technique, a pinnacle confrontation. At this moment, everyone is left in awe. A 22-year-old mastering the 8th stage of hammer technique, and an 18-year-old mastering the 8th stage of gun technique. This world is utterly insane. In the imagery, space continuously fractures and collapses. When stability is restored, only one figure remains atop the desolate ground. Chen stands resolutely, while Pushi has vanished, having been instantaneously defeated by Chen's strike. Yes, it was indeed an instant defeat. Ding. Battle concluded. Chen victorious, awarded 1 point. The announcement reverberates, declaring Chen's triumph and awarding him 1 point. Pushi has been eliminated, exiting the arena, and his loss incurs a deduction of 1 point. Originally, Weston University had no points. Now, due to him, they are left with a mere 1 point. A wave of astonishment sweeps through the crowd. Meanwhile, the martial artists and prodigies of the Great Xia Empire stand electrified. Hooray! Su Chen! Su Chen! Su Chen! The countless talents and martial artists of the Great Xia Empire erupt in cheers. A newcomer has decisively defeated Pushi of Weston University. Can one not be exhilarated by this? It is splendid. Truly unexpected. Su Chen has achieved the 8th stage of gun technique. 8th stage gun technique. A prodigy unparalleled. 1 point secured, flawlessly executed. Within the prodigy exclusive hall, the principal and all mentors are brimming with joy. Initially, they believed Su Chen was destined for defeat against Pushi, yet he has triumphed, marking a commendable start. Moreover, this indicates that Su Chen possesses the capability to contend against Pushi. In truth, the reason they did not select a team leader for the group battle was entirely based on individual performance. Strength naturally earns respect. Should the school impose a leader, others may not express dissent outwardly, yet internally they would surely feel discontent, which would be detrimental to team cohesion. Swiftly, Su Chen returns to the special space. Awesome. Remarkable. It is truly unbelievable. Upon encountering Su Chen, the other 9 prodigies from Kyoto University greet him, although they typically compete against each other. Since the moment they entered the prodigy battle, they have become a united team. The stronger Su Chen becomes, the more advantageous it is for all of them. You all should keep striving as well, Su Chen encourages. He genuinely wishes for the triumph of his fellow students, as only then can the school secure a place among the top 5. Every point is of utmost importance. Not a single point can be spared. Today, we have exhausted our bad luck in matchmaking. Moving forward, we shall secure all remaining points, Lu Hanqing declares. Su Chen's match against Pushi was indeed a stroke of ill fortune, yet that misfortune has passed, and he has secured this point. What could be more joyous than this? Henceforth, as long as their luck does not falter too severely, they can achieve the remaining 9 points. Soon after, Su Chen occupies a seat and produces a fruit, beginning to savor it. Half an hour later, the gun Dao fruit is fully refined, elevating the annihilation gun technique to the 8th stage, level 80. Time ticks away, second by second. 8 hours pass, and the first round of individual random matches concludes. Kyoto University has amassed 10 points without any deductions. This means all 10 of Kyoto University's prodigies have emerged victorious. Meanwhile, Weston University loses Pushi, incurring a deduction of 1 point, while the other 9 earn 9 points, leaving Weston University with only 8 points, though they have lost 1 match. This exchange results in a net loss of 2 points. Personal battles. First round of random matches concluded. Now, continuing with the second round of random matches. Match 5280 with 5,219. Match 5278 with 5,277. Adjacent numbers match for battle, and so forth. The voice of the instrument spirit resounds. The battle of prodigies commences. The span between the first and last battles was merely 7 to 8 hours, leaving no time for respite. Immediately following the conclusion of the initial match, the second round commenced. Although the second match was also randomized, it pitted opponents with adjacent numbers against each other. In the first bout of the second match, Su Chen was once again the first to step into the arena. With a swift motion, as the voice of the weapon spirit resonated, Su Chen was enveloped in a radiant light and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself on a desolate expanse. His adversary was a prodigy from the Great Xia Empire, named Huang Yinshan, age 21, a student of Kunlun University, at level 90, specializing in the Grand Sword technique. Upon seeing his opponent's information, Su Chen immediately recalled that foolish young stag, whose mentor was also from Kunlun University. It was quite unexpected to encounter another prodigy from the Great Xia Empire in his second battle. However, to secure a place among the top 5, Su Chen would not hold back. He lifted his foot and took a decisive step forward. Chapter 71. Personal Random Match, Third Battle. Who is Su Chen's opponent? With that step, the destructive beam of his spear pierced through space, descending upon the Kunlun University prodigy like an avalanche. There was no suspense. It was a swift and decisive victory. His opponent could not withstand even a single strike from the spear's aura and was swiftly obliterated, leaving the wilderness in a hush. The battle commenced and concluded in an instant. 1 second was all it took. Ding! Su Chen wins, earning 1 point. The weapon spirit's prompt echoed, announcing Su Chen's victory, a splendid start to the second match. Conversely, the new student from the Great Xia Empire found the situation rather peculiar. At Weston University, several prodigies gathered, and Pushi spoke up, his countenance betraying his discontent. It was only natural for him to feel this way. Weston University was expected to score full points. Yet due to his performance, they currently stood at a mere 8 points. What had begun as a fortuitous opening had turned sour when he was defeated by that new prodigy from the Great Xia Empire. At that moment, he was unable to accept this harsh reality. Don't dwell on it too much, a fellow prodigy from Weston University consoled Pushi. Your true potential has yet to be fully realized. Indeed, Pushi's genuine prowess had not been showcased, overshadowed by the extraordinary abilities of his opponent. The matching battles are concluded. Now we must consider personal challenges or team battles Pushi remarked, a peculiar glint in his azure eyes. We must reclaim our dignity and instill a lasting psychological shadow upon them. They will forever exist in the shadow of Pushi. After the passage of 8 hours, the announcement resounded. The second personal random match has concluded. 2 hours later, the third personal random match will commence. The weapon spirit's voice reverberated once more. With 2 rounds of personal random matches completed, Kyoto University had fared well, amassing 20 points. Currently, 5 institutions had achieved the maximum score of 20 points. Kyoto University, the Royal Academy, Hanjiang University, Hemanton University, and Stanford University. These 5 universities had yet to suffer a defeat, with 1 personal random match remaining. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Maintain a relaxed mindset and give it your all, the principal conveyed through a special communication channel to the prodigies of Kyoto University. 2 rounds, both yielding perfect scores. This marked the best record in Kyoto University's history. Should they secure another perfect score in the final individual battle, they would achieve a remarkable total of 30 points. However, the ultimate ranking remained uncertain, given the formidable competition from the West. Among the 2 rounds of personal random matches, only Chen had faced Pushi from Weston University, suggesting that any other contender would likely fall to Pushi's prowess. Moreover, Pushi was not even the strongest among the Western competitors. Rest well, there are more battles ahead, Chen remarked calmly. He then settled into his seat and retrieved a spear fruit, leisurely nibbling on it. Once he finished the fruit, he began the process of refining it. Half an hour later, Chen had successfully refined the spear fruit, elevating his annihilation spear technique to the 9th tier. However, upon tallying his supply, he realized he had consumed 7 spear fruits. 3 more would reach the limit. Yet, should he consume 3 additional fruits, his spear technique would ascend to the 9th tier at 100. Whether he could break through to the celestial tier would depend on his aptitude and fortune. If all else failed, he could resort to attribute points. Time passed swiftly, and 2 hours soon elapsed. Now commencing the third personal random match. Number change. Contestant 1, 5,280. Contestant 2, 5,279. Contestant 3, 5,278. The voice of the weapon spirit echoed once more. As the sound faded, beams of light descended from the sky, illuminating each prodigy. In no time, the identification numbers of all prodigies transformed. Chen's number changed from 5280 to 2640. Each individual's number had shifted, differing from before. Yet the rules remained unchanged, akin to the first personal random match. With the countdown initiated, 20 individuals vanished from their locations and entered the battlefield. From Kyoto University, Inha was the first to step up in this match. In each personal random match, the opponents varied. Glancing at his number, Chen noted he was the last to compete. With 7 to 8 hours to spare, he decided to doze off in his seat. The other prodigies from Kyoto University, along with their mentors and the principal in the exclusive lounge, could only watch in speechless amazement as Chen slumbered soundly, feeling a twinge of envy. While others were tense with anticipation, he remained at ease, demonstrating remarkable confidence in his abilities. Chen, wake up. Just as Chen was deeply engrossed in his dreams, a gentle voice broke through, accompanied by a light touch. The faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Chen opened his bleary eyes to see Inha standing before him. What is the matter? Chen inquired, still somewhat dazed. As he turned to survey his surroundings, he gradually recalled that he was in a special space, participating in the prodigy battle. However, that nap had been incredibly refreshing. It's almost your turn, Inha said, exasperated as she rubbed her forehead. You are here to participate in the prodigy battle, yet you fell asleep. Truly remarkable. Not just her, but other prodigies from Kyoto University and those from neighboring schools shared the same incredulous sentiment. This fellow was undeniably powerful, yet his tendency to doze off was equally impressive. Is it my turn already? How did you all fare? Chen asked, shaking his head to fully awaken. He rose to his feet, prepared for his random match. In truth, since he was number 2640, being the last to enter, he knew he wouldn't need to wait for a match. His opponent, number 2639, was merely 1 number away. 1 point deducted, Inha noted. That is nothing, it's merely 1 point. Chen refrained from observing the prodigies of Kyoto University, wishing not to impose undue pressure upon his classmates. The sting of defeat was already disheartening. Witnessing his opponent could lead them to misconstrue his intentions as reproach. His nonchalant demeanor instantly alleviated some of the tension among his defeated peers, who felt a profound sense of gratitude towards him. Do you know who your opponent is? Manhwaeudit inquired, addressing Chen. The others cast curious glances at Chen, their expressions tinged with intrigue. Noticing the peculiar looks from his classmates, Chen paused, perplexed. What do you mean? Have I drawn another formidable rival? He asked, curiosity piqued. In truth, he was indifferent to the identity of his opponent. All that mattered was the outcome of the battle. Chapter 72. I still prefer to see you arrogant and confident. Pushi, Manhwaeudit replied. Pushi? The one with the hammer? Chen blinked in surprise. The name struck a chord, and he soon recalled that during his first match, he had indeed faced someone named Pushi. Could it be a mere coincidence? The first match had been a pairing due to account discrepancies, and now, in the third match, they were to meet again. The odds were astonishingly improbable. Yes, that's him. He is number 2639, your neighboring contestant. Inha nodded. At that moment, the participants from the previous battle were teleported back, and it was now Su Chen's turn. In a flash, he was enveloped in a radiant light, disappearing from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself in the wilderness. Gazing up, he spotted Pushi. Indeed, it was Pushi, the opponent he had bested in his inaugural match, securing a triumphant start for Kyoto University. Who would have thought they would cross paths once more in the third match? Was this fate or a long-standing rivalry? Pushi, Su Chen, we meet again. The incredulity of their encounter sent ripples through the audience. It was as if they were destined adversaries. The anticipation grew. Pushi had lost the first match, having not fought with his true strength, nor had he wielded his formidable weapon. Now, he was poised to exact revenge with fervor. In this world, grudges hardly fade overnight. As the crowd beheld the showdown between Pushi and Su Chen, excitement surged. In the exclusive hall for prodigies, the expressions of the mentors and the principal shifted with each passing moment. The matchmaking was nothing short of miraculous. Amidst thousands of prodigies, the two had been matched twice. It was nothing short of extraordinary. It was evident that Pushi would seek vengeance with his full strength this time. He could not afford to suffer the humiliation of being defeated by Su Chen again. Brother is about to teach Pushi a lesson, Luo Xing'er remarked, her astonishment palpable. The notion of her brother facing Pushi again raised questions. Was there perhaps a vendetta from a previous life? Luo Bingqing expressed her concern, not for Su Chen's capabilities, but for his potential underestimation of Pushi. If he regarded Pushi as a mere stepping stone, trouble would surely ensue. In the wilderness, the air shimmered with an eerie distortion as the two stood 200 meters apart, neither making a move. Pushi's eyes burned with a frenzied intensity. He had not anticipated facing his nemesis so soon. Originally, he had intended to challenge Su Chen in either a personal duel or a team battle, yet here they were, thrust together in a random match. I underestimated you last time. This time, I won't allow you to exit the arena so swiftly. You'll receive a lesson in true strength. Pushi declared coldly, a warhammer materializing in his grasp, emanating a kaleidoscope of colors, imbued with destructive power. Such a weapon was befitting of an extraordinary prodigy. It was only natural for one of his caliber to wield a unique weapon. What remains of you besides arrogance and ignorance? Su Chen chuckled, advancing steadily toward Pushi. This time, he did not unleash the devastating intent of his spear, nor did he even draw his weapon. His demeanor suggested a casual stroll rather than a prelude to battle, prompting many spectators to interpret his nonchalance as hubris, viewing Pushi as a mere inferior. A chorus of sighs echoed through the crowd. While talent and strength were evident, a lack of composure would ultimately hinder his ascent to greatness. Well then, let us see how this unfolds. Pushi seethed, his anger surging. Su Chen's dismissal of him was a bitter pill to swallow for one of such unparalleled talent. As the warhammer descended towards Su Chen, imbued with annihilation, he merely smiled. I hope you can maintain that arrogance and confidence, he replied, continuing his approach. Seemingly unfazed by the impending blow, he did not even attempt to defend himself, effectively disregarding the cataclysmic hammer strike. In an instant, the hammer struck within 3 meters of Su Chen, yet he neither dodged nor defended himself. He allowed the blow to descend. The onlookers were bewildered. Was he truly offering himself up as a sacrifice to quell Pushi's fury? Just as the hammer was about to obliterate him, something extraordinary transpired. Pushi's devastating attack halted a mere 3 meters from Su Chen, unable to advance further. In a remarkable twist, the hammer's force seemed to rebound, hurtling back toward Pushi with even greater ferocity. The collision of the two hammer strikes sent shockwaves through the arena. Puxi, stunned, swung his weapon to intercept the rebounding strike. But to no avail. The counterattack shattered his own assault and struck him directly, causing him to spew forth blood, his countenance paling in disbelief. What on earth? This is insane. Damage rebound? The crowd gasped collectively, astonished by the inexplicable phenomenon. The only conceivable explanation for such an occurrence was a rare and powerful damage rebound effect, typically associated with extraordinary equipment, exceedingly rare in existence. It dawned on everyone why Su Chen had so brazenly disregarded Pushi's assault. He possessed the ability of damage rebound. Pushi's expression shifted dramatically. What was he to do against such a fearsome capability? To strike Su Chen would mean to strike himself. Yet to refrain from attacking left him at a loss. The other party approached step by step, capable of extinguishing your life with a mere casual strike. In truth, I find pleasure in witnessing your arrogance and confidence. Come now, continue to flaunt your audacity. Continue to exude that self-assuredness. A smile graced Su Chen's face as he spoke leisurely, his pace unhurried as he advanced toward Pushi. With a flicker of thought, an overwhelming aura of destruction surged forth from his being. The intent of his spear coalesced into a blinding brilliance, bearing down upon Pushi like an unstoppable force. Chapter 73, Nangong Xian, the ice rain and fiery sky. an insult stronger than harm. The cataclysmic spear light descended upon Pushi in a torrential wave. At this moment, countless onlookers were filled with curiosity. How would Puxi respond? Or rather, how could he defend himself? For if he exerted too much force in defense, the attack would rebound upon Su Chen, ultimately injuring himself. Yet, should he fail to muster sufficient strength, he would still be unable to withstand Su Chen's onslaught, resulting in his own injury. However, just as everyone pondered, a faint smile appeared on Pushi's face, tinged with bitterness. This technique was originally intended for other prodigies, and he had not anticipated its early exposure. Yet, he had no choice. He could not afford to lose to Su Chen a second time. His pride and dignity forbade such a defeat. Suddenly, a mysterious power erupted from within him. When Su Chen's spear intent and light struck him, the destructive force bizarrely transferred into the void. Damage transfer. Remarkable. This bore a striking resemblance to Su Chen's damage rebound. This situation had taken a thrilling turn. Truly formidable. These two were terrifying. Alas, the damage could not be redirected onto the opponent. Witnessing Pushi's damage transfer left the spectators utterly astonished. With Su Chen's damage rebound and now Pushi's damage transfer, the unique equipment each possessed seemed overwhelmingly extraordinary, especially in the context of individual matches. Ah, impressive. Have you revealed your trump card? Su Chen's smile broadened. He stretched forth his hand, and in an instant, the flame divine spear materialized, thrusting it toward Pushi. In that fleeting moment, cataclysmic spear light and intent manifested. Simultaneously, the ice rain and fiery sky emerged, enveloping the entire wasteland. Curse it, Pushi's expression shifted dramatically. He indeed possessed an exclusive ability to transfer damage, but it was solely effective against physical attacks. However, this fiery assault could not be redirected. Moreover, with the entire screen engulfed in ice rain and fiery sky, where could he transfer it? Redirecting the attack onto Su Chen would only result in his own injury. For an instant, he was left in a daze. In that moment of distraction, Pushi's form turned to ashes, leaving Su Chen as the sole survivor in the wasteland. Haha, Su Chen chuckled. He had defeated Pushi twice, both in individual random matches. Out of 3 encounters, Pushi faced him twice, a probability of 1 in 10 million. Yet both times resulted in defeat. His trump card had been exposed, yet he still fell short. One could only wonder about the extent of Pushi's psychological scars. Su Chen wins. Gains 1 point. The individual random match concludes. Tomorrow will feature personal challenges and passive challenges. The voice of the artifact's spirit echoed, announcing Su Chen's victory and the conclusion of the individual random match. What followed were personal challenges and opportunities for others to challenge him. However, it would not be immediate. The artifact's spirit granted a respite. Calculating the time, only 8 hours remained until tomorrow. It was truly unexpected that Pushi had lost again. Su Chen was indeed his nemesis. Even with his trump card revealed, he still faced defeat. The score for Shidoin University was reduced by 2 points due to Pushi's performance, leaving them in second place behind Kyoto University. The square buzzed with excitement and discussion. The first match of the individual random match had commenced with a peak showdown. The third match concluded similarly, still a peak confrontation, with Su Chen and Pushi as the combatants, evoking widespread admiration. The most delighted were the mentors and principal of Kyoto University, particularly Xian, as Su Chen was her student. As the artifact spirit's voice faded, a wave of mysterious power enveloped Su Chen and the others, swiftly transporting them to a special space. Upon their return to the Hall of Prodigies, applause erupted from the principal and mentors. The impressive performance of their students in the individual random matches had left them astounded. Achieving 28 points marked the highest score in Kyoto University's history. Well done, worthy of commendation, the principal remarked, his face alight with joy. Having been troubled the previous day, he felt a sense of relief upon witnessing Su Chen's prowess. With a prodigy like Pushi in the West, Kyoto University also had a genius in Su Chen. The outcome of their encounters remained uncertain. Following a few more words from the principal, he instructed the mentors to take their students back to their rooms for a well-deserved rest in preparation for the upcoming personal and passive challenges. There were only 2 matches, which would be relatively easier. Furthermore, many would avoid proactive challenges to prevent losing points, as victory only yielded 1 point while defeat incurred a deduction of 2. Passive challenges were unavoidable, but fortunately, only 1 was permitted. Impressive performance. The ice rain and fiery sky, more insulting than harmful, Xian smiled, a rare sight for her, especially in front of her students, as she usually maintained a serious demeanor. However, in the presence of Su Chen and Jin, it was an exception. Back in his hotel room, Su Chen took a shower, changed clothes, and then bit into a fruit of the spear path. After consuming the fruit, he spent half an hour refining it. Now, the world-destroying spear technique had reached the 9th level, 40. The higher the spear technique, the stronger the prowess. Subsequently, he fell into a deep sleep. What did it matter? After all, he was not the anxious one. His mentor would awaken him when the time came. How infuriating. Twice encountering this freshman from the Great Xia. What sort of matchmaking is this? Pushi smashed everything within reach in his hotel room, resembling a frenzied lion. The first defeat could be attributed to his carelessness, as he had not utilized skills or weapons. The second time, facing Chen, he found himself utterly overwhelmed, ultimately revealing his trump card, yet still meeting his demise. Chen was undeniably his nemesis. Shidoin University, which should have scored a perfect 30, had now been docked 2 points, leaving him with only 26. His pride was shattered, his dignity lost, reducing him to a laughingstock. Very well. I shall avoid him in the personal challenge. The team battle cannot afford another loss. Pushi's mentor, once a prodigy himself and now a formidable powerhouse, frowned at the sight of his student in such disarray. Yes, mentor. Pushi inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the image of Chen defeating him replayed in his mind. He understood that Chen had become his shadow. If we encounter him again, activate your ultimate skill, advised Pushi's mentor, a being of extraordinary strength. It is well understood how profoundly shadows of doubt can afflict a warrior's heart, should these shadows remain unvanquished. One's life may be irrevocably ruined. Initially, he could scarcely believe the fortuitousness of Pushi encountering Chen. However, the events of today have begun to sway his beliefs. What if, by some minuscule probability, Pushi were to cross paths with Chen again? He simply cannot afford another defeat. Should he falter, Pushi's entire existence would be in jeopardy. Thus, he permits Pushi to utilize his ultimate skill. Chapter 74, Upgrading the Space and Domain, Combat Power 48 million. The next day, at the Tontian mountain range, Chen awakens with a sense of rejuvenation despite having slept for only a few hours. In truth, the 3 battles he engaged in yesterday had not drained him in the slightest. He had actually dozed off for a few hours before the third match commenced, leaving him far from fatigued. Noticing that it was still early, he proceeded to freshen up and dress. With a blink, a virtual interface unfurled before him. Taking advantage of the early hour, he resolved to enhance both the endless domain and the Yuan realm space for added security. System, upgrade the endless domain. Chen's consciousness connected with the system, requesting assistance for the upgrade. Ding. A consumption of 2 million attribute points has resulted in the successful upgrade of your Yuan realm space. Current level, 4th, dimensions 10,000 miles in length, width, and height. Overall combat power increase of 300. Ding. A consumption of 10 million attribute points has resulted in the successful upgrade of your Yuan realm space. Current level, 5th, dimensions 30,000 miles in length, width, and height. Overall combat power increase of 350. In a swift motion, Chen expended a total of 12 million attribute points, successfully elevating the Yuan realm space by 2 levels to its 5th tier, boasting dimensions of 30,000 miles and a combat power increase of 350. His power surged once more. Next, he began upgrading the endless domain. Ding. A consumption of 2 million attribute points has resulted in the successful upgrade of your endless domain. Current level, 4th, combat power 200,000. Within a 1,000 by 1,000 by 1,000 meter area, target damage and defense reduced by 70. Ding. A consumption of 10 million attribute points has resulted in the successful upgrade of your endless domain. Current level, 5th, combat power 1,000,000. Within a 5,000 by 5,000 by 5,000 meter area, target damage and defense reduced by 75. Another 12 million attribute points later, the endless domain had ascended by 2 tiers, now reaching the 5th tier. Upon reviewing his attributes, Chen exclaimed in astonishment. The domain now extended to 5,000 meters, diminishing both damage and defense of targets within its range by 75. Notably, this included defense. Thus, within his domain, not only would an adversary's attack be substantially weakened, but their own defenses would also be compromised. Previously, his domain merely diminished attack potency without affecting the target's defense. Now, however, it directly weakened both damage and defense, an entirely different nature of power. In total, a consumption of 24 million points had resulted in a significant increase in strength. System, version 10. Name, Chen. Level, 93,601. Luck, 50,000. Combat power, 48,090. 164. Mount, Qing Luo Divine Bird. Wealth, 88, 210, 473. Skill, Annihilation Gun Technique, Basic, 9th rank 40. Ability, Endless Domain, SSS, 5th tier 000. Space, Yuan Realm Space, SSS, 5th tier 000. Attribute points, 59, 150, 000. Remarks, Combat Power, Base Equipment Strength, X Amplification Multiplier. At this moment, his combat power had soared to an impressive 48.09 million, which was to be expected. At the 9th rank of his gun technique, the power amplification reached 160, while the 5th tier of the Yuan realm space offered an increase of 350, effectively a doubling of his strength. Just then, sounds emerged from outside the room. Chen shut the virtual interface and stepped out to find his mentor and Inha preparing to have breakfast. Good morning, mentor. Good morning, Inha, he greeted cheerfully. Good morning, they replied in unison, gesturing for him to join them for breakfast. As Chen sat down to eat, he recalled the personal and passive challenges scheduled for the day. Chen, keep an eye on the top 10 from our last observation, as well as their new students. Xian remarked while eating. Today as personal challenges and passive challenges, though only 2 in total, are crucial. Every moment in the battle of the talents is of utmost importance. Mentor, I understand. Rest assured, I will not falter here. Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he retrieved several fruits from the Yuan realm space. Universal fruits. I have plenty, and since I also possess gun fruits with usage limits, sharing them seems fitting. What is this? Xian inquired, curiosity piqued as she examined them closely. Mentor, these are fruits we obtained in the dungeon. However, mine have limitations. Inha interjected. She had not attained her desired height at Penglai Immortal Mountain, resulting in rewards limited to her profession, without acquiring any universal fruits. Oh, let me see. Xian said, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Fruits from a disaster-level dungeon are certainly no trivial matter. Upon taking them, her expression transformed as she recognized their extraordinary potential. She had been feeling disheartened for over a year, and these fruits were undoubtedly a treasure beyond compare for her. Thank you, Chen, she exclaimed joyfully, nearly leaping with excitement had there not been 2 students present. After a brief moment, the trio left the room and gathered in the hall with other talents before proceeding to the exclusive hall for the gifted. Today, we have both active and passive challenges. The active challenge will be contingent upon circumstances. I wish you all great success. Give it your all, the principal announced succinctly. The active challenge depends on one's own situation. It is not compulsory to challenge if one's strength is inadequate, as a victory yields only 1 point, while a defeat results in a deduction of 2 points, an endeavor that may not be worth the risk. Conversely, for passive challenges, there is no choice. If someone challenges you, you must respond. Fortunately, this passive acceptance occurs only once, while subsequent challenges can be declined. Otherwise, the weak would merely become a resource for the strong to accumulate points. Time passed, each second slipping away. At 8 o'clock, the voice of the instrument spirit resounded. Today, the personal challenges will commence. Each individual has 1 opportunity for an active challenge. Victory earns 1 point, while defeat deducts 1 point, and one may choose not to challenge actively. Each individual must accept 1 challenge from another. Victory earns 2 points, while defeat deducts 1 point, and multiple challenges can be accepted. As the instrument spirit's voice faded, all the talented individuals were once again transported to a special space. Swish, swish, swish. Light and shadow cascaded as all the talents found themselves in the same positions as the previous day. Numbers will be assigned based on the rankings of the talents. Those who wish to challenge must confirm their target within 180 seconds by entering the corresponding number. Failure to do so will be considered a forfeiture of the active challenge. If the individual who is actively challenging is subsequently challenged by someone of a lower rank, they will be deemed the challenge party. Upon the emergence of multiple challengers against the one being challenged, an automatic match will be made with the highest ranked individual. Countdown 1-801-7917-8177. The voice of the spirit tool resonated, announcing the rules of challenge and being challenged. Following this, the countdown commenced. As the countdown appeared, the brilliance surrounding each prodigious warrior revealed their rankings, with the top-ranked individual designated as number 1 and the second-ranked as number 2. Accompanied by photographs and identification numbers, one merely needed to select their opponent. At this moment, 280 prodigies engaged in the selection process. Some opted to challenge actively, while others chose to forego the challenge. After all, a failed challenge would result in a deduction of 2 points, whereas victory would yield merely 1 point. Chen observed his ranking, and upon seeing it, he couldn't help but be astonished. Not only was he surprised, but so were the other prodigies from Kyoto University. Chapter 75. The first-ranked Derek's failure raised questions in the hearts of many. Chen, you are ranked 6th. Indeed, Chen's ranking was commendably high. However, it still fell somewhat short. Given Chen's prowess, a position within the top 3 was certainly within reach. Nevertheless, the higher the rank, the greater the scrutiny and likelihood of being challenged, though this posed little concern for Chen. Ranking 6th was an assessment derived from combat evaluations by the spirit tool. Chen, who will you challenge? Pu Shi, ranked 22nd, despite having lost 2 matches, still maintained his position, showcasing his formidable strength. Chen, you wouldn't dare challenge Pu Shi, would you? He might very well perish. Over at Kyoto University, the 10 prodigies began to deliberate. Soon enough, they resolved to challenge collectively, albeit avoiding contenders ranked too high, as they needed to ensure their points. This was not a time for bravado. They sought not for glory but for safety. Ultimately, all eyes turned to Chen. His ranking was exceptionally high, 6th in the world, a standing evaluated by the spirit tool based on current combat strength. To challenge the first-rank competitor was inevitable. One must gauge their strength. Chen hesitated not for a moment and directly challenged the top contender. To him, it mattered not who held the first rank. He was determined to conquer them. For Kyoto University to ascend into the top 5, a confrontation with the finest was essential. Gauge their strength? That notion was non-existent. Eliminating the opponent was the goal. Challenging the first? Indeed, it was bound to happen eventually. Let's go. Upon hearing Chen's declaration, everyone was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the implication. If Chen declined to challenge, he could easily become a target for point accumulation. Furthermore, during team battles, there was a 50% chance they would encounter one another. Ding. Selecting challenger number 1 as the opponent. Application in progress. You have successfully chosen to challenge number 1. Your target has been locked in. Should you triumph, you will gain 1 point. Should you fail, 2 points will be deducted. As Chen clicked on number 1, a prompt sounded. Subsequently, it entered the application stage. Approximately 10 seconds later, a match was successfully made. Chen had chosen to challenge number 1, who was now his opponent. After confirming, Chen closed the virtual display, awaiting the challenge's commencement. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Active challenge selection finalized. The battles of the top 10 will be conducted separately, while the remaining challenges will occur in 100 simultaneous matches. Now announcing the challenge situation of first-ranked Derek. This time, Derek cannot initiate a challenge and has become the challenged, with the challenger being the 6th-ranked Chen. The Spirit Tool's voice echoed once more, delineating the rules of the challenge. Other matches for different ranks were to be conducted simultaneously in groups of 100. However, the battles for the top 10 were to be executed individually. Following this, the situation of the first-ranked Derek was announced. He had become the challenged, while the challenger was the 6th-ranked Chen. Chen's 6th place ranking was indeed impressive. A freshman entering the global top 6. What? Chen is challenging Derek. The 6th-ranked newcomer from Daxia is set to confront the globally top-ranked Derek. Has he lost his mind? It seems not to be madness, but rather arrogance. Chen challenges Derek, and the Spirit Tool has sanctioned it. Surely many prodigies are applying to challenge Chen, and likewise, many wish to challenge Derek. Chen's challenge against Derek is indeed captivating. Chen, go for it. Chen, you can do it. Brother, give it your all. Chen, we believe in you. In the special space, countless prodigies were left in awe. Within the exclusive hall for prodigies, mentors, and the principal were taken aback. On the spectator stands, numerous formidable warriors and fighters were equally astonished. None had anticipated Chen's challenge against Derek, the first-ranked competitor, whose strength was terrifying enough to instill fear. Chen, have you lost your composure? Countless Westerners, Europeans, and even many prodigies and fighters from Daxia perceived Chen as lacking steadiness, risking everything to challenge Derek despite possessing a significant advantage. This was a classic case of seeking attention. Yet, the majority of Daxia's powerful individuals and fighters rallied in support of Chen. In an instant, the air was filled with chants of Chen's name. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, Chen and Derek were engulfed in brilliance. Upon their reappearance, they found themselves in an entirely different setting. Here, an endless expanse of wilderness lay before them. Concurrently, on the massive screen within the special space, the exclusive hall for prodigies, and the large screen in the plaza, only one image was displayed, that of Chen and Derek engaged in combat. However, at this moment, neither had made a move. You ought not to challenge me, for I shall instill a shadow upon you. Derek approached Chen at a leisurely pace, his voice devoid of emotion, his expression frigid, reminiscent of a soulless machine. As he spoke, a scepter manifested in his hand, radiating a kaleidoscope of light, though the aura emanating from it was peculiar. Yesterday, Pushi was much like you, blinded by confidence and arrogance. In the end, you witnessed his fate. Chen smiled, mirroring Derek's approach as he strode forward. The blind confidence and arrogance of the Westerners stemmed from their very essence, a vice that seemed immutable. They lacked the wisdom to learn from past mistakes, oblivious even to the phrase a lesson learned. Just yesterday, they had witnessed Pushi's downfall. It was surprising how they failed to heed the warning. Pushi, you possess considerable talent. What a pity. The distance of 200 meters was inconsequential for two prodigies of their caliber. Before long, Derek reached a mere 5 meters from Chen but refrained from striking, continuing to advance towards Chen. However, his trajectory had been slightly skewed from the start, rendering an actual collision impossible, a scenario that left countless prodigies and strong individuals baffled. Equally perplexing was Chen, who also did not halt his advance. He too refrained from attacking. In just 3 seconds, they brushed past one another, maintaining a distance of 20 centimeters apart. Thus, they sidestepped each other. Chen continued onward, unceasing. At that moment, Derek suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of blood, an expression of unwillingness etched upon his face. Ultimately, Derek's form collapsed to the ground. Chen triumphs. You have earned 1 point. The voice of the Spirit Tool resounded, announcing the conclusion of the battle. Chen emerged victorious, securing 1 point. At that moment, In the extraordinary space, within the exclusive hall for prodigies and the audience platform, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, devoid of any sound. Everyone stood in stunned silence, captivated by the unfolding scene, as they listened to the announcement from the spirit of the apparatus. Su-Chen, 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 Su-Chen. After an extended pause, the audience above the platform erupted into cheers. Countless powerful warriors and champions of the great Xia Empire celebrated in unison, their voices resonating with the name of Su-Chen. However, they remained oblivious to the manner in which Su-Chen had vanquished Derek. Yet, this ignorance was inconsequential to them. What mattered was that the prodigy of the great Xia Empire had triumphed over the foremost Western genius. That alone sufficed. Not only were they unaware of how Su-Chen had defeated Derek, but the prodigy hall and the extraordinary space were equally shrouded in mystery, leaving all the prodigious talents and mentors perplexed and fearful. For Su-Chen was exceedingly formidable. Chapter 76. Derek, allow me to offer you a word of caution. Steer clear of him. With a whoosh, the image faded, and Su-Chen's figure returned to the extraordinary space, rejoining the other prodigies of the capital university. The 9 prodigies gazed at him in astonishment, their eyes brimming with boundless confusion and admiration. They had witnessed Su-Chen's incredible strength, yet being prodigies themselves, they had maintained an air of rivalry. However, at that moment, they were genuinely awed. Su-Chen's prowess transcended their understanding, reaching an entirely different echelon. Simultaneously, they compared themselves to Su-Chen, pondering the outcome if they were to face him. The conclusion was too daunting to contemplate, for it was glaringly evident that they would meet the same fate as Derek. Impressive, powerful, awesome. The 9 prodigies could only utter a single word, for no other terms could encapsulate their sentiments. It was merely coincidence. Su-Chen chuckled, fully aware that his words would not be believed. After all, they were not blind. Though neither had made a move, Derek had drawn his weapon. Could it truly be said that no conflict had occurred? It was absurd to think so. If no confrontation had taken place, how could one have perished? Furthermore, the two had merely crossed paths, yet Derek had fallen, bloodied and lifeless. Su-Chen must have exerted influence in some form. It was just that Derek had proven no match for him, succumbing in an intangible manner. How had he struck? Had he even struck at all? What had led to Derek's demise? The battle had been enigmatic, or perhaps it was more accurate to say that no battle had transpired. From the outset, the nature of their confrontation had been predetermined. What were they competing against? This conundrum might very well be the greatest mystery of the contemporary world, perhaps only known to them alone. Amidst the audience of powerful warriors and prodigies in the hall, confusion and bewilderment prevailed. This perplexity gnawed at the hearts of countless onlookers. Yet none possessed the answers, and no one stepped forth to elucidate. However, all of this bore no relation to the ongoing challenges, which continued unabated. What transpired? Derek? In a secluded corner of the extraordinary space, 10 prodigies from the Royal Academy gathered, bewildered as they inquired of Derek, what happened? How did you fall so swiftly? None of you even engaged in combat. On account of our kinship, I extend a word of caution. Do not provoke him. Maintain your distance, Derek replied, opening his eyes briefly to glance at his classmates. His tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable gravity. After speaking, he once again closed his eyes, appearing as though he were resting, though a subtle hint of pain and discomfort flickered across his visage. As time ticked away, the pace of the challenges surpassed that of individual matches, with personal bouts consisting of 10 groups competing simultaneously, whereas the challenges involved 100 groups at once. An hour and a half later, the first round concluded. Despite the distinction between active challengers and passive combatants, the existence of challenges necessitated acceptance, rendering the battles a blend of both. The first match was an active challenge. The second match is about to commence. Those who have actively challenged may not apply again, but those who have passively accepted may still initiate one more active challenge. Please make your selection. Countdown: 180, 179, 178, 177. The voice of the spirit echoed, announcing the rules for the second match. Simultaneously, the information of all participants appeared upon the martial artist's screen. Those who had been challenged were no longer visible, while those remaining on the screen were eligible to accept challenges. The countdown ticked away, and soon the time for selection elapsed. Su-Chen observed with surprise that no one chose to challenge him, rendering this second match a moment of respite for him. It was only natural, unless one were foolhardy. They would not dare to confront him. Such a pity that no one has challenged Su-Chen, remarked Inha-jin with a smile. If anyone had, Su-Chen would have garnered 2 points. Yet, none among the assembled prodigies were foolish enough to take that risk. Keep up the good work, Su-Chen encouraged, gesturing in a supportive manner. An hour passed, and all challenges concluded. Individual challenges have ended. Group battles will commence tomorrow. As the announcement resonated, the teleportation activated, whisking the prodigies from the extraordinary space back to the exclusive hall. Well done, well done. Upon seeing the return of their school's prodigies, the mentors and principal applauded joyfully. The challenges had yielded 14 points for Capital University, a commendable score despite losing 1 point during the passive challenges. Currently, Capital University stood in 4th place. The impending group battle was of paramount importance, for a single victory would yield 10 points. Rest well today. Tomorrow's group battle is especially crucial. Do you have a captain in mind? The principal inquired, casting his gaze upon the 10 prodigies. Chen, of course. Yes, Chen shall be our captain. Without hesitation, they unanimously chose Chen as their leader. Though they were all prodigies, pride compelled them to acknowledge the undeniable prowess of Chen, whose strength and mystique commanded their genuine respect. Very well, Chen shall be the captain. Do you have anything to say? The principal smiled, turning his attention to Chen. Nothing much to add. In the group battle, we will score every point available, Chen stated confidently. Indeed, he asserted, under my leadership, we shall secure victory in all group battles. Upon hearing Chen's words, the principal and mentors erupted into applause, appreciating his resolute confidence, despite its simplicity lacking in grandiloquence. The mentors then escorted their students back to the hotel for rest. Mentor, what is the format of the group battle? In his hotel room, Chen emerged from the shower to find mentor Nangang and Jin engaged in conversation. The striking contrast between the two stunning beauties was a feast for the eyes. The group battle entails annihilating all adversaries. The surviving team emerges victorious. Nangang explained with a smile, her beauty captivating. Is it truly that simple? Chen pondered, realizing that the group battle was indeed straightforward. As long as we eliminate our opponents, that is sufficient. However, during the iteration of the Celestial Tower's descent, there may be new regulations. In the past, alterations to the rules have indeed occurred. Ultimately, it boils down to unity and strength, as Nangang articulated. In the usual contests of prodigies, particularly during team battles, the regulations remain consistent. It is solely during the Celestial Tower's descent that the rules might be subject to change. Yet, such changes are not guaranteed. What form might they take? A look of bewilderment graced Jin's face. Nevertheless, Nangang found herself unable to provide an answer. Not only Nangang, but no human could elucidate this question. Perhaps only the spirit of the artifact holds the key to such knowledge. Chapter 77, Team Battle, New Regulations. The commencement of the Pinnacle Showdown. Do you know how Chen managed to defeat Derek? In their hotel room, Luo Bingqing remained puzzled, lost in contemplation. She was an extraordinary prodigy, and had she not been injured, she would have fought alongside Chen. Witnessing Chen's mysterious triumph over Derek left her confounded. She could not fathom how he achieved such an outcome. Moreover, it seemed as though the two had reached an unspoken agreement from the very beginning. As if they had tacitly decided on their competitive approach. The result was Derek's defeat. Yet, they had never communicated. Nor were they aware of each other's tactics. How could they have fought in such a synchronized manner? This was not merely her perplexity, it echoed the sentiments of all. Countless individuals regarded this as the greatest enigma of the year. I don't know. My brother possesses an array of techniques, Luo Xing'er replied, shaking her head. She truly had no idea, for Chen's repertoire of extraordinary methods was simply too vast. Tomorrow's team battle. What ranking will Kyoto University achieve this time? Luo Bingqing mused. Once again lost in thought, a fleeting smile graced her exquisitely cool visage, as if she had recalled something delightful. How had Derek been defeated? What were they competing over? Just how formidable was Chen? Would Kyoto University secure a spot in the top 3? It was said that Chen was merely an F-rank extinction gun god. Whispers circulated that he possessed a hidden profession. The night within the Celestial Mountain Range was destined to be sleepless, with myriad uncertainties and discussions revolving around Chen. His name became the most talked about topic in the Celestial Mountain Range, eclipsing even Derek, the first-place holder, in popularity. Indeed, the mentors and principal of Kyoto University were equally eager to uncover how Chen had vanquished Derek. Yet, this pertained to the secrets of warriors, rendering it a delicate subject to broach. Moreover, they understood that even if they inquired, Chen would remain reticent. Day 3 of the Celestial Mountain Range arrived, marking the day of the team battle. At dawn, the square was already teeming with throngs of people. Chen and Jin accompanied Nangang to the Prodigy-exclusive hall, awaiting the spirit of the artifact's announcement. The Celestial Tower descends on the 3rd day. Today, team battles shall commence. Team battle. Teams will be randomly matched 3 times. Victory yields 10 points, while defeat incurs a deduction of 10 points. Team battle. Each team has 1 opportunity to challenge another team, earning 5 points for victory and losing 10 points for defeat. Team battle. Each team has 1 opportunity for a passive challenge. Victory grants 10 points, while defeat results in a 5-point deduction. At 8 o'clock, the voice of the artifact spirit reverberated, reiterating the rules. Of course, these were merely the scoring regulations, and it was possible that new rules would emerge. New regulations for team battle. To achieve victory, all opposing members must be eliminated. The victorious team must retain at least 1 foundational member in the scene, starting from 1, with each additional member adding 1 point, capped at 9. In other words, the victorious team will secure a minimum of 10 points, with a potential maximum of 19 points. The voice of the artifact spirit resounded once more, indicating a revision of the rules. However, this modification was slight. It essentially allowed for the accrual of more points based on the initial framework. The winning team must have at least one member remaining in the current battle scene. Should 2 members remain, an additional point is awarded. If 3 remain, 2 extra points are granted, with a ceiling of 9 points. The adjustment slightly altered the rules, yet the core principle remained intact. It increased the scoring potential, thereby augmenting the challenge. While ensuring team victory, it also necessitated the preservation of teammates' lives. How exhilarating! This promised to better embody the spirit of teamwork and amplify the scoring potential. The modified regulations astounded many, for although the changes seemed minor, they significantly enhanced the difficulty. As long as one remained within a 300-meter radius of me, you are free to act as you wish, Chen remarked to Inhajin and the others. Was this rule not tailor-made for him? Given his equipment, which enabled reviving teammates through death transfer, it was indeed advantageous. Upon hearing Chen's words, the others were left bewildered. How casually he embraced the role of captain. Did his statement carry deeper implications? It became clear that as long as they remained within 300 meters of him, he could intervene to save them. Beyond that, they were free to act recklessly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the teleportation activated. The prodigies within the exclusive Hall of Prodigies began to teleport away. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a special space. Team matching. The first match begins. 50 groups will compete simultaneously. The voice of the artifact spirit echoed. A cascade of brilliance descended, and Chen received one, as his identity had been confirmed as the captain of the Kyoto University team in the Prodigy battle. Kyoto University, designated as number 1. This designation was not arbitrary. It stemmed from Chen's current ranking, having defeated the former first-place holder, Derek, and thus assumed his position. As the top-ranking individual, his university's designation naturally became 1. Numbers 1 and 2. Numbers 3 and 4. Numbers 5 and 6. Adjacent numbers shall battle. The top 10 will compete separately, with the remaining 50 groups engaged simultaneously. This was not a random matching. Rather, it was a deliberate arrangement. The commencement promised to be a pinnacle showdown, the first place against the second, the third against the fourth. What an exhilarating peak confrontation. Chen, being number 1, meant that Kyoto University's designation was 1, resulting in a battle between number 1 and number 2. How thrilling, truly thrilling. This was the essence of fairness, strong against strong, the weak against the weak. Were there any weaklings among those participating in the Prodigy battle? I merely suggest that there exists a spectrum of strength among them. At the Celestial Mountain Range Square, upon witnessing the matchup list, an uproar ensued. However, within the exclusive hall of Kyoto University, several mentors and the principal exchanged apprehensive glances, their expressions shifting dramatically at the sight of Kyoto University facing the strongest university right from the outset. Their countenances darkened, revealing their concerns. While Chen was indeed prodigious, what of the other 9 prodigies? Though formidable, they paled in comparison to Chen. Could he shoulder the burden? Moreover, the institution designated as number 2 possessed unrivaled strength globally, the Royal Academy, the very school where Derek studied. Beyond Derek's unparalleled prowess, the other 9 were equally terrifying. As each ranked among the top 20 worldwide, the collective might they wielded was simply unimaginable. The 10 prodigies of the Royal Academy, united in their strengths and weaknesses, were undeniably formidable. This battle was bound to be challenging. The principal spoke with a calm demeanor, reflecting on the evening of their arrival at the Tongtian mountain range, where several heads gathered to discuss matters pertaining to the Royal Academy. Of course, the Royal Academy was merely one among many. To encounter them in the very first battle posed significant difficulties. Chapter 78, Team Battle, Death Transfer, Shangwan Wudi's Resurrection. Within the special space, a countdown commenced. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the 10 geniuses from Kyoto University were enveloped in radiant light and subsequently transported away. Upon their reappearance, they found themselves in the desolate wilderness, the battlefield. Such was the nature of combat, an endless expanse of barren land. Whoosh, whoosh. Chen and his companions descended. Simultaneously, the 10 prodigies from the Royal Academy also materialized in the wilderness. Chen, in this battle, your defeat is inevitable, Derek remarked, casting a measured glance at Chen. At that moment, he mirrored his demeanor from the previous day, the scene strikingly similar. Initially, he had harbored fear towards Chen, yet emboldened by his team. He yearned to challenge Chen once more, even boasting of a crushing victory that would obliterate Kyoto University, erasing his psychological shadows. Yesterday, your words were akin to today's, Chen replied with a smile, refraining from striking. With Inhajin and Shangwan Wudi by his side, they understood that without Chen's command, they could not act recklessly, for this was indeed a team battle, with Chen as the linchpin. Unless Chen were to perish in combat, the battle would commence. Let the battle begin, Derek declared, his expression momentarily stunned. The retort, though intangible, inflicted the most profound harm upon him. Indeed, this newcomer from the Great Xia could be deemed the king of verbal prowess. In truth, the battle had commenced the instant they arrived, and in that very instant, it concluded. Su Chen chuckled, his countenance disturbingly tranquil, suggesting that everything was under his control, instilling confidence in his teammates. Have we triumphed? Perhaps. As Su Chen spoke, he advanced toward the opposing side, with Inhajin and the others trailing closely. For they had heeded Su Chen's words. As long as you remain within 300 meters of me, you are free to act. Thus, they would not stray beyond that distance. Just don't engage him, Derek instructed his teammate, signaling to the young man named Sari beside him. With Sari's cooperation, he believed he could surely conquer Su Chen. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, all prodigies from the Royal Academy unleashed devastating attacks. An overwhelming wave directed toward the geniuses of Kyoto University. Unquestionably, not a single assault was aimed at Su Chen, for they all understood that striking Su Chen equated to self-harm. Damage would rebound. Boom, boom, boom. Observing that Su Chen remained inactive, Inhajin and her companions, upon witnessing the impending onslaught, hastily unleashed their own destructive measures to meet it head-on. Casual. Yes, it was that casual. Witnessing this scene, the martial artists and strong individuals in the plaza of Tontian Mountain were left utterly aghast. Was Su Chen truly suited to lead a team? It seemed there was no semblance of teamwork, it was sheer chaos. In stark contrast, the 10 prodigies from the Royal Academy executed each attack with flawless synergy. Sizzle, sizzle. The attacks from both sides collided, unleashing a cataclysmic energy that resulted in spatial fragmentation. Just then, one of the prodigies from the Royal Academy unleashed a bizarre and annihilating attack that enveloped Wuxianovel in an instant, causing him to spew forth blood as his vitality waned. Yet, in that critical moment, as death appeared imminent and he was to be transported away from the wilderness, Wuxianovel astonishingly revived, his vitality restored to its zenith. Conversely, a prodigy from the Royal Academy collapsed, their life force inexplicably extinguished before being transmitted away from the battlefield. Not good. Retreat. Derek gasped, swiftly distancing himself from Su Chen and his comrades. What transpired? Wasn't Wuxianovel supposed to be dead? How is he unharmed? No. Something is amiss. Wuxianovel should have perished, yet it was a Royal Academy prodigy who unjustly met their demise. Indeed, it seems that one of their own sacrificed themselves in place of Wuxianovel. How terrifying. How could this be achieved? Is it the legendary divine technique of death transfer? What a joke. This is absurd. The plaza, filled with 100,000 martial artists and countless prodigies, along with the mentors and principals within the exclusive chambers, were rendered speechless by the unfolding spectacle. They were all profoundly shaken by the recent events. Not only them, even Wuxianovel and his companions were taken aback. Haha. Is this what you meant by casual, Su Chen? Unbelievable. Wuxianovel laughed heartily. Moments ago, he was supposed to have perished, yet here he was, revived. While others merely witnessed this bizarre and miraculous scene, he had lived it firsthand and held the most valid perspective. Time is of the essence. Let us eliminate them. Su Chen stated, moving toward Derek and his team. We have 3 team battles to contend with. The sooner we conclude them, the sooner we can rest. We cannot afford to linger like this. All right, all right, all right. The prodigies of Kyoto University, now aware of their ability to resurrect, were filled with exuberance. Who would be foolish enough not to utilize such an extraordinary advantage? If they could not win, they would fight relentlessly knowing they could revive. How many lives could the prodigies of the Royal Academy expend in this contest? In an instant, the 9 prodigies from Kyoto University unleashed their utmost efforts, attacking the prodigies of the Royal Academy with reckless abandon, for even in death, they would return. This is unfair. This is cheating. We cannot play like this. The prodigies of the Royal Academy were infuriated. Never before had they felt so speechless. Yet there was naught they could do. Their opponents possessed this extraordinary ability. And if they could not defeat them, the latter would fight with their lives on the line. Boom, boom, boom. The wilderness erupted with the most brutal clashes and assaults. Time passed, and the prodigies of the Royal Academy dwindled to a single survivor, while Kyoto University retained all 10. I concede, Derek sighed. Waving his staff as a destructive attack engulfed him, he chose to end his own life. He was bereft of any fighting spirit. Faced with the prodigious talents of Su Chen, he lacked even the desire to unveil his trump cards. This battle appeared profoundly skewed, and in truth, it was anything but fair. Yet that was simply the nature of this world. Kyoto University victorious, gaining 19 points. In the wilderness, only the 10 prodigies of Kyoto University remained. The voice of the artifact spirit resonated, declaring Kyoto University the victor and awarding them 19 points. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 seconds later, the prodigies of Kyoto University were transported away, returning to the special space. Within the special space, a profound silence enveloped them. The recent battle had left them questioning. As fellow prodigies, why was Su Chen so extraordinary? It was not just them. The entire expanse of the Tontian Mountain Range Square, along with the mentors and headmaster within the Celestial Hall, found themselves utterly enveloped in astonishment. Chapter 79. The conclusion of the celestial battle, first place for Kyoto University. The formidable warriors and martial artists present in the square, as well as the mentors and headmaster within the celestial hall, were all profoundly impacted by this team battle. The first match left everyone in a state of shock. Su Chen's strength transcended their comprehension. Perhaps Su Chen's rank and combat prowess did not surpass theirs. But the skills and equipment he wielded were undoubtedly beyond the realm of their imagination. What remained unknown to them was that Su Chen's combat capabilities also exceeded their expectations. Anyone who faced Kyoto University must surely consider themselves unfortunate, for they could neither be defeated nor, if vanquished, remain dead for long. What kind of exclusive equipment was this? If not divine, one could not help but wonder about the nature of his gear. It was simply astounding. This year, Kyoto University undoubtedly claimed the top spot. In the 3-team matches, they achieved a perfect score. Should any university have ranked higher, they would certainly challenge Kyoto University. The excitement was palpable throughout the entire Tongtian mountain range. Every martial artist and formidable warrior was left in awe of this particular team battle. The concept of resurrection exceeded all conceivable limits. Logically, only legendary healing techniques that reached the celestial tier could possess the ability to resurrect. Yet none could compare to Su Chen's level, where teammates could resurrect instantly without the need for healing. This was Kyoto University. This time, they must ascend to greatness. Headmaster Shangguan Xiao beamed with excitement, overwhelmed by the magnitude of Su Chen's strength, which surpassed all his expectations. With such extraordinary means at their disposal, who could possibly defeat them? First place had a 90% likelihood. It all hinged on whether they could conquer the 7th tier. He fervently hoped for their success in this endeavor, for if they were to overcome the 7th tier, the might of the Daxiao Empire would undergo a monumental transformation over the next 20 years, and Kyoto University would undoubtedly emerge as the preeminent university in the world. Congratulations, Mentor Nangong. Indeed, Mentor Nangong was exceptionally fortunate to have 2 extraordinary prodigies within the celestial hall of Kyoto University. A few mentors and the headmaster were beside themselves with excitement, with the last few mentors expressing their congratulations to Nangong Xian. For both Inhajin and Su Chun were her students. The team battle continued. Time passed, minute by minute. 5 hours later, with the conclusion of the team challenges, the celestial battle officially came to an end. Kyoto University emerged victorious in all matches, each scoring 19 points. The only regret was that during the passive challenges, no university dared to challenge Kyoto University, thereby depriving them of additional scoring opportunities. Nonetheless, Kyoto University proudly secured first place with a total of 109 points, a staggering 40 points ahead of the second-place contender. This was due to their scoring the highest against challengers. The celestial battle has concluded. First place, Kyoto University. Second place, Seistan University. Third place, Han River University. Fourth place, Royal Academy. Fifth place, Philip University. The top 5 universities will qualify for the challenge of the Tongtian Tower, proceeding in order of their rankings, with the challenge commencing tomorrow morning. The Tongtian Tower will remain within the Tongtian mountain range for a month. The voice of the artifact spirit echoed, announcing the conclusion of the celestial battle and the rankings of the universities. First place went to Kyoto University. Among the top 5 was also Han River University, which came as a surprise. With the artifact spirit's announcement, the outstanding prodigies in the special space were teleported back to the celestial hall. Applause erupted within the celestial hall of Kyoto University. A heartfelt response from the mentors and headmaster. For Kyoto University had not held the first place for several centuries, and they had finally reclaimed it, especially amidst the dominance of the Western powers. This was an incredible feat indeed. Nangong Xian stepped forward to embrace Su Chun, overwhelmed with excitement. Before doing the same for Inhajin to mask her elation, her students had decisively defeated their opponents, turning a challenging situation into one of triumph for Kyoto University. Everyone had performed admirably. This time, all would receive doubled rewards. All right, everyone, return to the hotel to rest. Tomorrow, we shall approach the 7th tier of the Tongtian Tower in peak condition. Conquering the 7th tier is our true reward. The headmaster spoke, keeping his remarks brief and to the point. Following this, Nangong Xian led Su Chun and Inhajin back to their hotel room. Inside the room, Su Chun took a shower and lay on the bed wrapped in a towel. Before long, he drifted into slumber, not due to fatigue, but simply from the desire for sleep. For the notion of conserving energy held no meaning for him, as he had not exerted himself in the slightest. Moreover, was it not simply a matter of challenging the Tongtian Tower? Easy enough. What lay beyond the 9th tier of the Tongtian Tower? Was there still a chance to conquer it? This was a thought that lingered in Su Chen's mind. The Tongtian mountain range was ablaze with discussions centered on Kyoto University and Su Chun. The reason was clear. Su Chun had led Kyoto University to victory in this year's celestial battle, and his formidable strength left countless powerful warriors feeling impotent. For he was merely a freshman who had awakened only 2 or 3 months prior, yet had attained such astounding prowess. Each of his battles employed different tactics, and the outcomes were invariably annihilating victories over his adversaries. It remained uncertain whether Kyoto University could conquer the 7th tier. Kyoto University faced a formidable challenge. Yet with Su Chun, there was a glimmer of hope. While Su Chun was undeniably strong, overcoming the Tantian Tower was an entirely different endeavor. Should they manage to conquer the 7th tier, the global martial artist community would ascend to an entirely new level. Regrettably, this 7th tier had eluded them for over 2 centuries. Were it not for that delay, who knew what heights they might have reached by now? The 7th tier was an enigma, its difficulty level unknown. The 1st tier was ordinary, the 2nd bronze, the 3rd silver, the 4th gold, the 5th diamond, the 6th legendary. Thus, the 7th tier should be either epic or mythical. The 7th tier, only time would reveal its secrets in the coming 3 days, which would shape the next 30 years. That night, everyone awaited the outcome, eager to see if this year's top 5 could conquer the 7th tier of the Tantian Tower. Though only the top 5 would embark on this challenge, the resources they gained would accrue to the highest-ranking universities. However, resources, by their nature, are fluid. Otherwise, what purpose would trading serve? Tomorrow would hold the answers. At the hotel, Shangguanxiu gathered with several mentors to discuss the impending challenge of the Tantian Tower. Yet, there was little to deliberate, as it ultimately depended on the 10 prodigies. Being the first-place university, Kyoto University would have the initial opportunity to tackle the Tantian Tower. If they failed, the second-place university would take their turn, and so forth. If they could not succeed, the opportunity would fall to the West. This time, the West appeared to have a significant advantage, one mentor remarked. The West had come prepared, yet they had not anticipated being outperformed by Kyoto University in the rankings. However, as long as Kyoto University fails to conquer the tower, it will be their turn. Chapter 80. Conquering the Tower of Heaven, 7th Layer. On this morning, it marked the 4th day since their arrival at the Heavenly Mountain Range. This day would be the pivotal moment for the conquest of the Tower of Heaven. Early in the day, the square was teeming with people. Although the inner workings of the tower remained concealed from view, everyone yearned to witness the outcome of its conquest. As the news held great significance, Su Chun, at 7:50, Su Chun, accompanied by other prodigies and mentors from Kyoto University, entered the exclusive hall for the elite. They then emerged from the hall to stand atop the highest steps of the square. At that moment, the crowd erupted in cheers, his name echoing throughout the entire plaza of the Heavenly Mountain Range. Subsequently, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th rank prodigies of various universities ascended the high platform. However, their fame paled in comparison to that of Su Chun. In fact, Derek had been scorned by countless Western warriors and experts for leading the Royal Academy to defeat in the Battle of Prodigies. More disgraceful was his act of suicide in the face of Su Chun, a profound humiliation for the Western prodigies. The Tower of Heaven has a total of 9 layers. Currently, the conquest has reached the 6th layer. Please proceed to the 7th layer. The 7th layer contains 8 epic-level dungeons, 16 legendary-level dungeons, 32 diamond dungeons, 64 gold dungeons, 128 silver dungeons, 256 bronze dungeons, and 512 ordinary dungeons. Now, Kyoto University must conquer the Tower of Heaven. Summoning and resurrection are prohibited within the tower. Countdown, 605, 958, 5756. The voice of the spirit resonated, and a profound silence enveloped the crowd. After a brief announcement of the rules within the Tower of Heaven, the countdown commenced. In truth, these were hardly rules at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the countdown concluded, Su Chun and his companions, a total of 10 prodigies, were teleported away, instantaneously entering the void of the Tower of Heaven. Where are we? The Tower of Heaven? After the teleportation ended, Su Chun and the others found themselves momentarily stunned. This was a desolate wilderness, devoid of any semblance of a tower. In a fleeting moment, they began to believe they had entered a matching battle, and indeed, that was the case. This was the wilderness of the matching battle. Please eliminate all exotic beasts in the current environment within the stipulated time. First stage, 7,777. Second stage, 7,777. Third stage, 7,777. Fourth stage, 7,777. Fifth stage, 7,777. Sixth stage, 7,777. Seventh stage, 7,777. Eighth stage, 7,777. Ninth stage, 7,777. Remaining time, 85,955. Su Chun and his companions heard the spirit's prompt. Simultaneously, the number of remaining exotic beasts and the remaining time appeared in the upper left corner of their martial artist interface. The space began to tremble, and soon, the once barren world was swarmed with countless exotic beasts, numbering in the tens of thousands. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Chun was suddenly reminded of the Qing Luo world. The first disaster-level dungeon in that realm had tasked them with hunting demon beasts. At this moment, encountering a similar task again felt strangely familiar. Su Chun, how are you holding up? Asked Inhajin. At that moment, she was under the suppression of her soul, rendered immobile and unable to engage in battle against the exotic beasts. She could hardly muster a chance to fight back. While employing a trump card might allow her to slay some beasts, it would be utterly insufficient to complete the current task. Now, her gaze turned to Su Chen. And not just hers, Shangwan Wudi and the others were likewise reliant on him. Within the Tower of Heaven, the soul suppression was palpable. Yet, how had the previous 6 layers been conquered? Had they also faced soul suppression, or were the rules different prior to the 6th layer? Leave it to me, Su Chen declared. Although there was soul suppression here, he was an exception, possessing a soul resistance of 100. As he spoke, a horde of exotic beasts lunged toward them. First, second, and third-tier beasts were easily ignored, but the 5th through 9th-tier beasts posed a lethal threat to those who could not retaliate. Boom, boom, boom. The divine flame spear appeared in his hand, thrusting into the space ahead. Instantly, 2048 rays of annihilative spear light erupted, each infused with the essence of 2048 spear intents. Upon reaching the 9th tier, the spear technique had multiplied its destructiveness 8-fold compared to the 8th tier, and so too had the spear intent. Concurrently, a domain of ice rain and heavenly fire enveloped an area of 2,000 by 2,000 meters. Wherever the ice rain and heavenly fire swept through, everything was reduced to nothingness. 10-fold experience scroll. Su Chen recalled something. With a mere thought, he retrieved the 10-fold experience scroll from the realm space and activated it directly. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to elevate his level. Boom, boom, boom. The spear continued to pierce forth, each strike claiming countless exotic beasts. To the side, Hajin and the others were left in awe. This was truly terrifying. The area of effect covered several tens of thousands of square meters. Experience 10. Experience 2. Experience 3. Experience 6. Attribute points 100. Attribute points 10, 000. Attribute points 5, 000. Attribute points 200. As the exotic beasts fell in droves, Su Chen's experience and attribute points surged dramatically. Soon, a radiant glow enveloped him. Buzz, congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 94. Combat power, 10, 000. The golden light shimmered before vanishing. The notification rang out, announcing that he had achieved level 94. Upon leveling up, he gained 10, 000 combat power. What more could be said? The 7th layer of the Tower of Heaven was indeed not difficult. Victory was imminent. Soul resistance proved its worth. Su Chen, your spear technique has reached the 9th tier. That single strike unleashed thousands of spear rays. In the wilderness, Shangwan Wudi and the others stood frozen, resembling statues. However, their mouths could move. Witnessing Su Chen's cataclysmic assault, they were left astounded. At that moment, they felt an immense sense of relief, understanding that their current behavior represented the pinnacle of effortless victory. Indeed, no matter how many exotic beasts there were, they were mere trifles before Su Chen. Time flowed by. Second by second, the number of exotic beasts in the wilderness dwindled. Su Chen had already reached level 98. Upon defeating these beasts, he could easily attain level 99. Meanwhile, countless onlookers awaited outside, entirely unaware of the events unfolding within the Tower of Heaven. They had no inkling of what transpired inside. The powerful and prodigious individuals of the Great Xia Empire anticipated that Kyoto University would conquer the 7th layer of the Tower of Heaven. If successful, although Kyoto University would monopolize the majority of resources, others would indirectly benefit from the flow of resources. Ultimately, the resource holders would be the people of the Great Xia Empire. The strength of Kyoto University equated to the strength of the Great Xia Empire. Conversely, the powerful and prodigious individuals from the West hoped for Kyoto University's failure in the conquest. If that were to happen, they could continue their own conquest, confident in a 90 chance of conquering the 7th layer. For the next 30 years, or even hundreds of years, the West would grow increasingly powerful, continually pressing down upon the Great Xia Empire. Kyoto University, an insurmountable challenge. As for conquering the Tower of Heaven, that is a task for us at Winston University. What significance does being ranked first hold if we still cannot breach the 7th layer? The resources of the 7th layer rightfully belong to us. As time passes, the strong and gifted from the West begin to boast, for they have concluded that Kyoto University cannot conquer the 7th layer. A failure and subsequent teleportation seem imminent. In an instant, the square becomes a battleground of two factions, the Great Xia and the West. The atmosphere is palpably tense. Had it not been for the strict prohibition against fighting within the heavenly mountain range, countless prodigies and strong individuals would surely have clashed here. Suddenly, an extraordinary light erupts from the top of the Tower of Heaven. Chapter 81. Entering the 8th layer of the Tower of Heaven, an icy wasteland. Just as the Western prodigies and strong men are clamoring, the Tower of Heaven radiates an unparalleled brilliance. This light envelopes the entire heavenly mountain range, a dazzling spectrum of colors. Moreover, this luminescence harbors a mysterious power, causing the hearts and minds of all living beings to tremble involuntarily. At this moment, all eyes are drawn to the Tower of Heaven suspended in the void, each face reflecting shock and bewilderment. What has transpired? A thought arises in the minds of both the West and the Great Xia. Could it be that the individuals from Kyoto University have successfully conquered the 7th layer? Otherwise, how could such a commotion occur? Yet, in the past, successful conquests of the Tower of Heaven did not provoke such an uproar. What exactly is happening? In a moment laden with curiosity, the voice of the artifact's spirit resonates. Congratulations, Kyoto University has successfully conquered the 7th layer of the Tower of Heaven. What? Kyoto University has taken the 7th layer? This cannot be true. How could Kyoto University possibly achieve such a feat? The 7th layer should belong to us at Winston University. Infuriating, utterly infuriating. Hooray, how splendid, Kyoto University is formidable. The Western dogs claimed we could not conquer the 7th layer. How swiftly they are being proven wrong. Continue barking. I relish witnessing your arrogant confidence. After the artifact's spirit's announcement, a profound silence envelopes the crowd. Following this brief pause, the atmosphere erupts. The Western prodigies and strongmen are filled with disbelief and resentment. They initially held a 90% certainty of their success in breaching the 7th layer, only to be outpaced by Kyoto University. Yet, they remain unconcerned, for they are convinced that Kyoto University cannot conquer the 7th layer. Thus, they brazenly mock. And so it is. In that moment, they are left utterly stunned. Conversely, the prodigies and strong individuals of the Great Xia Empire are exhilarated. As if Su Chun has avenged them. The 7th layer has been conquered. Truly, this is splendid news. The principal, Shangwan Xiao, is beside himself with joy, his voice trembling with excitement. The 7th layer, at last, is within the grasp of the Great Xia Empire, finally under the dominion of Kyoto University. Although Kyoto University may only obtain half of the resources from this conquest, the magnitude of these resources is immense. Moreover, the remaining half will be distributed according to rankings, ensuring that the Great Xia Empire will receive a substantial share. This marks a significant rise for the Great Xia Empire. Indeed, when he first arrived at the Heavenly Mountain Range, he was confident. He never anticipated that they would truly conquer it. Nangong Xian is equally thrilled. With the aid of the universal fruit, her skills have advanced from a precarious level of 5 to a breakthrough at 6, and now she has achieved the 7th level. Let us return quickly, another mentor suggests. With the 7th layer conquered, Su Chun and the others should soon emerge from the Tower of Heaven. However, as countless individuals await, the prodigies from Kyoto University do not return from the tower. This situation breeds confusion among the masses, prompting speculation. Could Kyoto University be attempting to conquer the 8th layer? Surely not. The 7th layer has stymied the world for over 2 centuries. Having just conquered the 7th layer, do they truly believe they can tackle the 8th? How naive. Do they really think the Tower of Heaven is so easily conquered? If it were, why has it remained at the 6th layer for over a millennium? Overconfidence will lead to their swift downfall. The 8th layer is the stronghold of the West. The square is filled with the bitter remarks of countless Westerners, their jealousy palpable. The prodigies and strong individuals of the Great Xia Empire choose to ignore these comments. It is hardly wise to retaliate against a barking dog. Engaging with the West at this juncture would only diminish their own dignity. Moreover, the prodigies and strong individuals of the Great Xia Empire have already begun to focus on the resources from the 7th layer. Half of the resources belong to Kyoto University, but the remaining half must be divided among global universities. Additionally, upon returning home, they can trade with Kyoto University, as the resources will reside within their own country. Having conquered it is a tremendous achievement. Haha, the 7th layer has been claimed by us. Haha, it was Su Chun who achieved this. Let us not forget that Su Chun's conquest is akin to our own. In the wild expanse of the Tower of Heaven, upon hearing the artifact spirit's announcement, several prodigies from Kyoto University leap with joy. After Su Chun vanquishes all the alien beasts, the soul suppression within the wild land dissipates. At this moment, the prodigies of Kyoto University are overwhelmed with excitement. The 7th layer has been conquered, and it was achieved by their very own Kyoto University. Although they did not slay the alien beasts, they nonetheless played a part in the endeavor. Suddenly, enveloped in golden light, they vanish from their spot. When they reappear, they find themselves in a glacial wasteland, immediately feeling the terrifying chill, soon finding their bodies frozen as if petrified. 10 individuals are completely encased in ice. This situation bears a striking resemblance to the soul suppression of the 7th layer. The 8th layer. The 8th layer. We have been transported to the 8th layer. Are we to continue our conquest? How do we navigate this? Su Chun, equip me. You take charge now. Yes, I am frozen. Just assume I have perished. Realizing they have not left the Tower of Heaven, but rather entered a new environment. The prodigies of Kyoto University come to understand that they have likely arrived at the 8th layer. In this surreal moment, they feel utterly speechless. Regardless, having conquered the 7th layer is beyond their wildest expectations. Whether they conquer the 8th layer or not is of little consequence. Besides, when it comes to such matters, Su Chun is well versed. They shall leave it to him. In that instant, including Jin, the 9 prodigies feigned death, a collection of ineptitude. Truly, it is beyond comprehension. Su Chun glances at the other frozen prodigies, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. This is utterly infuriating. Even if you lack the ability to assist, There is no need to feign ignorance. Truly, it is utterly disappointing. Please eliminate all aberrations in the current environment within the designated time frame. First level, 8,888. Second level, 8,888. Third level, 8,888. Fourth level, 8,888. Fifth level, 8,888. Sixth level, 8,888. Seventh level, 8,888. Eighth level, 8,888. Ninth level, 8,888. Beast King, 8. Remaining time, 35,955. The prompt from the spirit of the artifact resounded. The task on this level is more arduous than that of the 7th, compounded by the presence of 8 Beast Kings. As for the Beast Kings, they are inconsequential. He has dispatched them in an instant before. One word, engage. Chapter 82. Successfully conquering the 8th level. Resources from the mythic dungeon. Flames of devastation. Chen found himself encased in ice. Yet, this icy prison could not entirely restrain him. For several of his pieces of equipment significantly amplified fire damage. The most effective counter to ice is flame. Fire and ice are inherently incompatible. Yet his ice rain and heavenly fire harmonize. Furthermore, while water and fire may oppose each other, the ultimate strength lies in the mastery of the wielder. With a gentle exhale, he forcefully shattered the ice. The flame god spear thrust towards the void, and instantly, ice rain and heavenly fire manifested. The cataclysmic flames threatened to turn the glacier into an inferno. However, Chen did not harbor such intentions. He merely needed to hunt the aberrations here. Once the task was complete, the ice would naturally dissipate. Boom, boom, boom. The annihilating radiance of his spear, the intent of destruction, and the devastating ice rain and heavenly fire continuously reduced the aberrations to ashes. At present, his ice rain and heavenly fire spanned 2,000 by 2,000 meters. And the boundless domain was even more terrifying, rendering the conquest of this 8th level a mere formality for him. Of course, this was solely applicable to him. Were it another, like Shangwan Invincible, they would be left floundering here. Experience 01. Experience 02. Experience 08. Attribute points 1000. Attribute points 200. Attribute points 10. Experience and attribute points surged uncontrollably, and Chen had no time to attend to them. After all, experience and attribute points were inescapably his. He would check them later after dealing with the current situation. Time passed, second by second. Buzz. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Current level, 100. Combat power, 100,000. A golden light flickered. Chen had leveled up, now reaching the esteemed level of 100. Upon leveling up, his combat power surged to a staggering 100,000. After his elevation, Chen observed that hunting aberrations no longer yielded experience. Shangwan Invincible, do you still gain experience after reaching level 100? Chen inquired. Among the 10 individuals from Kyoto University, Shangwan Invincible stood as the highest leveled at 100, while the others hovered around the 80s and 90s. Level 100 is both a cap and a new beginning. Upon reaching this level, one can no longer obtain experience through the slaying of aberrations. Alternative means are required to enhance one's strength and realm. At this moment, he could not articulate it clearly. He would inquire with his mentor upon returning. Brother, what are you doing? Aberrations are charging at me. Help! Shangwan Invincible exclaimed loudly. Yet, as he continued, he realized something. Several aberrations were indeed pouncing upon him. It was evident that Chen had deliberately let them loose. Damn it, Shangwan Invincible thought, feeling exasperated at such pettiness. However, just as the aberrations were about to sink their fangs into him, they were obliterated by several beams of spear light. Boom, boom, boom. Chen, hearing Shangwan Invincible's words, was astonished. Upon reaching level 100, hunting aberrations no longer grants experience for leveling up, necessitating alternative methods for enhancing one's strength and realm. It seemed he was advancing too swiftly, his knowledge unable to keep pace. He would need to consult his mentor upon returning. Although experience was no longer obtainable, hunting aberrations still yielded attribute points and equipment. Time continued to pass, second by second. Congratulations, you have successfully conquered the 8th level. It was unclear how much time had elapsed when the voice of the artifact spirit resounded, announcing his success in conquering the 8th level of the Celestial Tower. At that moment, the icy expanse vanished, restoring freedom. In the plaza, the Westerners could no longer maintain their composure. They began to vociferate, proclaiming that Kyoto University would soon be teleported out. However, as time passed without any sign of Kyoto University emerging, it became evident that their prodigies were still engaged in the conquest. At the very least, they had not suffered complete failure. Gradually, an unsettling sentiment took root among the Western prodigies and powerful individuals. Could it be that Chen and his companions have successfully conquered the 8th level? They fervently hoped it was not so. The 7th level had already fallen under the control of the Great Xia Empire, which was a significant blow to the West. representing an immeasurable loss since the Great Xia Empire would undoubtedly surpass the West in the future. After all, the Great Xia Empire had dominion over a substantial portion of the new dungeons. Within these new dungeons, at least half were of epic quality. If Kyoto University were to conquer the 8th level as well, they would be truly at a loss for what to do. Buzz. It was uncertain how long had passed when an unparalleled radiance erupted. This light was even more resplendent and radiant than before. Witnessing this scene, the Western prodigies and powerful figures felt their hearts tremble, nearly causing them to spew blood. For this occurrence had transpired previously. The emergence of unparalleled light signified the successful conquest of the Celestial Tower's 8th level. This was indeed the 8th level. The prodigies and powerful figures of the Great Xia Empire trembled with excitement and exhilaration upon witnessing this celestial light. Congratulations! Kyoto University has successfully conquered the 8th level of the Celestial Tower. Globally awarded for Mythic Dungeons, 8 Epic Dungeons, 16 Legendary Dungeons, 32 Diamond Dungeons, 64 Gold Dungeons, 128 Silver Dungeons, 256 Bronze Dungeons, 512 Ordinary Dungeons. The voice of the artifact spirit reverberated, announcing Kyoto University's triumph in conquering the 8th level of the Celestial Tower, simultaneously revealing the rewards. The resources of the dungeons featured mythic quality, with 4 mythic dungeons emerging. Furthermore, the epic and legendary dungeons mirrored those of the 7th level. This implies that the 8th level had simply added 4 mythic dungeons. Good heavens, the 8th level has been conquered. Chen has defied all odds. The 7th level had resisted global attempts for over 2 centuries, yet it was unexpectedly overcome by Chen and his team. And now they had concurrently conquered the 8th level. This is the 8th level. Humanity across the globe would undergo monumental transformations. Mythic dungeons. The world would witness the emergence of epic and mythic-grade equipment. Elation surged through the entire plaza. The powerful figures were ablaze with excitement. Only the Western powers and prodigies appeared utterly dumbfounded, resembling individuals who had just suffered a million-point critical hit. Their faces were etched with disbelief and incredulity. They had labored for over 2 centuries to conquer the 7th level, only to see it claimed by the Great Xia Empire's Kyoto University. And now the 8th level had also fallen. This was the 8th level. If the 7th level was so formidable, what could be said of the 8th? Yet, how had Kyoto University managed to conquer the 8th level so swiftly? In that moment, disbelief and incredulity engulfed them all. Note, the team led by Chen has now entered the 9th level of the Tower of Heaven. Will they successfully conquer the 9th level? Stay tuned. The voice of the spirit resonated once more, announcing that Chen and his companions had arrived at the 9th tier of the Tower of Heaven. This proclamation, though seemingly inconsequential, sent ripples of shock throughout the entire Tianlong mountain range. For the prodigies and powerhouses of the Great Xia Empire, it rekindled a flicker of anticipation. In stark contrast, for the elite of the Western realms, it felt akin to a calamity, filling their hearts with dread at the prospect of Chen's team overcoming the 9th level. Could they truly conquer this tier? Chapter 83, the 9th level of the Tower of Heaven, Mysterious Task. The Tower of Heaven, suspended in the void, appeared modest from the outside. Yet, it was an extraordinary treasure, harboring boundless realms within. At this moment, Chen and his team had reached the 9th level, which unveiled an endless expanse of molten lava. The temperature was excruciatingly high, causing even the formidable defenses of Manhwaedit to falter, leaving their faces flushed and scorched. Without the suppression of souls or the respite of ice, they found themselves on the brink of heat exhaustion, rendered incapable of combat. A momentary lapse in focus could lead to their defenses crumbling, reducing them to ashes in the infernal flames. This was the 9th level, unbearably hot. In such an environment, engaging in battle was an impossibility. What was the true test of this level? I can hardly endure it any longer. Chen, do not concern yourself with us. Manhwaedit and the others, each employing their unique equipment attributes to withstand the cataclysmic heat of the lava, were wholly absorbed in their plight, rendering any notion of combat utterly futile. The intensity of this level far exceeded that of the 7th and 8th. Chen cast a glance at his teammates, exhaling lightly. He then turned his gaze to his virtual interface, as the spirit had unveiled the task for this level. Please eliminate all alien beasts in the current environment within the designated time. Tier 1, 99.99. Tier 2, 99.99. Tier 3, 99.99. Tier 4, 99.99. Tier 5, 99.99. Tier 6, 99.99. Tier 7, 99.99. Tier 8, 99.99. Tier 9, 99.99. Beast King, 99. Mysterious Task. The individual who achieves the highest task completion will receive a mysterious task, and only upon completing this task will the 9th level be considered conquered. Remaining time, 5,955 seconds. The task for the 9th level had emerged. Good heavens, there was barely an hour left. No, not even a full hour. Moreover, the number of alien beasts to be hunted was staggering. More importantly, The mysterious task indicated that only upon eradicating the alien beasts would the mysterious task be revealed, and its completion would signify the true conquest of the 9th level. This is outrageous. While hunting the alien beasts might be feasible, what on earth was that mysterious task? Let's get to work. We cannot afford to waste a single second. In an instant, Chen unleashed his full power. The flame god spear manifested in his grasp. At that moment, a 2,000-meter radius around him became impervious to fiery harm. This meant that within this sphere, he was immune to all fire-based damage. Damn it, Chen. You're doing this on purpose. You sly one, making us endure this scorching heat for no reason. I'm utterly exasperated. Suddenly, several prodigies from the Imperial University noticed the oppressive heat dissipate, returning to a more temperate state. This transformation was a far cry from the previous conditions, though still warm. It felt as refreshing as emerging from an hour in a sauna to a cool breeze. They all turned their gazes towards Chen, and upon witnessing the smile gracing his lips, the group of prodigies quickly understood Chen had intentionally put them through the ordeal of heat. Yet what could they say? The slaughter commenced, as Chen's flame god spear pierced through the air, unleashing a torrent of spear light that obliterated the multitude of alien beasts. The collision of ice, rain, and molten lava intensified the cataclysmic force, causing the alien beasts to perish at an accelerated rate compared to before. Was Chen truly intent on conquering this 9th level? As they observed Chen's relentless assault, Hajin and the others were struck with amazement. Realizing he was racing against time, striving to complete the extermination within the allotted time frame and activate the mysterious task. Alien beasts eliminated. The mysterious task is about to commence. Chen, please accept the mysterious task. Others, please depart. The spirit's voice echoed once more. As the announcement concluded, Hajin and Manhwaedit were teleported away, leaving Chen alone in the molten expanse. In a flash, Chen was enveloped by a radiant light and transported away. When he reappeared, he found himself amidst an endless, vast starry sky, the myriad stars twinkling in serene harmony. Welcome to the Tower of Heaven. You have 43 minutes and 22 seconds remaining. The fusion of the Tower of Heaven will be the ultimate test. The spirit's voice resonated in Chen's ears. Simultaneously, a palm-sized tower materialized before him. It was the essence of the Tower of Heaven, albeit in a miniature form. Upon its appearance, it expanded 1,000-fold in an instant. The tower whirled, revealing a multitude of intricate characters inscribed upon its surface. The system began to scan. Observing this scene, Chen felt little inclination to examine the characters, for understanding them was beyond him. Only the system could resolve such matters. It had accomplished similar tasks before. Scanning in progress. The system responded, though it did not complete the scan as swiftly as before. This was to be expected, for the sheer volume of text on the tower was overwhelming, even for the system. Furthermore, after scanning, the system would need to interpret the information, otherwise, it would be futile. Time slipped away, second by second, and Chen felt a pang of urgency. Approximately 10 minutes later, scanning complete. Interpretation complete. This is the chaotic god-demon visualization method, a technique for cultivating the soul and spirit. The system's voice echoed, imparting knowledge to Chen. An endless stream of information flooded his mind, and once assimilated, Chen understood it was a method for cultivating the soul and spirit, elucidating the soul suppression encountered in the 7th level of the tower. With that, Chen delved into visualization and cultivation. Initially, he struggled to enter a meditative state, plagued by concerns over the dwindling time. Ironically, the more anxious he became, the harder it was to calm his mind, wasting a full 5 minutes. At last, he found his focus, entering a state of self-forgetfulness. After approximately 10 minutes, Chen opened his eyes, and with a flick of his finger, droplets of his essence materialized before him, racing toward the Tower of Heaven. He intended to merge his essence with the tower. As his essence made contact with the tower, a cascade of radiant, multicolored light erupted, an overwhelming brilliance infused with destructive pressure, yet resonant with the revival of all things. This luminescence felt like the very heart of the universe, imbued with infinite laws, merging seamlessly. Chen bore the immense pressure of the celestial tower, striving to harmonize with its formidable might. His gear provided resistance against this oppressive force, as well as against the power of the world itself. Yet, in the face of the celestial tower's overwhelming pressure, he discerned that his equipment felt as if it were being suppressed. Indeed, no matter how exceptional his exclusive gear was, it could not surpass the celestial tower. With a hissing sound, the celestial tower spun rapidly, its essence fully integrated, creating a subtle connection between Chen and the tower. Gradually, it seemed as if enlightenment dawned upon him. In a flash, the celestial tower surged towards him. Chapter 84. Fusion with the celestial tower, 2 equipment rewards. In an instant, Chen collided with the celestial tower. Surprisingly, he did not dissipate into nothingness but instead merged with the tower, which had transformed into a stream of light, becoming an integral part of his being. Manifesting upon him were 3 enigmatic patches of chaotic, multicolored brilliance. His heart radiated with vibrant hues, as did the area above his neck, including his head and the left atrium of his heart. The rest of his body remained unaltered. Suddenly, Chen realized that these 3 locations were imbued with such radiant colors due to his fusion with the 9 celestial monuments and the Panglai Fairy Mountain, along with the recent integration of the Celestial Tower. Could it be that if all parts of him were to transform into this radiant spectrum, he would require numerous artifacts akin to the Celestial Tower? In the boundless cosmos, immense energy coursed through him, nurturing him with its mysterious essence. Meanwhile, the square of the Celestial Mountain Range remained abuzz with activity. The Celestial Tower loomed in the sky, unchanged as ever. However, at that moment, several beams of light emanated from the tower, descending onto the elevated platform of the square. As the lights landed, the crowd recognized them as the prodigies from Kyoto University, who had been transported back. Had they failed? They had conquered the 7th and 8th levels, which was already an extraordinary feat. Kyoto University stood as a beacon of pride for the Great Xia Empire, and its champions and strong warriors erupted into cheers upon seeing the likes of Inha and her companions. Despite their failure at the 9th level, their triumphs at the 7th and 8th levels surpassed all expectations. After all, the 7th level had stymied global prodigies for more than 2 centuries. At that moment, the most elated individuals present were undoubtedly the champions and warriors of the Great Xia Empire. Interestingly, the Westerners also felt an inexplicable joy, for the prodigies of Kyoto University had not conquered the 9th level. It was now their turn, they mused. Did Kyoto University truly believe they could conquer the 9th level? How does it feel to return in failure? The Western champions and strong warriors resumed their mocking tone. Yet, oblivious to the glaring fact that the 7th and 8th levels were firmly in the hands of the Great Xia Empire, they continued their taunts. Chen, where's Chen? The strong warriors and prodigies of the Great Xia Empire clamored, drowning out the Western jeers. Although Kyoto University had embarked on the challenge of the Celestial Tower, it was evident that Chen was the linchpin of their efforts. Was it not natural to cheer for him? However, amidst the fervent cheers, they realized a troubling absence. Where was Chen? On the elevated platform, his silhouette was nowhere to be found, leaving everyone perplexed and bewildered. Inha, where is Chen? Chen inquired, feeling a wave of guilt wash over her. It was only at that moment that she noticed his absence and hastily asked Inha, did you all go to the Celestial Tower together? How is it that Chen hasn't returned? The Celestial Tower is not supposed to result in real casualties, is it? Not just her, but the mentors and principal of Kyoto University, along with the prodigies and strong warriors of the Great Xia Empire, felt their hearts tighten with concern. After all, Chen's contributions to the Great Xia Empire were immeasurable. In the audience, Luo Bingqing and Luo Xing'er were similarly anxious. Mentor, Chen is still challenging the 9th level. Chen replied. What? Then how did you all return? Chen was taken aback. Still challenging the 9th level? Are you jesting? If you were still engaged in the 9th level, how is it that you all came back? Not only was Chen confused, but the entirety of those present shared her bewilderment. The Western champions and strong warriors' expressions darkened, realizing that Kyoto University had not yet failed. As they were still engaged in the challenge, anything was possible. If we consider the standards of the 7th and 8th levels, we have already succeeded. However, the 9th level entails a mysterious task, and since the exotic beast was slain by him, he alone must fulfill the mysterious task, which is why we were transported out first, Inha explained. Several other prodigies nodded in agreement, affirming the truth in Inha words. I see, Chen realized. Reflecting on it, it was likely that Chen alone had accomplished the challenges of the 7th and 8th levels, and he had also slain the exotic beast at the 9th level, making it clear that the mysterious task was his to complete. Hence, he remained behind. Upon hearing Inha words, the mentors and principal of Kyoto University rejoiced, as did the champions and warriors of the Great Xia Empire. They had not failed. The challenge continued, and thus hope remained. Indeed, hope was abundant. After all, they had already completed at least half of the 9th level's challenge. They waited, and continued to wait. As time passed, the Westerners and the Great Xia Empire, whether warriors or prodigies, experienced immense internal turmoil. The West was anxious, fearing that Chen might conquer the 9th level, while the Great Xia was equally anxious, concerned that Chen might fail. After all, they had witnessed hope but feared the specter of despair. Time ticked away, and at last, a commotion arose in the void. A deep, resonant sound was followed by an uplifting tone. The Celestial Tower erupted once more with a breathtaking radiance. This time, the 7 colors shone even more brilliantly than before, as if enveloping the entire world. Upon witnessing this sound and light, the crowd at the Celestial Mountain Range Square exhibited 2 contrasting emotional states. The Great Xia thrummed with excitement, while the West sank into despondency. Congratulations to Kyoto University for successfully conquering the 9th level of the Celestial Tower. Globally, the reward includes 4 source-level worlds, 8 mythical-level dungeons, 8 epic-level dungeons, 16 legendary-level dungeons, 32 diamond level dungeons, 64 gold level dungeons, 128 silver level dungeons, 256 bronze level dungeons, and 512 ordinary dungeons. In the void, the voice of the artifact spirit resonated, announcing Kyoto University's conquest of the 9th level of the Celestial Tower, bestowing the world with dungeon resources. This time, source-level worlds emerged, not merely dungeons, but entire worlds. Additionally, there were mythical level, epic level, and other tiers of dungeons. Upon hearing the announcement, countless individuals erupted with uncontainable joy. Kyoto University has cleared the Celestial Tower. Excluding the team leader, each member receives a piece of weaponry or equipment, exclusive, holy, special. The voice of the artifact spirit continued, stating that aside from the resources from the dungeons, the prodigies of Kyoto University had also acquired exclusive, holy, special weaponry. As the announcement echoed, streams of radiant light emerged from atop the Tower of Ascension, ultimately descending upon the high platform before the prodigies of Kyoto University, including Yin and her companions, each receiving a weapon. Captain Chen was to receive 2 pieces of exclusive, divine, special equipment. Following the rewards bestowed upon the other 9 prodigies, it was now Chen's turn. His rewards were superior to those of Yin and her peers. Whoosh, whoosh. Chen's figure materialized atop the Tower of Ascension, transforming into a flash of light before landing on the high platform. Chapter 85. Returning home, grandparents depart. In the void, Chen transformed into a streak of light and descended upon the high platform. At the same time, 2 beams of light fell before him. With a swift motion, Chen grasped the light and subsequently cast it into the origin realm. His gaze turned towards the Tower of Ascension in the void, which was merely an illusion. The true tower had already merged with him, unbeknownst to others who were oblivious to the fact that Chen had integrated with it. 7th layer, 8th layer, 9th layer. Kyoto University occupies 12 dungeons, with the remainder distributed according to rank. The voice of the artifact spirit continued to resonate, detailing the allocation of dungeon resources. Kyoto University claimed half of the dungeons from layers 7, 8, and 9, having conquered them. This was the established rule. The team that conquers the Tower of Ascension would receive half of the dungeon resources, while the remaining half would be divided among universities worldwide. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At that moment, a beam of light descended before Shangwanxiu, bearing detailed information regarding the dungeon resources, followed by countless beams of light soaring towards the Great Xia Empire. Although the principal possessed information about the dungeon resources, no one could truly grasp the resources themselves. They directly appeared at Kyoto University, and even if the principal were to betray them, the resources could not be seized. Now, you may act freely. The directive came from Nangongxian, addressing Chen and Yin. Chen acknowledged Nangongxian with a nod and departed the high platform. Shortly thereafter, he encountered Luo Xing'er and Luo Bingqing. "Brother, you were incredible," exclaimed Luo Xing'er, brimming with joy. "You swept through all the prodigies, leading Kyoto University to the pinnacle of the Tower of Ascension and achieving a direct clearance." "It was merely luck," Chen replied with a smile. Subsequently, the trio of siblings left the square and began to meander atop the Tontian mountain range. Chen understood that in the future, the Tontian mountain range might become a relic of history, for the Tower of Ascension was no more. The true tower had already fused with him, and with its clearance, there was no need for further conquests. That afternoon, Chen, along with Luo Bingqing and Luo Xing'er, boarded Kyoto University spacecraft, departing from the Tontian mountain range and heading towards Kyoto University. "Xiao Chen, let us head to the outer battlefield in a couple of days," suggested Luo Xing'er during the return journey. The atmosphere aboard the spacecraft was comparatively relaxed, with no restrictions on the prodigies. Thus, Chen and Luo Bingqing found themselves in a private compartment together. "All right," Chen nodded. "I'll take a good rest today, and tomorrow at school, I'll inquire with my mentor about the knowledge beyond level 100. Now that I'm at level 100, I can no longer gain experience from hunting exotic beasts. Yet I remain ignorant about the knowledge pertaining to levels beyond 100. After 2 hours, the spacecraft returned to Kyoto University. Chen greeted Nangongxian and then departed with Luo Bingqing and Luo Xing'er. They drove back to Linshui Lake. "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back," Chen called out upon returning to Villa number 9. However, after several attempts, he received no response from his grandmother's familiar voice. Typically, whenever he returned home and called for his grandparents, his grandmother would promptly respond, but today was different. This piqued his curiosity. Surely Grandpa and Grandma haven't gone out? "Young master, the old master and mistress left in the morning. I was instructed to give this to you," came the voice of a Fu, who hurried over, greeting him and handing over an envelope. Understood, Chen accepted the envelope, a golden hue of confusion crossing his face as he ascended the stairs. A foreboding feeling settling in his heart. Morning? Why did they have to leave in the morning? Where could they have gone? Additionally, he had felt a strange pang of anxiety earlier while in the Tower of Ascension. Upon reaching his room, Chen opened the envelope. "Xiao Chen, by the time you read this message, we will have departed. Do not worry. We are gratified to see you grow, and as you tread your path ahead, you must be stronger, fulfilling your own mission, just as we have. Your grandparents await you in the distance. The letter within the envelope was succinct, pinned in his grandmother's handwriting. After reading it, tears cascaded down Chen's cheeks. He had been raised by his grandparents, never having been apart from them, save for the brief periods spent training in the wilderness or in dungeons. This time, however, they had truly departed. Where could they possibly be? How could this not bring sorrow? Even though he had come of age and had become a formidable individual in the presence of his elders, he would forever be a child. Taking a deep breath, Chen steadied his emotions. Where have they gone? His parents were already missing. And now his grandparents had also left. Standing before the window, he gazed at the scenery outside, murmuring softly to himself. After a long while, Chen collected himself, entered the bathroom to wash up, changed his clothes, and lay in bed, eventually drifting into slumber. The next day, Chen awoke, got out of bed, freshened up, and descended the stairs to the dining room, where the staff had prepared breakfast. Yet, the atmosphere lacked its former warmth, as his grandparents were no longer present. Brother, called Luo from the dining table, where she was already eating breakfast. Upon seeing Chen, she greeted him. She was aware of his grandparents' departure, which is why she dragged him out of bed that morning. Chen nodded, sitting across from Luo and beginning his meal. Are you all right? Luo inquired, her gaze cautiously scrutinizing Chen, as if trying to discern something. What could possibly be wrong? Hurry up and eat. We're going to be late. Chen replied, glancing at the time. They had little to spare before heading to school. Luo nodded, unable to perceive anything amiss, but feeling a twinge of concern. After all, Chen's grandparents had just passed away the previous day, and she was unaware of where they had gone. She knew that Luo Tianxiang and Su Yunji had not disclosed this to her and Luo Bingqing. It was evident that their grandparents knew of Chen's grandparents' whereabouts, yet chose not to share. After a while, the two left the house and drove to school. As they entered the classroom, a thunderous applause erupted from within. Leading the ovation was none other than their mentor, Chen. Chen was momentarily taken aback. Had he arrived late? Typically, the mentor would only arrive after class had begun, so why was she in the classroom ahead of time today? Kyoto University had claimed the title of the world's finest. Having conquered the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels, you have acquired half of the global dungeon resources. And your contributions are paramount, deserving of acclaim. For once, Chen displayed a rare smile before her students as she spoke. Upon hearing her words, Chen accepted the praise with composure. Indeed, he had procured an abundance of dungeon resources for the Great Xia Empire, allowing it to dominate the West in this regard. If development proceeds steadily, within a few decades, the Great Xia Empire will surpass the Western powers. All of this was achieved through his efforts within the Tower of Heaven. Thank you, fellow classmates. Thank you, mentor, Chen replied, a confident smile gracing his face as he made his way to his seat beside Chen. Today, we shall discuss the knowledge pertaining to levels beyond 100, Chen announced from the podium, casting a glance at Chen. Chapter 86, Knowledge and Realms Beyond Level 100. Chen stated that today's lesson would focus on the knowledge beyond level 100. It was evident that this session was tailored specifically for Chen, who had already reached level 100. Furthermore, Chen and the others had overheard Chen's inquiries regarding level 100 knowledge, and everyone understood it was for his benefit. Considering that most of their classmates were merely at levels 20 or 30, the gap between 20 or 30 and 100 is vast. While Chen had swiftly attained level 100, for other prodigies, achieving such a level is an arduous feat after all. Even Chen herself had only reached level 99. Despite being an SSS grade genius, up until level 100, the path to advancement was through the hunting of exotic beasts, which was essentially a flaw in the global human system. This meant that as long as one diligently hunted these beasts, one would inevitably reach level 100, with the added possibility of obtaining equipment and increasing combat power. However, upon reaching level 100, this flaw would vanish. Chen commenced her lecture, beginning with the origins of this knowledge related to levels beyond 100. The act of hunting exotic beasts for the purpose of leveling up was a divine oversight granted to humanity worldwide. After all, how else could one combat these beasts? Nevertheless, upon reaching level 100, one becomes a true martial artist, stepping into the ranks of the powerful. It marks the end of the protective phase, meaning one would no longer benefit from such safeguards, and hunting exotic beasts would no longer yield experience. Is level 100 the pinnacle? No, it is merely a beginning. She continued. Beyond level 100 lies a hierarchy of even greater existence. The monarch, the saint, the sovereign, and the overlord. As for those who ascend even higher, such knowledge shall be revealed in due course, once you become true powerhouses. Our school's principal is a top-tier monarch. To ascend to monarch status, one must elevate their level to 100, hone their skills to the peak of the 9th tier, and then break through to the celestial tier. Thus, skill is of paramount importance. Chen expounded earnestly. This knowledge was originally intended to be taught in the following year or the year after. as it was anticipated that some students in this cohort would reach level 100 by then. Unexpectedly, Chen had accomplished this feat in just over 2 months, necessitating the importation of knowledge regarding levels beyond 100. Mentor, aside from ascending to monarch, how can one further elevate their realm? Chen inquired. He had reached level 100, and his marksmanship had already attained the 9th tier at level 40. Furthermore, he had 2 gun Dao fruits to consume. Thus, what would be the path for enhancing his level after becoming a monarch? After reaching level 100, one must engage in cultivation methods, absorbing the energies of heaven and earth, and consuming rare materials and treasures, Chen replied. Before level 100, the process resembles a game. It is a divine flaw bestowed upon humanity worldwide. Only upon achieving level 100 does one truly enter the era of cultivation. Levels below 100 can be regarded as a protective and transitional phase, a safeguard for humanity at large. One could say that level 100 is the starting point for all humans. This starting point inherently places us above other races and beings, albeit in a manner that may seem to promote premature growth. Yet, it is an unavoidable circumstance, as humanity's average level is significantly lower than that of the world. Thus, we must rely on hunting exotic beasts and equipping ourselves to elevate our baseline. What about equipment and combat power? Chen persisted with his inquiries. If one does not understand, one must seek clarification. This is the most fundamental principle of being a student. Moreover, he is not a descendant of a superfamily. Knowledge of martial artists can only come from mentors and schools. Once one leaves school, they must navigate the journey alone. Seizing this opportunity to learn more will undoubtedly benefit him. Remember this, strength and skill are eternal. Regardless of how one enhances or ascends, equipment, treasures, combat power, and skills will always endure. This is the immutable law of nature. Even in the end, one cannot escape a singular truth. All transformations remain true to their essence, and all sources are of the same origin, Chen stated with earnestness. The students, who were primarily at levels 20 or 30, listened intently, their faces reflecting a mixture of awe and longing. However, the distance to level 100 felt insurmountable, and yet it was a goal that many aspired to. Mentor, regarding the knowledge beyond level 100, I will continue to ask you questions as I have more uncertainties. By the way, are there any regulations from the school regarding entering the outer battlefield? Chen addressed Chen, aware that this knowledge had been imparted specifically for him. Now, he felt he had grasped most of it, although some aspects remained unclear and could be explored gradually. For he had access to his mentor's virtual number and could reach out whenever necessary. You wish to venture to the outer battlefield? Chen was taken aback, as were his classmates, who were equally astonished. The outer battlefield was a place they would avoid at all costs. After all, it was a realm where death could occur at any moment, a place steeped in terror. Were it not for the mandate that every martial artist must experience the outer battlefield, they would never contemplate such a journey. However, despite its hellish nature, the outer battlefield offers rapid growth, Chen affirmed. I intend to seek experience there. His sister was also a student at Kyoto University, and she had already been once. Surely, he could go too. As long as he reached level 60 and expressed his willingness, the school would not intervene. Moreover, venturing to the outer battlefield was a duty for every martial artist, and it was mandatory to undertake this experience at least once during university. After graduation, one must fulfill the tasks assigned in the outer battlefield. Every martial artist bears the weight of humanity's burdens. While every student is required to undergo training in the outer battlefield, this typically occurs in their 2nd or 3rd year. Yet, Chen is still a freshman, having only joined Kyoto University 2 months ago, and now he wishes to go to the outer battlefield. This caught her somewhat off guard. Then, mentor, I shall not attend school tomorrow as I prepare to head to the outer battlefield, Chen declared. Very well, take care of yourself. Furthermore, your successful navigation of the Tower of Heaven has provided our Kyoto University with countless dungeon resources. Those who conquer the Tower of Heaven can enjoy unrestricted access to any dungeon. I recommend you test your mettle in the mythical and origin level worlds, Chen said, as a realization dawned upon her. Mythical level dungeons and source level worlds, these extraordinary resources, are coveted by many who would go to great lengths to obtain them. As a strategist, Chen is entirely qualified to enjoy these resources. To neglect such splendid opportunities would indeed be a waste. Mentor, I shall remember this. Upon my return from the outer battlefield, I will explore the mythical level or source level worlds, Chen replied. The rewards from legendary level dungeons are already substantial. One can only imagine what awaits in mythical or source level worlds if one succeeds in clearing them. After class during lunch, Chen heard a voice from behind. Inha-jin? He turned to see the stunningly beautiful Inha-jin, whose beauty possessed an otherworldly allure, reminiscent of a goddess from a foreign realm. Her presence exuded a mysterious and extraordinary aura, her figure perfectly sculpted. Among the few girls he knew, Inha-jin stood out as truly unique. Xian, Inha-jin, Luo Xing and Luo Bingqing each possessed striking beauty. If he were to rank them, he would find it nearly impossible, as each had her own merits. Are you truly going to the outer battlefield? Inha asked earnestly, her eyes reflecting concern. Yes, I intend to hone my skills, Chen nodded. Having reached level 100, he would soon elevate his annihilation spear technique to the 9th tier, or even break through to the celestial tier, necessitating training in the outer battlefield to strive for ascension as a king. Please be careful, she advised. By the way, here, this is for you. Inha extended her hand, revealing a necklace that shimmered like the Milky Way within her fair palm, and handed it to Chen, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Thank you. Chen accepted the necklace, observing the joy that illuminated Inha exquisitely beautiful face upon his acceptance. After a brief farewell, they parted ways. Upon returning home, Chen chuckled to himself. Not long ago, his grandmother had gifted him a necklace for his wilderness training, while his grandfather had given him a spatial ring. Now, as he prepared for the outer battlefield, Inha had bestowed upon him yet another necklace. How was he to wear 2 necklaces? He instinctively reached for the one around his neck, only to find it missing. His expression shifted as he realized he could not recall when he had removed it. He had worn it continuously since receiving it. It felt as though it had always adorned his neck until this moment. When did it disappear? How could it vanish? Chen pondered, unable to recollect. Was it possible he had lost it during battle? That seemed unlikely. His combat style was typically graceful and composed, not prone to major disturbances. Moreover, at his current strength, losing something would surely not escape his notice. Yet, the necklace gifted by his grandmother was now nowhere to be found. With a sigh, Chen donned the necklace given by Inha. Chinger, are you certain you wish to venture to the outer battlefield? In the villa on the 8th, Yunji inquired of her granddaughter. It was only a few days since her return from the outer battlefield, and now she was speaking of leaving again. Naturally, the grandmother felt reluctant. Grandma, the outer battlefield is where one can grow rapidly. Do not worry, Luo Bingqing softly reassured her. She felt closer to her grandparents than to her parents, having been raised by them, often unable to see her parents for years. She understood the sacrifices made in order to protect the greater good. Will you take Chen with you? Yunji asked. Indeed. Chen is remarkable, Luo Bingqing replied, her face lighting up at the mention of Chen. Had she not witnessed his prowess firsthand in the Tongtian mountain range, she would never have believed in his extraordinary abilities. Very well, I shall not interfere. What of Xinger? Yunji shook her head, resigned. The children were growing up, their ambitions reaching far and wide, yet her heart was heavy with reluctance. That evening, after dinner, Chen chatted with Luo Bingqing online about preparations for the outer battlefield. He realized there was not much to prepare. In the outer battlefield, strength was paramount. As for daily necessities, his spatial ring and the Yuan realm could accommodate as much as he desired, having stocked enough supplies over the years that he hadn't needed to purchase anything in over a decade. After showering and changing into his sleepwear, he did not intend to sleep just yet. Instead, he sought to understand the Tongtian Tower and the 2 pieces of equipment he had received. The Tongtian Tower, having merged with him, now responded to his thoughts, manifesting before him in a swirling motion, the air around him tinged with a gentle current. Name, Tongtian Tower. Chaos, Eternal Dimension. Grade, number 1, Unique. Attributes, Colorful Chaos. Combat Power, 8, 888, 888. Details, the Tongtian Tower is the only divine object in the universe, classified as Eternal Grade and not categorized as equipment, capable of augmenting the user's base combat power by 8, 888, 888. Divine Property 1. Increases the ability to traverse spatial barriers of worlds below cosmic level by 100. Divine Property 2. Provides resistance to negative emotions by 100. Divine Property 3. Enhances the speed of comprehension in realms by 1000. Divine Property 4. Accelerates domain cultivation speed by 1000. Divine Property 5. Boosts the speed of law cultivation by 1000. Divine Property 6. Increases the speed of Dao cultivation by 1000. Divine Property 7. Contains the sources of intent, domain, law, and Dao. Upon reviewing the information regarding the Tongtian Tower, Chen found it identical to what he recalled. The Tongtian Tower was indeed the pinnacle of treasures. However, for him, Divine Property 12 was the most applicable, as he could currently only access these 2 properties. Of course, the combat power of 8, 888, 888 was astonishing. The significance of combat power was self-evident. As for Divine Property 1, which allowed for spatial traversal, it meant that as long as the dungeon was below cosmic level, he could traverse freely. Even if he failed a task, he could exit the world at will. For instance, if in Penglai Immortal Mountain he had not secured a departure quota but faced annihilation, he could effortlessly escape through the spatial barriers of the mountain. Divine Property 2, which conferred resistance to negative emotions, rendered all such feelings ineffective in his presence. However, this resistance was redundant, as his Radiant Ring also provided similar protection. Nevertheless, the Tongtian Tower truly was remarkable, Chen mused. At present, his realm was too low, limiting his understanding of the true wonders and might of the Tongtian Tower. With a blink, the Tongtian Tower vanished from sight. Entering the Yuan realm, he retrieved a piece of equipment awarded by the Tongtian Tower, which served as a guise. Even as a cover, it was still extraordinarily powerful. Its suffixes alone were unparalleled. His Qing Luo Yaoshi also bore 3 suffixes: exclusive, divine, special. Now, the rewards from the Tongtian Tower had similar suffixes. Moreover, there were 2 pieces of equipment. Although the exact nature and names of these items eluded him, their suffixes strongly suggested that they were indeed of a special kind, such as shoes and gems. With a sigh, the equipment materialized before him, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. It was dazzling beyond compare, and Su Chen's eyes brightened upon gazing at this piece of gear. Chapter 88. Combat Power Surpassing 100 Million. Journey to the Outer Battlefield. The multicolored equipment took the form of a halo. Indeed, it was a special class of equipment. However, even among special class items, the sheer number of suffixes it possessed was not something ordinary gear could rival. Subsequently, Su Chen began to examine the attributes and inscriptions of the equipment. Name: Sun Godlight Exclusive Divine Special Rank. Unique inscriptions: Colorful Combat Power, 666. 666 Details: Where the sun godlight shines, there is brightness. All malevolent spirits and evil entities find no refuge. The sun godlight is a cosmic divine artifact, containing boundless chaotic and scorching power. Divinity 1, suppression of malevolent spirits by 90. Divinity 2, enhancement of flame attacks by 500. Divinity 3, on attack, there is a 50 chance to unleash chaotic flames. Divinity 4, I ask, you answer. Those who respond incorrectly shall perish, only applicable to demons and malevolent spirits. Usable 3 times daily, with a response time of 5 seconds. Failure to respond within this time frame is deemed incorrect. Upon witnessing the attributes of this halo, along with its divine inscriptions, Su Chen was rendered speechless. Indeed, any equipment bearing the word divine was undoubtedly an artifact of immense power. The combat power increase of 666. 666 spoke for itself. Yet, what left him most astounded was Divinity 4. The notion of asking a question with the consequence of death for an incorrect answer was akin to wielding the very power of fate itself. However, this ability only targeted demons and malevolent spirits. This piece of equipment also provided an enhancement to the Flame Divine Spear, as if it were perfectly tailored for it. Soon after, Su Chen equipped the item. With a flicker of his consciousness, he retrieved another piece of special equipment from the Yuan realm space. It shone with a vibrant 7-colored glow, signifying its standard exclusive level. This equipment was a gem. Name: Chaotic Color Diamond Exclusive Divine Special Rank. Unique inscriptions: Colorful Combat Power, 666. 666 Details: All things are chaos. All sources converge. It devours all energy and converts it into power, aiding the wearer in their cultivation. Divinity 1, cultivation speed increase of 10,000. Divinity 2, luck 50. Divinity 3, wearer can activate the chaotic light shield at 100. Divinity 4, the chaotic light shield absorbs 99 of damage. The gem was indeed remarkable. Su Chen discovered that the rewards from the Heavenly Tower, while classified as special equipment, bore divine inscriptions. Moreover, the equipment was not repetitive, as if it had been meticulously chosen beforehand. After donning all the items, Su Chen observed that he was only lacking a belt. Of course, the bracelet, ring, and helmet were not exclusive yet, but those could be acquired gradually. After all, his combat power had already reached a terrifying level. System, version 10. Name: Su Chen. Level, 100,001. Luck, 100,000. Combat power, 107,014, 596. Mount, Qing Luo Divine Bird. Wealth, 88, 210, 473. Skills, Annihilation Spear Technique, Basic, Level 9, 40. Superpower, Endless Domain, SSS, Level 5000. Space, Yuan Realm Space, SSS, Level 5000. Attribute Points, 36, 871,000. Remarks, Combat Power, Personal Base Equipment, X Amplification Multiplier. Upon witnessing his own combat power, Su Chen was astonished. His power had surpassed 100 million. With 350 from the Yuan Realm Space and 160 from the Spear Technique, this amplification was indeed terrifying. He had finally crossed the threshold of 100 million. Other prodigies remained confined within the realm of 1 million combat power. Su Chen sighed, acknowledging the profound disparity. His combat power eclipsed 100 million, while many other prodigies still struggled to reach 1 million. As for ordinary warriors, at levels 20 or 30, their combat power might not even exceed 10,000. Meanwhile, he had attained such an extraordinary level. Other level 100 prodigies, even those hailed as kings, would be easily overwhelmed in his presence. Xiao Chun, sleep early. We need to gather at the Kyoto training ground at 8:30 tomorrow morning to join the Legion for our journey to the outer battlefield. If we miss the spaceship, we'll have to wait 3 more days. At this moment, Luo Bingqing sent a message, reminding Su Chen to retire early, expressing concern that he might oversleep the next day. To reach the outer battlefield, they needed to travel aboard the Legion's spaceship. Understood, sister, Chen replied. Then closed the virtual screen. He then took out a gun Dao fruit, devouring it in a few bites before refining it. Half an hour later, his annihilation spear technique reached level 970, and he still had one gun Dao fruit left. He wondered if it could propel him directly to the heavenly level. His greatest fear was getting stuck at level 999. After completing everything, he retired for the night. The next morning, Chen washed up and dressed before heading downstairs. As usual, Luo Xing'er was having breakfast in his dining room, and today, Luo Bingqing was with her. The two sisters had completely made themselves at home. Hello, sister and Xing'er, Chen greeted. The sisters nodded, hardly pausing for conversation as they concentrated on their breakfast. Shortly thereafter, having finished their meal, Luo Xing'er tugged at Chen's hand, pouting adorably. Brother, take me with you please? It was evident she had already pleaded with her sister, but Luo Bingqing had refused, prompting her to seek Chen's assistance instead. Your level is too low. Your combat power is insufficient, and you are still too young. It's best that you refrain from going to the outer battlefield for now. Wait until we return, and I'll arm you properly before taking you along. Don't you think my reasoning is sound? Chen naturally would not acquiesce to her request. He had yet to visit the outer battlefield himself. The dangers there were immense, and he could not ensure her safety, so he could not take her along. Once he became familiar with the area, he would consider bringing Luo Xing'er with him. You've clearly conspired with sister, and your excuses are identical. Luo Xing'er pouted in frustration. After voicing her displeasure, she stormed out in a huff. Focus on your studies. I'll take you next time, Chen said, watching her petite figure with a smile. Luo Xing'er turned back, giving Chen a fierce huff to express her annoyance. Let us go? First, we need to head to the Kyoto 9th training ground, Luo Bingqing said to Chen. Today, she was dressed impeccably, exuding an aura of confidence, her perfect figure highlighted beautifully. This attire was indeed suited for a venture into the outer battlefield. All right, Chen nodded. Soon after, Luo Bingqing drove her fiery red sports car toward the Kyoto 9th training ground. In Kyoto, there were 11 training grounds, and to reach the outer battlefield, one could only depart from one of these grounds. Boom, boom, boom. After approximately half an hour, the sports car left the bustling city center and arrived at the outskirts of Kyoto, an area that could only be described as desolate. Outside the training ground, after undergoing rigorous checks, Chen observed countless warriors coming and going, some emerging from the training ground while others entered. Moreover, these individuals were all at least level 80. Luo Bingqing produced a crystal card and handed it to the sentinel. After a thorough examination, the sentinel respectfully saluted her before returning the card. Sister, you're a colonel now? Chen expressed his astonishment. Indeed, she replied, a hint of mirth gracing her exquisitely delicate features. Everyone must join the Legion, within the ranks. One's background and talent hold no sway, only military merit matters. Military achievements dictate everything, including status and resources, which must be earned through merit. My rank of colonel was also attained through such accomplishments. You'll understand soon enough. As they proceeded to the training ground to enlist in the Legion, Luo Bingqing steered the vehicle into the parking area, leading Chen onward. Along the way, they encountered countless warriors, both young and old, though most bore solemn expressions, burdened by the knowledge that they were heading to the perilous battlefield beyond the realm. Only those who had truly fought there comprehended the horrors lurking in those distant lands. Oh, the situation at the outer battlefield is dire. I've heard that 3 trillion alien races have joined the fray. How long have humans been at war with these extraterrestrial beings? One veteran lamented. Who knows? The aliens have always sought to enslave humanity, relentlessly encroaching upon our very existence. If we do not resist, they will invade our cities. I heard that just days ago, 2 human realms were enslaved by these aliens. With a combined population exceeding 200 billion, we must fight, for ourselves, and for our families and homeland. Once you enter the training ground, you are a soldier. Some veterans whispered among themselves, aware that many of them might not return from the outer battlefield. Though not without regrets, they steeled themselves, driven by the love for their families and homes. Do you feel the weight of despair? Do you wonder why they willingly face such peril? Knowing the odds of survival are slim? Luo Bingqing inquired, her gaze fixed on Chen as they walked. Yes, Chen nodded, feeling indeed oppressed and perplexed. Is there an expectation to fight in the outer battlefield upon becoming a warrior? Look at these veterans, they possess considerable rank. Surely, life on Earth would be much more comfortable, without the need to risk themselves in distant conflicts. Yet, they still choose to engage in battle. From the moment of awakening, one's fate is sealed. Every warrior's ultimate goal is to combat the extraterrestrial races, who have never ceased to threaten humanity's existence. Without resistance, Earth would fall under their yoke. To become a warrior is to embrace the path of a soldier. During university, one must gain experience on the outer battlefield, and even after graduation, participation in combat is required unless one's merit is sufficient to exempt them from service, Luo Bingqing explained earnestly, her tone grave. She was not merely a favored daughter of destiny, but also a soldier of the battlefield, having attained the rank of colonel. Sister, how much merit is required for your rank of colonel? Chen asked, his heart aflame with fervor, brimming with the spirit of battle. For a man, the battlefield is the true stage of valor, where one sweats and bleeds, growing amidst the specter of death. 100,000 merits. Once you set foot on the outer battlefield, everything will become clear, Luo Bingqing said, her lips curling into a smile. As they arrived at the training ground, they encountered a vast expanse filled with soldiers, both veterans and recruits, numbering around 20 to 30,000. On the platform at the center stood a tall, imposing man exuding a terrifying aura, reminiscent of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, unmistakably a seasoned warrior. Among you stand many veterans and numerous recruits. Upon entering the training ground, you are all soldiers. Our mission is to repel the aliens, driving them from the human realm and safeguarding our loved ones and homeland. A warrior carries the honor of a soldier, and merit is the symbol of that honor. Now, proceed in an orderly fashion to board the spaceship destined for the outer battlefield, the major general on the platform proclaimed. His words echoing daily as countless new and seasoned soldiers prepared for their journey. Let us board the spaceship, Luo Bingqing urged, bypassing the queue and advancing toward the spacecraft. On this day, 3 spaceships were set to depart for the outer battlefield. Soon, Luo Bingqing and Chen arrived at the ship through a special passage. Having undergone 4 layers of security checks, as the training ground's defenses were stringent in both directions. Colonel Luo, may I inquire? A young soldier in uniform greeted them at the spacecraft, casting a glance at Chen. My brother, Luo Bingqing replied, leading Chen directly onto the spaceship. The vessel was vast, designed specifically for troop transport, capable of accommodating 10,000 individuals. Moreover, given the considerable distance to the outer battlefield, the journey would take 3 to 4 days, even aboard such a spacecraft. Upon entering, they found the interior bustling with warriors seated in the main hall. However, Luo Bingqing escorted Chen to a more luxurious suite, a clear indication of the special privileges afforded to a colonel. Such treatment was not uncommon. It served to highlight the achievements and status of those in power, signaling to all that diligence in the hunt against the aliens could yield honor and elevated standing. 3 days. Rest well for these 3 days, Luo Bingqing said softly, reclining languidly on the sofa after removing her shoes. The implication was clear. After these 3 days, the future would be rife with bloodshed, leaving little room for respite. All right, sister, let me give you a few universal fruits. By the way, I'll enhance my skills and see if I can break through my bottleneck, Chen responded, retrieving several universal fruits from his spatial realm to present to Luo Bingqing. Each individual was limited to 10. Previously, he had given 3 to Luo Shinger, worried she might become overly reliant on them. Now, he could only offer 3 to his sister as well, to avoid accusations of favoritism. He intended to use these 3 days to elevate his skills. Little Chen, are you nearing the celestial tier? Luo Bingqing asked in shock as she accepted the universal fruits. A bottleneck? You're on the cusp of the peak of the 9th tier. If you can surpass this threshold, you will ascend to the celestial tier. With your level at 100, you could potentially become a king at any moment. I'm at 9th tier 70, Chen replied, selecting a room and shutting the door behind him. He produced a gun fruit and began the process of refinement. Half an hour later, he had fully refined the gun fruit, plunging into a state of transcendence. In that moment, his understanding deepened and transformed. Chapter 90, Ascending to Kingship, Doubling Combat Power. Each individual is limited to 10 gun fruits. Chen had used his limit when he reached the 7th tier. Now, having exhausted the 10 allowed, each gun fruit had enhanced his proficiency by 30, elevating his doomsday gun technique from the 7th tier to the pinnacle of the 9th tier. Entering a realm of profound mystery, as he advanced towards the celestial tier, a profound ambience enveloped him, signifying a metamorphosis, a sublime elevation of his being. Chen radiated an aura of enigmatic terror, a presence not solely defined by his marksmanship, but also by the transformation and ascendance of his own realm. Time passed imperceptibly, and after an indeterminate duration, he opened his eyes, which now shimmered with the flames of destruction. He had attained the rank of a 1-star monarch, and his world annihilation gun techniques had fully evolved into the chaotic divine demon gun techniques. Celestial tier, Chen murmured softly. No longer was he merely a level 100 warrior, he had ascended to the status of a monarch. Having fulfilled the requisite conditions of reaching level 100 and mastering celestial tier skills. With both achievements accomplished, his promotion was effortlessly realized. His gun techniques had transcended the 9th tier, now embodying the celestial realm. The original world annihilation gun techniques had completely transformed into the chaotic divine demon gun techniques. According to Luo Tianxiang, the world annihilation techniques were inherently the chaotic divine demon techniques, albeit exceedingly arduous to cultivate to their true potential. Now he had succeeded. Regrettably, Chen faced a pressing dilemma, the absence of a cultivation method. To elevate his realm, one must engage in cultivation. Mere absorption of starlit energy and celestial treasures would yield insufficient results. It seemed imperative to seek out a cultivation method. Fortunately, He possessed the unique and extraordinary Chaos Color Diamond, which enhanced his cultivation speed to an astonishing 10,000 times, an exhilarating prospect indeed. As he ascended to Monarch, his combat prowess had doubled. Notification: your gun techniques have progressed from 9th tier 70 to Celestial tier 1 star 000. One shot can unleash 10,081 gun rays. Defense break 200. Piercing 200. Speed 200. Gun intent 10,081 rays. Combat power amplification 200. The power of the chaotic divine demon gun techniques had reached a terrifying magnitude. In the Celestial tier, a single shot could unleash 10,081 gun rays, simultaneously embodying 10,081 gun intents. Just the gun techniques alone could annihilate vast swathes of foes. System: name, Chen. Level: 1 star Monarch 000. Luck: 100,000. Combat power: 267, 536, 490. Mount: Qing Luo Divine Bird. Wealth: 88, 210, 473. Skills: World Annihilation Gun Techniques. Basic: Celestial tier 1 star 000. Abilities: Endless Domain, SSS, 5th tier 000. Space: Primordial Realm Space, SSS, 5th layer 000. Attribute points: 36, 871, 000. Remarks: Combat power, base equipment, X amplification multiplier. Now, Chen's combat power had surged to 26, 753, 600, a staggering increase of 25 times compared to his former level 100 self, primarily due to the elevation of his realm and the metamorphosis of his gun techniques. In the afternoon, Chen exited his chamber and encountered Luo Bingqing in the main hall, engrossed in a television program. Her long, delicate, and fair legs were casually draped over the sofa, presenting an alluring sight. "Ah, Chen, have you succeeded?" Upon noticing Chen, Luo Bingqing's gaze fell upon him, and she was taken aback by the aura he exuded. Tentatively, she inquired, for a monarch was indeed a formidable threshold for any prodigy. Her heart raced inexplicably as she gazed at Chen with anticipation. Yes, Chen nodded. He had indeed become a monarch, and his gun techniques had reached the Celestial tier, elevating his overall strength to an unprecedented pinnacle. Although he was uncertain of the combat prowess of other monarchs, he harbored confidence that all monarchs before him were mere trifles. Congratulations. I never imagined you would become a monarch. The little brat from before has now surpassed even me. Luo Bingqing expressed her joy, her face beaming with delight. Simultaneously, she was filled with nostalgia, reflecting on how the once youthful boy had matured, and within just 3 months of awakening, had achieved the status of a monarch, one who was undoubtedly terrifyingly powerful. Sister, what are you joking about? I'm only 2 years younger than you. You're barely 20. Why do you act so venerable? Chen replied, bemused. The mere 2-year age difference seemed trivial, yet Luo Bingqing referred to him as a little brat, which struck him as absurd. Moreover, she too was only 20 years old. By the way, now that I am a monarch, I must find a method to acquire powerful techniques. Strong techniques will amplify my combat strength and expedite my realm's elevation. However, such techniques are exceedingly difficult to obtain. The Legion requires merit points for acquisition, and the cost of good techniques is astronomical. The truly valuable techniques, however, are found within secret realms and dungeons. Luo Bingqing shifted the conversation from their age difference to the matters concerning monarchs. Although she was not yet a monarch, she possessed knowledge about the post-monarch phase. Upon becoming a monarch, the primary focuses are skill comprehension, technique mastery, and acquiring equipment and treasures. Skills enhance comprehension, which in turn elevates intent. Cultivating gun techniques specifically augments gun intent. As for techniques, they are not only pivotal for realm advancement, but also possess formidable power when unleashed. The higher the realm, the greater the combat power. Equipment, an everlasting topic, can also be regarded as treasures. For instance, Chen's Heavenly Tower is a treasure that, while not classified as equipment, significantly enhances combat power with its extraordinary attributes. The Chaos Creation Immortal Tablet and Prunglai Immortal Mountain are similarly powerful. To be a monarch is to enhance one's realm and skills while seeking treasures to augment one's strength. Sister, was your injury sustained in the secret realm? Chen inquired, noticing the subtle yet significant wounds she bore, likely inflicted by some foreign entity's technique or attribute. Furthermore, she had brought him to the extraterrestrial battlefield for 2 reasons: to hone his skills and to seek his assistance, a notion he fully comprehended. Indeed, an alien prince, who has cultivated a peculiar technique infused with primal flames, inflicted wounds that are beyond healing. Even the most skilled healers surpassing monarchs cannot remedy them. In the secret realm, there are 9 celestial layers, and I was grievously injured in the 3rd layer. Given the alien prince's strength and talent, he has likely ascended to the 4th or even 5th layer by now. When the time comes, we shall unite our strength to eliminate that alien prince. I initially considered seeking help from other prodigies at Kyoto University, but I did not anticipate your rapid growth. Luo Bingqing spoke earnestly to Chen. She had contemplated enlisting the aid of other allies, but now, she felt more secure relying on him. Who dares to bully my sister? I will ensure he faces dire consequences. Su Chen's tone turned cold, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. An alien prince was merely humanity's nemesis, and he could not allow such a threat to thrive. It was imperative to quell the alien prodigy in its infancy. Moreover, the audacity to harm Luo Bingqing was tantamount to courting death. Chapter 91. The Extraterrestrial Battlefield, 9th City, joining the Legion. Very well. I shall assist you in dealing with him. The alien must be eradicated. Hearing Su Chen's words filled Luo Bingqing with immense joy. Having grown up together, she was well aware of her cousin's character, and after all, what girl would not appreciate a boy standing up for her? Where are uncle and aunt? Su Chen inquired. In truth, he was only aware that his uncle and aunt were valiantly defending against alien forces on the battlefield beyond, having scarcely seen them on a few occasions. They had been perpetually engaged in the foreign war. During this tumultuous period, the alien army was advancing with the intention of subjugating Earth. As the situation grew increasingly dire, their ability to assist was further diminished. Although powerful human warriors from other realms had rushed to their aid, their efforts were but a mere drop in the ocean. One could only hope that this time, they could successfully thwart the alien invasion, Lu Bingqing stated solemnly. Given the gravity of the situation, and Su Chen's ascension to the rank of king, he was naturally entitled to comprehend these clandestine matters. These secrets, while classified, were known publicly and should remain concealed from the general populace to prevent widespread panic. Is it truly that severe? Su Chen gazed at Lu Bingqing, acutely sensing the seriousness of the situation. Before becoming acquainted with the foreign battlefield, he had assumed it was a distant concern. But now he realized he had underestimated the reality. The safety and stability of humanity were contingent upon the sacrifices of others. Indeed, Lu Bingqing nodded. It is not merely serious, it is exceedingly grave. Otherwise, the military would not have issued a recall order, summoning all veterans back to the battlefield while deploying new recruits ahead of schedule to withstand the alien onslaught. Subsequently, Lu Bingqing began to refine the universal fruit to enhance her skills, while Su Chen found himself idly passing the time. On the spacecraft, he was unable to access the virtual world. Otherwise, he would have sought to elevate his ranking there. With his current skills at the celestial tier, surpassing the Earth rankings to challenge the celestial rankings would not pose a significant challenge. As time swiftly passed, 3 days elapsed. On this particular afternoon, an announcement echoed through the spacecraft. The spacecraft is approaching its destination, the 9th city of the foreign battlefield. All personnel, please prepare to disembark. The 9th city? Su Chen questioned Lu Bingqing. Are there many cities in the foreign battlefield? The foreign battlefield is merely a collective term. Our Earth's defense against the alien forces in this direction comprises 9 strongholds. Over time, due to the protracted conflict, a camp was established at the 9th stronghold, which has since evolved into a city, hence its designation as the 9th city, Lu Bingqing elucidated. The front line of humanity's resistance against the alien invaders stretched long, divided into 9 strongholds, each guarded by millions of troops. As they conversed, the spacecraft descended onto the vast expanse of land, arriving at the spaceport. Once the ship came to a halt, the duo exited their quarters and descended towards the ground. A desolate atmosphere permeated the air, accompanied by a palpable sense of tension and impending conflict. Powerful figures were discernible everywhere. Although most were not clad in military uniforms, they bore badges on their left chests, signifying their status as human warriors. Welcome to the 9th city of the foreign battlefield. New recruits, please report to the new recruit camp. The announcement resonated repeatedly, reminding the newcomers to first report to the new recruit camp to familiarize themselves with the 9th city, the foreign battlefield, and the rules of the military, a standard procedure for every newcomer arriving at the 9th city. I will take you to register. Remember, true prodigies do not fight alongside large battalions. They hunt alone, Lu Bingqing advised Su Chen. Understood, Su Chen nodded. He recognized that fighting alongside a large force could hinder his capabilities. Furthermore, large-scale combat required adherence to protocols and formations, necessitating a constant sense of unity. Even when aware that such actions could lead to certain death, this he could not abide by. His true strength lay in solitary hunting and unrestrained combat. Before long, they reached the new recruit camp, separated from the military by a distance, yet still within the 9th city. The expanse of the 9th city resembled an endless ocean of buildings. Those they encountered were formidable warriors and fighters. This was the 9th city of the foreign battlefield, home to warriors from the Western empires and the European Union, as well as other human fighters from various realms. You must remember this. Here, all humanity stands united. Strive to avoid infighting and, under no circumstances, ally with alien species against your own kind. Such an act is punishable by death, Lu Bingqing explained, noticing Su Chen's curiosity. As they arrived at the new recruit camp, the military demanded adherence to regulations, necessitating orderly registration. Lu Bingqing instructed Su Chen to queue for registration while she reported to the military. Approximately an hour later, it was finally Su Chen's turn. Beep. He presented his identity crystal card. Upon verification, his information appeared. Please select. The administrative officer prompted after confirming Su Chen's identity and collating his data. Solitary hunting. Su Chen replied. Excellent. Congratulations on joining the military. Your information has been recorded. Please log into the 9th City Military Forum to diligently study the rules, tasks, and merits of the 9th City Military. I wish you great success on the battlefield, the officer informed Su Chen. This interaction astonished the other recruits in line, as it was uncommon for administrative personnel to offer such extensive guidance. Typically, they provided no reminders, as the regulations were readily available on LED screens and warrior holograms throughout the new recruit camp. The special attention given to Su Chen was evidently due to his prowess and youth. At merely 18 years old, he had attained the rank of king, marking him as one of humanity's most extraordinary prodigies. Such talents warranted careful oversight to ensure they did not perish on the battlefield due to the rigors of protocol. Thank you, Su Chen acknowledged, receiving his crystal card before departing the queue. At that moment, Lu Bingqing returned after completing her registration. Xiao Chen, have you registered? Lu Bingqing inquired. Yes, I have, Su Chen replied, subsequently following Lu Bingqing as they departed the new recruit camp and ventured deeper into the 9th City. The 9th City resembled a bustling metropolis on Earth, vibrant and lively, albeit infused with an undercurrent of lethal tension. After all, it was the front line of humanity's confrontation with alien forces. Naturally, the powerful and warriors required a place to live. The 9th City had undoubtedly become their second home, as returning to Earth for rest after battles was hardly feasible. Chapter 92, Merits, Ranks, and the Origins of War. In no time, Lu Bingqing led Su Chen to a quaint villa within the 9th City. Though modest in size, the villa was enveloped by a mysterious protective barrier designed to prevent intrusion and disturbances, effectively safeguarding against ordinary attacks. Su Chen observed that this pattern of small villas extended for dozens of miles around him. Such accommodations were earned through merit. Today, we shall rest and take the opportunity to familiarize you with the 9th City, the military, and various regulations and precautions. As you may find yourself residing here for an extended period, Lu Bingqing proposed. My parents and your parents have resided here for several decades. Tomorrow afternoon, we shall embark together towards the otherworldly battlefield. Are you aware of why this place is considered a battleground beyond our realm? Luo Bingqing utilized her identification process to permit passage through the light barrier, subsequently inputting Su Chen's information, thereby granting him unrestricted access. Upon entering the villa, Su Chen distinctly sensed a rich and pure aura of spiritual energy. Here, while not achieving rapid advancement in a single day, one would certainly cultivate at a pace exponentially swifter than that on Earth. As they walked, Luo Bingqing conversed with Su Chen, her gaze eventually settling upon him. I do not know, Su Chen replied with a shake of his head. War, fundamentally, arises from two sources, personal enmity or the pursuit of resources and interests. However, when faced with the latter, personal grievances become inconsequential. True warfare is predominantly instigated by the contest for resources and benefits. The reason this otherworldly battlefield is a site of conflict is that it is a treasure trove, abundant in resources, teeming with rare materials and countless secret realms and instances. It is a coveted prize for both humanity and other races. To put it plainly, the totality of Earth's instances pales in comparison to even 1% of the resources available in the otherworldly battlefield. Luo Bingqing spoke earnestly, taking on the role of a sister imparting knowledge to Su Chen. The primary reason for her diligence was Su Chen's rapid growth. While others remained at levels 20 or 30, he had already ascended to the rank of a king, leaving his mentor struggling to catch up on his education. Before long, they arrived at the villa, where Luo Bingqing arranged a room for Su Chen before returning to her own quarters. Within his room, Su Chen promptly connected to the virtual world, entering the Legion Forum of the 9th City in the otherworldly battlefield. This realm is enveloped in a virtual barrier, rendering it inaccessible from Earth, and conversely, Earth's virtual world cannot reach the otherworldly battlefield. Perhaps it is a matter of insufficient permissions. Master, welcome back to the virtual world, greeted the sprite upon his entry. Indeed, it was Xiaoer. How did you manage to come here? Su Chen inquired with curiosity. To answer the master, yes, she replied. As long as it is within the virtual world, Xiaoer can traverse freely. However, your permissions are currently inadequate, which is why access is restricted. Once you reach a certain level, you will possess sufficient permissions. Is there anything you require of Xiaoer, master? She inquired, her diminutive form swirling around Su Chen. I wish to review the rules and structure of the 9th City's Legion, as well as any pertinent precautions. Additionally, I would like to explore the knowledge regarding merits and ranks, Su Chen stated, preferring to gradually familiarize himself with the 9th City. As for the other 8 cities within the otherworldly battlefield, they were far beyond his reach. According to Luo Bingqing, humanity was currently under immense pressure. Should they fail to withstand it, the other races would seize control of the battlefield and subsequently invade Earth and other minor worlds. The 9th City consists of 8 major legions, Xiaoer explained. Each legion comprises approximately 10 million warriors, and you belong to the 8th Legion. Allow me to introduce you to the merits and rank system. In the otherworldly battlefield, there are no beasts below the 8th tier. The minimum ranks are 8th and 9th tier, including beast kings and even beast emperors. Killing an 8th tier beast earns 1 merit, while slaying a 9th tier beast yields 2 merits. Defeating a beast king grants 100 merits, and vanquishing a beast emperor awards 10,000 merits. Slaying any other race's warriors below the king rank earns 1 merit, while defeating a king yields 10,100 merits, and eliminating a saint grants 100 million merits. The extermination of a prodigious figure from another race can yield substantial merits. For instance, killing a prince from another race nets 100,000 merits. For detailed merit acquisition, please refer to the information provided, Master. Xiao'er continued to flit around Su Chen, her sweet voice resonating in his ears. Simultaneously, subtitles appeared on his screen, presenting a comprehensive overview of merit acquisition. The ranks are categorized as follows: private, corporal, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, senior colonel, brigadier, major general, lieutenant general, general, commander, and army master. Private, 100 merits. Corporal, 500 merits. Sergeant, 1,000 merits. Lieutenant, 2,000 merits. Captain, 5,000 merits. Major, 10,000 merits. Lieutenant colonel, 20,000 merits. Colonel, 50,000 merits. Senior colonel, 100,000 merits, king rank. Brigadier, 1 million merits, king rank. Major general, 10 million merits, saint rank. Lieutenant general, 100 million merits, saint rank. Xiao'er spoke earnestly. As Su Chen listened and observed, he realized that prior to achieving the rank of senior colonel, one merely needed to accumulate merits. However, reaching the rank of senior colonel necessitated not only merits, but also the attainment of the king realm. Furthermore, becoming a brigadier required both merits and king status, along with undisclosed additional conditions, which he currently lacked the permissions to access. Given the high rank, it was only natural that various assessments were required. Xiao'er, how many commanders and army masters are there in the 9th city? Su Chen inquired. In the 9th city, each of the 8 legions has 1 commander, Xiao'er replied, and there is currently 1 army master. With that, Su Chen continued his exploration. After 2 hours, he had gained a substantial understanding of the 9th city. Ultimately, his goal was not to become a general, but rather to hunt down the other races and beasts to strengthen himself. True power was the ultimate path. Once he possessed absolute strength, the other races and beasts would be inconsequential. The otherworldly battlefield was vast. Su Chen exited the virtual world and closed the virtual screen, feeling profoundly shaken as he grasped a mere glimpse of the otherworldly battlefield. The term otherworldly battlefield does not refer to a single area, but rather signifies a direction. In this direction, countless worlds of varying sizes exist, interconnected as a vast expanse. Humanity and other races vie for resources within this realm, hunting each other's prodigies and powerful figures while depleting one another's forces. Simultaneously, the other races aim to seize the entire otherworldly battlefield as a launching pad for their invasion of Earth. Of course, Earth is merely one of the many worlds the other races wish to invade. In their eyes, it is but one of billions of targets, and indeed, the weakest among them. However, for humanity, Earth is their home. Should the other races invade, the legions of Earth will strive to reclaim the otherworldly battlefield, banishing the invaders permanently or even annihilating them entirely. Thus, the origins of war are laid bare. In summary, humanity has perpetually faced invasions, their living space continuously encroached upon. As he lay in bed, Su Chen resolved to prepare for the slaughter that awaited him the following day. He soon drifted into slumber. Chapter 93. Luo Bingqing prepares to transform into the Chaos Ice Phoenix. In the otherworldly battlefield, morning broke. After awakening, Su Chen made his way to the living room, where he found Luo Bingqing had already prepared breakfast and was currently indulging in it. Sister, he greeted before taking a seat across from her. Luo Bingqing had set his meal before him, so he could simply eat. How do you feel? She inquired, a smile gracing her lips. The proud and icy demeanor she typically exhibited became even more exquisite with her smile. I have gathered a fair amount of understanding, he replied. Sister, your skills are nearing the 9th tier. Su Chen nodded, casting a glance at Luo Bingqing, and upon sensing the aura emanating from her, he instantly realized that her skills had also significantly improved, likely approaching the 9th tier. Moreover, Luo Bingqing's awakened innate talent was the chaotic ice phoenix, and the cultivation techniques and skills she possessed were inherently linked to this talent. Thus, the higher her skills and techniques advanced, the more formidable her aura became. With just one more universal fruit, I could reach the 9th tier, Luo Bingqing remarked, her face alight with excitement. The last time she had visited the outer battlefield, she was at level 91, with skills just over tier 5, and now, merely a few days after returning to the capital, her skills were on the verge of reaching the 9th tier. Should she achieve this level, the extent of her power would be unimaginable. Even a monarch could be slain. It implied that her innate skills at the 9th tier would surpass those of others at the celestial tier. Unfortunately, there were limits to each individual's capabilities. Chen chuckled. If the fruit could enhance skills without limits, that would indeed be extraordinary. Yet, even so, it remains astonishing. After all, a single fruit can directly boost proficiency by 30 and enhance occupational talents. With higher occupational talents, the speed of skill cultivation naturally accelerates. In this world, everything follows certain rules. Luo Bingqing replied with a smile. After finishing their meal, the two departed from the villa. Today, they intended to leave the 9th city and venture deep into the outer battlefield, first heading to the secret realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon exiting the 9th city through a special teleportation, Chen and Luo Bingqing entered the battlefield, with towering city walls and fortifications behind them. These fortifications served as a natural barrier, soaring over 1,000 meters high and stretching for dozens of miles. For the alien races to conquer this formidable chasm, they would need to exert considerable effort, as it represented humanity's primary line of defense. 2 million troops and powerful beings were stationed along this chasm year-round. Sister, what are you doing? After leaving the chasm, Chen noticed Luo Bingqing preparing to transform and quickly inquired. My innate talent is the chaotic ice phoenix, and my true form is also that of the chaotic ice phoenix. I must reveal part of my true form in order to carry you, Luo Bingqing replied. Momentarily taken aback as she glanced at Chen, casting him a sidelong glance as if to chide him for overreacting. Though you are a monarch, you have just recently ascended and likely have not yet mastered the art of flight, correct? If that is the case, would you prefer I do not carry you? With your current speed, it would take ages to reach the secret realm. Sister, do you have a misunderstanding regarding the celestial beings? Chen chuckled. Sister, you are an unparalleled prodigy, certainly among the foremost in existence, especially since both your innate talent and true form are that of the chaotic ice phoenix. However, your perspective is still somewhat limited. As he spoke, his consciousness stirred, and the Qing Luo divine bird materialized in the sky, distorting the air around it. Oh, I had forgotten that the life god you provided to Xinger also possesses summoning capabilities. I did not expect you could summon a divine beast-level creature. Luo Bingqing exclaimed in astonishment. Sitting atop the Qing Luo divine bird, the creature emitted a clear cry before transforming into a streak of light and soaring toward the heavens. According to Luo Bingqing, the location of the secret realm was extremely far from the 9th city. Even in her ice phoenix form, it took her 5 days to arrive. This meant that it would take them 5 to 6 days to reach their destination. Xiao Chun, during the Celestial War, how did you silently eliminate Derek? Luo Bingqing could not help but ask while on the back of the Qing Luo divine bird. This question had become one of the world's greatest mysteries. No one knew how Derek had been defeated, nor the means employed by Chen. Or perhaps they had used the same method, but Derek simply lost. Strangely, Derek had never spoken about that battle. Soul strangulation, borrowing, Chen replied with a smile, his gaze directed downward towards the Qing Luo divine bird. Indeed, at that moment, when Derek had launched a soul attack, Chen had dismissed it, confident in his 100 soul resistance, and thus had not feared the assault. However, he had not anticipated that just as he was about to strike Derek, the Qing Luo divine bird unleashed a mysterious soul attack, one that obliterated Derek in an instant. To this day, he had yet to determine whether the soul attack originated from the Qing Luo divine bird or from the carved palace. Regardless, it was undeniably linked to the Qing Luo world. Presently, he recognized that he was still far from reaching that level. Rather than fret over it, he preferred to await clarity. Ah, I see now, Luo Bingqing responded, following Chen's gaze to the Qing Luo divine bird. Suddenly, everything clicked for her. She had long suspected a connection to souls, but lacked the evidence. Now, Chen's words confirmed her suspicions. Boom, boom, boom. The Qing Luo divine bird flew for 4 days. During the day, it soared continuously, while at night, Chen and Luo Bingqing sought places to rest. As time passed, and they ventured deeper into the outer battlefield, the spiritual energy became increasingly dense and pure. Although Chen lacked a cultivation technique, he absorbed the spiritual energy at an impressive rate, given his cultivation speed of 10,000. In just 4 days, his realm reached the first star of the monarch level at 52, meaning that even without a technique, he could elevate a star level in 20 days. If he had a technique, the result would be unimaginable. On this day, the Qing Luo divine bird arrived at a desolate valley. From a distance, they could hear the sounds of destruction and explosions. The space was warping, and the air was tearing apart. This scene indicated a large-scale battle, one that involved monarchs. Look, Chen remarked, communicating with the Qing Luo divine bird to slow its pace and gradually approach the site of the conflict. Soon, Chen and Luo Bingqing observed a grand battle unfolding below them. It was a colossal war between humans and alien races, with numerous monarchs participating. A preliminary estimate suggested there were around 200,000 alien troops, while the human force numbered less than 100,000. It seems they are being encircled, Chen noted. Indeed, The alien forces, comprising 200,000 troops and countless alien beasts, had surrounded the human contingent, which was desperately attempting to break free. However, the odds were clearly stacked against them. Chapter 94, Taking Action, Slaying the Alien 3-Star Monarch. The battle could only be described as brutal. This was Su Chen's first genuine encounter with a Legion conflict, leaving him profoundly shaken. The spectacle was awe-inspiring, yet his heart ached because human life was exceedingly fragile. The human contingent, comprising fewer than 100,000 warriors, each of whom was a level 70 or 80 fighter, with some at level 100 and even formidable monarchs, represented countless families. In that moment, he understood that even a dozen powerful monarchs could not escape. They would all perish here, as the alien forces were significantly stronger, bolstered by tens of thousands of alien beasts. In such circumstances, how could the human legions possibly prevail? Ding! You have encountered warfare. Proceed to provide support. A virtual light screen emitted a warning sound. Su Chen was cognizant of this, and so was Luo Bingqing. It was a function. When kin were under attack within a certain radius, a support alert would be triggered. Sister, this is for you. Level up to 100 first. You will hunt the aberrant beasts alongside the Qing Luo divine bird, while I shall confront the rulers of the alien races. Su Chen observed the battle below and spoke to Luo Bingqing, his tone grave and resolute, leaving no room for contradiction. As he spoke, he handed her a tenfold experience scroll. Although it seemed somewhat extravagant, it ensured she could elevate her level to 100 in this conflict, thereby augmenting her combat prowess significantly. For him, the experience scroll was no longer of use. All right, be careful. Luo Bingqing nodded, a hint of a smile gracing her features. That little child had grown up, no longer a mere child, but a graceful youth possessing the demeanor and spirit of a man. Without further ado, Su Chen chose not to dwell on Luo Bingqing any longer. He had no concern for her safety, with the Qing Luo divine bird by her side, which possessed the strength of a beast king at 5 stars. Even an average ruler would find it difficult to contend with it. Naturally, it would safeguard Luo Bingqing well. Moreover, should any misfortune befall her, he had the means to resurrect her, especially since she was within a 5,000-meter radius. Within this distance, if his teammates or companions fell in battle, they would experience a death transfer, reviving on the spot. This was the extraordinary attribute of the Heavenly Emperor's battle attire. Yang Guang, a 3-star ruler, currently held the rank of colonel, with the potential to become a major general. Yet, he found himself ensnared in a cataclysmic war, ambushed by the alien army and aberrant beasts. Now, with 100,000 troops and a dozen rulers, he and his forces were ensnared by the aliens. His adversary was also a 3-star ruler, and in a fair contest between the alien and human factions of the same tier, the aliens overwhelmingly dominated. Although both were 3-star rulers, Yang Guang fought valiantly, but struggled immensely. He understood that his life would likely end here today, and not just for him, but for the other rulers and the 100,000 troops as well. With desperate tactics, he barely managed to hold his ground. At that moment, an alien ruler unleashed a devastating blade of destruction towards him. Though singular, this blade embodied the most formidable might of a ruler, and as he beheld it, despair filled his gaze. In his heart, he thought, it's over. Just as the blade seemed poised to cleave him in twain, a piercing intent of destruction descended. This intent was terrifyingly potent. In an instant, it transformed into a lance of light, colliding with the alien ruler's blade, shattering it into fragments. The lance of light pierced through space, barreling towards the alien ruler. With a resounding thud, the towering figure of the alien ruler was directly impaled by the lance. In that moment, as the lance penetrated his form, he was torn asunder, reduced to mere shards. Witnessing this spectacle, Yang Guang's expression shifted dramatically. This shot was astonishingly powerful, so much so that even a 3-star alien ruler was obliterated. It was well known that the physical forms of the aliens were inherently resilient, far surpassing that of humans. While it was feasible to slay an alien, annihilating their corporeal form was an arduous task. Yet now, the lance had obliterated the alien ruler's body entirely. Thank you, Yang Guang uttered, astonished, as he turned his gaze towards the origin of the lance, where he beheld a youth. The boy appeared somewhat youthful, as if he had stepped forth from a painting, yet he radiated an unrivaled ferocity. Too polite, came the reply. 8th Legion, Su Chen. Su Chen nodded, introducing his unit. Though he operated independently, he was still part of the 8th Legion. A recruit? Yang Guang scrutinized Su Chen, filled with incredulity. Although the 8th Legion boasted countless rulers and even saints, he had encountered or recognized most young rulers. However, this youth was unfamiliar to him. Amplifying his astonishment, such a young ruler was a prodigious anomaly. Indeed, Su Chen acknowledged, opting for silence. In the blink of an eye, a deluge of lance lights erupted, imbued with intent, cascading towards the alien forces. Concurrently, icy rain and celestial fire manifested. The cataclysmic battle drew the attention of both the alien and human armies. Witnessing this unfolding scene, they were utterly flabbergasted. The spectacle was far more shocking than the prior conflicts, and it was wrought by a single individual. At this moment, Su Chun's merit points surged dramatically on his light screen. 30 merit points, 1 merit point, 1 merit point, 1 merit point, 10 merit points, 1 merit point. Each increment reflecting the overwhelming scale of his area attack and damage reflection. To the alien army, this was akin to an apocalyptic calamity. However, hunting aberrant beasts and rulers below the king level yielded only 1 merit point. Only by slaying rulers could one acquire 10, 100 merit points. The 3-star alien ruler netted him 30 merit points, while the 1-star alien ruler earned him 10 merit points. Though the merit points seemed modest, they accumulated to a staggering total. What is happening? Who is he? Is he another powerful ruler? Damn, an invincible ruler? Do humans possess such formidable rulers? This 1-star ruler's strength is outrageous. Quickly, surround and eliminate him. At that moment, both the human and alien armies, along with their respective rulers, were astounded by Su Chen's might and the repercussions of his actions. The alien powers, resolute in not allowing their impending victory to be jeopardized, dispatched 3 rulers to besiege Su Chen. Boom, boom, boom. The human rulers perceived the alien rulers' intentions, yet they were ensnared by their own foes, unable to assist Su Chen. Just as worry and urgency mounted, they witnessed Su Chen effortlessly eliminate the 3 alien rulers with a single lance each. In that instant, both alien and human rulers were engulfed in profound doubt. As fellow rulers, how could the opposing 1-star ruler possess such overwhelming power? Meanwhile, Su Chen reveled in the carnage, the surge of merit points filling him with unbridled joy. With over 200 million combat power, commanding the Tower of Heaven and the Qingluo Radiance, alongside divine artifacts such as the Chaos Genesis Immortal Tablet and the Penglai Immortal Mountain, hunting the alien troops and rulers felt as effortless as squashing ants beneath his fingers. Every strike could annihilate thousands of the alien army. Were it not for the concern of harming his own forces, he would have already decimated 200,000 of the alien legions. Just then, a disdainful snort resonated through the void, and the entire space was instantaneously bound. Enveloped by a cataclysmic pressure, the expression of the human rulers shifted dramatically at this development. Chapter 95, The Alien Saint, Preparing for Battle. The expression on the face of the human monarch transformed in shock. Having spent years on the battlefield beyond their domain, they were naturally familiar with such circumstances and understood that a terrifying presence had arrived. Or rather, this overwhelming entity had long been lurking in the vicinity. Realizing this, they suddenly comprehended that the alien army would undoubtedly annihilate their contingent of 100,000 troops. After all, even the superlative beings of the alien races were here, waiting. Did the human legion have any chance of survival? The emergence of a saint. An alien saint. This was dire. It was over. With the arrival of a saint from the alien ranks, fear was etched across the faces of the human kings and champions, who could not help but exclaim in terror. Yes, the saint had appeared. From the alien side, generally speaking, the appearance of an alien saint was a rarity. Such beings typically emerged only during massive military confrontations. And in a skirmish involving a mere 100,000, one would not expect to see a saint. Yet, at this moment, an alien saint had manifested. For the human legion of 100,000, this was a cataclysmic disaster. No matter how powerful a king might be, could he surpass a saint? Before the saint, the king was but an ant, a humble human ant, with decent talent. Yet alas, you chose the wrong race to be born into. A resounding voice echoed, reverberating through the entire space like the tolling of a bell. Countless soldiers and even kings were struck by this sonic wave, causing them to spurt blood as the fabric of space rapidly tore apart, disintegrating into fragments and obliterating the human legion. At the moment that voice rang out, a tall alien powerhouse materialized in the air. This being stood a towering 10 meters tall, exuding an aura of annihilation, an aura unique to saints. A saint? Finally. A formidable opponent has arrived. Su Chen halted his grip on the flame divine spear, directing his gaze toward the alien saint. A faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke softly, astonished within. After all, this was his first encounter with a saint. The battlefield fell silent as the saint descended. All warriors and alien beasts ceased their combat, trembling in fear as they beheld the towering alien saint, a representation of sanctity and the pinnacle of power. In the presence of this sanctity, whether beast, alien, or human, all could do was tremble. Human warriors and kings gradually congregated, just as the alien soldiers and monarchs did. With the saint's appearance, everyone else became inconsequential. Seeking death, the alien saint's eyes glowed crimson, as if he were intent on devouring human beings. How could a dignified saint tolerate being scorned by a lowly human youth? His anger surged. Stretching forth his enormous hand, he aimed a strike at Su Chen. In an instant, the force of destruction surged forth, sweeping down upon Su Chen like an avalanche. Boom, boom, boom. The casual strike of the alien saint caused the very fabric of space to collapse. Before such power, all warriors and kings would be reduced to nothingness. A saint, was it really this? Just as all human warriors and kings witnessed Su Chen on the brink of annihilation, he remained unfazed, gazing at the alien saint with a calm demeanor, a subtle smile curving his lips. A tranquil voice emerged from him. As his words resonated, Su-chan unleashed his full combat prowess. The flame divine spear surged forth, piercing toward that enormous hand. In that moment, the entirety of space shattered into fragments. Boom, boom. The spear's radiance, a staggering 10,081 beams, coalesced into a single spear light that collided violently with the massive hand, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. As if the very world were on the verge of destruction, the hand disintegrated into nothingness, yet the spear light surged forward relentlessly. Observing this spectacle, both the alien army and the human forces were engulfed in confusion, soon followed by shock. A one-star king, directly confronting an alien saint. Moreover, with a single thrust, he shattered the saint's attack. It was evident that the strength of this one-star king surpassed that of the saint. How could this be? How could it be possible? Absolutely impossible. To ascend to the status of a saint, one's power must meet certain conditions. Only upon reaching a combat strength of 30 million could one hope to become a saint. This meant that the alien saint possessed at least 30 million in combat strength. Such power was unfathomable, known only to the saint himself. Yet now, a one-star king's prowess exceeded that of a saint, leaving all in astonishment. Bang! The spear light struck the alien saint, producing a dull thud. Blood trickled from the saint's mouth as his body swayed, retreating several hundred meters, leaving deep imprints upon the ground, clearly unable to stabilize himself. Who, then, was the true monarch, and who was the saint? How could a king force a saint to retreat? This newly risen human king was astonishingly strong. Such terrifying prowess, able to contend equally with a saint. This was the first time one had heard of or witnessed such a feat. The prodigies of humanity were indeed extraordinary. Repelling an alien saint with the strength of a king. In that moment, both humans and aliens were engulfed in disbelief, and murmurs of astonishment surged like a tide. All eyes were fixed upon Su-chan. The alien saint, in a fit of rage, observed Su-chan's contemptuous demeanor. The audacity of this lowly human youth to disregard him and initiate an attack was an affront to his dignity as a saint. Yet, he could not deny that this human youth possessed a modicum of strength. A modicum, but not much. Today, he would make it clear that a saint is not to be disrespected. A blood-stained long knife appeared in his hand, emanating an aura of terror, a blade that had undoubtedly claimed countless human champions, forged in the crucible of blood. He swung the knife towards Su-chan, an ocean of sanctity surging forth. In that moment, the two tore through the fabric of reality, engaging in a fierce battle. Chapter 96, Before Absolute Power. All else is but a fleeting cloud. Boom, boom. The void continued to rend asunder, each of their strikes shattering miles of space. Spear light and blade light intermingled in a chaotic dance. Su-chan floated in the air, his consciousness guiding the spear as he fought against the alien saint. Gradually, a faint smile appeared on his lips, though disappointment flickered in his eyes. Saints were simply not as formidable as he had presumed. He had discerned the combat prowess of this saint. Barring any hidden trump cards or ultimate techniques, their strength appeared to hover around 30 to 40 million, which paled in comparison to his own over 200 million. Undoubtedly, the saint possessed formidable divine intent and sacred arts, not to mention powerful treasures and skills that could sway the tide of battle. Yet, the saint wielded great means, and he was not without his own. Is that all there is? Su-chan remarked nonchalantly. The blazing god spear had already subdued the alien saint, allowing him to dictate the rhythm of the entire confrontation. The force of divine intent surged forth, slaughter. The alien saint was consumed by unbridled rage, experiencing immense humiliation, a profound disgrace. While he could accept being suppressed by a saint, being overpowered by a human saint was utterly intolerable. The very notion of being subdued by a mere junior of the human race was a humiliation he had never dared to conceive. In that moment, disregarding all else, the saint unleashed the full force of his divine intent. This divine force exerted absolute suppression and impact upon those beneath the saint, while simultaneously amplifying his own strength fivefold. Before the alien saint, an eerie radiance manifested, bearing down upon Su-chan. Although he could not ascertain the nature of this light, he was certain it was anything but benign. Before overwhelming might, all else is but a fleeting shadow. A faint smile graced Su-chan's lips. With a thrust of the blazing god spear, there was no need to employ artifacts such as the celestial steel or the Tower of Heaven against a saint with merely 30 to 40 million in strength. The blazing god spear sufficed. Boom. With a single strike, 10,081 spear rays and spear intent erupted forth. Simultaneously, torrents of ice rain and heavenly fire surged toward the alien saint. Boom, boom, hiss. The heavens and earth were engulfed in flames and ice rain. The current flames were exponentially more potent than before. Impossible. Amidst the devastation wrought by the flames and ice rain, the alien saint's reluctant roar echoed, culminating in his obliteration. The spear rays shattered his form, and the flames reduced the remnants to mere vapor, leaving not a trace of breath behind. Hiss, hiss. As the alien saint was annihilated, Su Chen's destructive assaults continued to rain down upon the alien army and their kings. Attribute points 10,000. Attribute points 200,000. Meritorious deeds 1. Meritorious deeds 1. Meritorious deeds 10,000. Meritorious deeds 30. The alien army and their rulers faced relentless obliteration as Su Chen fully embraced a state of slaughter. His exhilaration soaring as merit and attribute points surged uncontrollably. Could one not feel excitement under such circumstances? Time passed, minute by minute. After approximately 5 minutes, Su Chen ceased his onslaught, for all alien beasts and armies, along with over 20 kings, had been annihilated. Throughout the entire process, the human army and their rulers looked on, dumbfounded. This youth, he must truly be a saint, perhaps even more fearsome than one. Once the alien army and their kings were vanquished, a resounding cheer erupted from the desolate valley. For them, it was akin to rising from the brink of extinction. For without Su Chen, they would have been utterly obliterated. Su Chen's arrival had altered the course of their fate. Let us go, Su Chen spoke to Luo Bingqing. In an instant, the two ascended upon the azure phoenix, soaring swiftly toward the horizon. Before long, they vanished from sight. How formidable! A newly ascended king, so defying. Our human prodigies can also attain such strength. This surpasses even the princes and kings of the alien races. How astonishing! As fellow kings, the chasm between their strengths was utterly immense. Observing the direction in which Su Chen had disappeared, the human rulers sighed in awe. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed a king could vanquish a saint, let alone a newly ascended king. The disparity among them was staggering. Or perhaps, there was simply no basis for comparison. Even saints were subjugated. How could they compete? Zing, zing, little Chen. I truly did not anticipate your power to have reached such heights, Luo Bingqing remarked, still reeling from the shock atop the azure phoenix. She knew Su Chen was strong, yet she had not fathomed his strength to be of this magnitude, entirely beyond her expectations. Moreover, she understood that Su Chen's capabilities extended far beyond this. In truth, he had not even deployed his most basic trump cards or hidden strengths, yet managed to defeat the alien saint. Not to mention, he had not even utilized his reverse resurrection ability, which was indeed a formidable advantage. Of course, he had simply not had the opportunity to do so. Just a mere saint. There are many who surpass saints in the outer battlefield, Su Chen stated. Presently, he had grasped the disparity between himself and the saints. One could say he could easily crush a saint, even disregard all saints entirely. However, were saints the only entities present in this outer battlefield? It was apparent that there were more. Thus, he needed to strive to enhance his strength further. Only through such efforts could he ensure his security. Indeed, there are those who transcend saints in the outer battlefield, such as the sovereigns. However, within the outer battlefield, kings already constitute the backbone of power, while saints are undoubtedly the pillars of existence. As for the sovereigns, they are akin to dragons, rarely seen and rarely understood, wielding dominion over the entire battlefield and even the fate of races. You have only just ascended to kingship. Take your time, there is no need to rush. Luo Bingqing nodded. Internally, she felt a twinge of frustration. Could he not consider her feelings? She had only just reached level 100 herself. He was already beginning to disregard saints. Just moments ago, she had leveraged a 10-fold experience scroll to elevate her level to 100. Now, she needed to enhance her skills. Only by surpassing her skills to the heavenly tier could she ascend to kingship. Sister, are there any restrictions or conditions for that secret realm? Su Chen did not delve into that topic. If judged by age, he was merely a novice. However, by strength, he was already comparable to a saint. Yet could he be content with the status quo? Clearly not. He must strive to become a peak king, or even a saint, or rather, to become a sovereign in a short time. In this outer battlefield, only a sovereign could dictate his fate. Of course, with the treasures and equipment he possessed, even a sovereign would find it impossible to slay him. Resurrection. Infinite resurrection. Who could possibly kill him? That secret realm is known as the Nine Heavens Divine City. It is said to be a relic from ancient times. The conditions for entry are simple. One must be under 30 years of age, with no distinction of race. However, it is perilous within. Not many are aware of the secrets of the Nine Heavens Divine City. It comprises 9 tiers in total. The first 3 tiers allow free entry and exit. However, upon entering the 4th tier, rules come into play. After I sustained injuries, I returned from the 3rd tier. So I am not too familiar with the inner workings, Luo Bingqing spoke earnestly. Few know of that secret realm. She had been injured in the 3rd tier and subsequently left the realm. However, she was aware of one thing. Rules would emerge upon entering the 4th tier, akin to a dungeon. At this moment, she felt a surge of anticipation. With her brother's strength, would he not run rampant within the Nine Heavens Divine City? The alien prince would surely be crushed as well. Chapter 97. The report of the 33rd Army shocks the command center. In the outer battlefield, 9th City, 8th Legion. Command center. In the expansive command hall, a dozen or so high-ranking officials clad in military attire were seated. Some elderly, some young, some venerable women, and some stunningly beautiful matrons. All of them were at least saints, with the two seated at the head being sovereigns. At this moment, the atmosphere within the hall was stifling. The 33rd Army is finished. One of them spoke. Named Shangwan Leitang, he is a formidable figure from the illustrious Shangwan family in the capital, holding the esteemed rank of general in the 8th Legion. Moreover, he serves as one of the two dominators of this legion. Recently, the command center received alarming intelligence indicating that the 33rd Army had fallen into an ambush laid by a foreign force, comprising over 80,000 exotic beasts, 20 military regiments, and more than 20 sovereigns. This formidable assembly of strength utterly overwhelms the 33rd Army. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The critical point lies in the secret intelligence revealing the presence of a foreign sage near the vicinity of the 33rd Army. Those in the command center, possessing sharp minds, instinctively understood the implications of this revelation. It was evident that the alien forces intended to annihilate the human 33rd Army. Any hope for reinforcements was futile, as the distance was insurmountable. Indeed, the foreign forces were hastening their advance. The mood among the distinguished leaders was one of helplessness. After all, the distance was too great, and even a sage could not arrive in time to provide aid to the 33rd Army. Furthermore, considering the ambush by the foreign forces, was there not a scheme to lure other human sages into the trap? It was possible that the area was a carefully laid snare designed to draw human sages into a deadly confrontation. Even if a dominator were to rush to the scene, the prowess of the sages would be insufficient to withstand the overwhelming might of the alien forces. By the time help arrived, the 33rd Army would have already been obliterated. Suddenly, a report was received from the deputy commander of the 33rd Army, Yang Guang. The atmosphere in the command center was stifling, falling momentarily into silence. After an indeterminate duration, a resonant voice echoed from outside the hall, as a middle-aged woman strode in. Is this Deputy Commander Yang Guang of the 33rd Army? Upon hearing this, Shangwan Leitang instinctively paused, his mind swirling with confusion. By the calculations of time, the 33rd Army should have already been lost. How could there still be a report from the Deputy Commander? A report? What could possibly be reported in such dire circumstances? Nevertheless, as a general of the 8th Legion and a Deputy Commander, he would not allow his thoughts to betray him. Not only he, but others present shared the same curiosity about the nature of this report and the fate of the 33rd Army. Was it still intact? Report, General. The 33rd Army has achieved a resounding victory, annihilating 200,000 foreign troops, 80,000 exotic beasts, 27 sovereigns, and 1 sage, announced a woman from the intelligence department named Lin Xiao. Despite being a woman, she wielded authority over the intelligence center of the 8th Legion, and she was a newly ascended sage. When she received this intelligence, she found it hard to believe, initially suspecting an error. However, she soon uncovered additional information that confirmed the accuracy of the report, leaving her in a state of shock. What? Lin Xiao, are you certain the intelligence is accurate? Is it true? The 33rd Army achieved victory? 200,000 foreign troops and 80,000 exotic beasts, along with 27 sovereigns and 1 sage, have all perished? Could this be a deliberate ploy to mislead us? Even if it were a ruse, it seems rather foolish to insult our intelligence in such a manner. Upon hearing the report, the expressions of the dignitaries in the command hall shifted dramatically. There was a clear sense of disbelief, accompanied by rising anger. Such intelligence could undoubtedly be a deceptive tactic. This was precisely why they felt insulted. The enemy was mocking their intellect. General, this intelligence is not erroneous. The annihilation of the 200,000 foreign troops and 80,000 exotic beasts, along with 27 sovereigns and 1 sage, was not solely the achievement of the 33rd Army. Rather, assistance came from an external source. The individual responsible is a newly ascended sovereign named Su Chen, accompanied by Colonel Luo Bingqing. Lin Xiao elaborated, meticulously recounting the intelligence she had gathered. She firmly believed in the veracity of the information, which hinged upon the involvement of Colonel Luo Bingqing. Luo Bingqing, the daughter of the commander? How could a newly ascended sovereign possibly defeat 27 sovereigns and a sage? Shangwan Leitang furrowed his brow. He was familiar with Luo Bingqing, renowned as an exceptional prodigy. However, could a newly ascended sovereign truly triumph over such formidable opponents? Not only was he astonished and skeptical, but the other esteemed figures present were equally taken aback. The notion of a newly ascended sovereign challenging 27 sovereigns and a sage was unfathomable. It was difficult to conceive how this could transpire. Can a sovereign defeat a sage? Is a newly ascended sovereign capable of such feats? Surely, the foreign prince cannot be that extraordinary. Even if Luo Bingqing became a sovereign, achieving such a victory seems implausible. Who is this Su Chen? To defy the odds in such a manner? With the surname Su, could he possibly be from the 1st Legion? Lin Xiao, who exactly is Su Chen? Please elaborate, urged the dignitaries in the command center, their astonishment mingling with curiosity. They were not naive. While they might harbor doubts, the facts remained indisputable. Thus, the question arose, who was Su Chen? Su Chen is the grandson of the former commander of the 9th City. He awakened the F-grade Armageddon gun god, and is suspected of possessing a hidden profession. He chose a disaster-level dungeon for his first expedition and returned alive. He subsequently entered Kyoto University, selecting a disaster-level dungeon once more and returning alive. He represented Kyoto University in the Talents Battle, leading his institution to an overwhelming victory and securing first place. He successfully conquered the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels of the Tower of Heaven, completing the challenge. He then arrived at the 9th city alongside Colonel Luo Bingqing. Since his awakening, only 3 months have elapsed, and it is suspected that he ascended to sovereign status aboard a spacecraft. Before Lin Xiao, an information panel materialized, detailing Su Chen's dossier. Had it not been for the command center's necessity to access Su Chen's records, even she would lack the clearance to view such confidential information. The files of individuals were classified, and one must not access another's dossier without necessity. As she perused the dossier, her astonishment deepened, though she herself was a prodigy. At that moment, her self-esteem suffered a significant blow. Compared to Su Chen, she felt utterly insignificant. Chapter 98. The portal opens, entering the divine city of 9 heavens. Whoosh. Whoosh. Deep within the extraterrestrial battlefield, the Qing Luo divine bird soared swiftly. Finally, on the 5th day at noon, it arrived at a vast mountain range and descended before a gorge. Upon landing, they beheld a multitude of figures. Many were foreign beings, while others were of the human race. However, at this moment, neither humans nor foreigners engaged in combat, for they were reluctant to clash before securing any tangible benefits. Luo Bingqing, astonished by the gathering, recalled that when she first discovered this place, it had been devoid of any other presence. She had only encountered a foreign prince within the secret realm. Now, however, thousands of individuals were present. It appeared that knowledge of the secret realm had spread far and wide. Why aren't they entering? Do we still need to activate it? Su Chen inquired. The gathering of so many humans and otherworldly beings here is undoubtedly not for mere amusement. Moreover, this locale lies deep within the battlefield beyond the realms. Without this secret domain, a grand conflict might have already erupted. The portal to this secret realm opens every 3 days, and it appears that the time for the entrance's activation is imminent. Luo Bingqing nodded in agreement. The portal's transmission does not allow entry at all times. The last time she visited, she had to wait nearly 3 days before finally being transported into the 9 heavens divine city. Is entry random? Su Chen inquired. Are you a curious soul? She retorted playfully. Last time, I was alone, so how would I know if it's random? She couldn't help but laugh at Su Chen's question, shooting him a glance of mild reproach as her delicate fingers playfully poked his forehead. Deep down, she felt immense joy. Even someone as formidable as he was still like a curious child in her presence. The duo then deliberated on their plan, recognizing that if entry were indeed random, they would likely be separated. They agreed to meet at a designated location, and if they failed to reunite, they would endeavor to advance towards the 4th heaven. As moments slipped by, approximately 2 hours later, a tremendous rumble echoed through the valley. A celestial phenomenon erupted over the ancient altar, a golden light bursting forth as if to pierce the heavens, soaring high into the sky. In that instant, a portal to transmission materialized upon the altar. Witnessing the emergence of the portal, countless beings, both human and otherworldly, rushed towards it. Most managed to enter smoothly, yet some of the older individuals were forcefully repelled, akin to colliding with an invisible barrier. Fools. It was clearly stated that entry is restricted to those under 30. Some murmured, as a few still harbored a sense of luck. The portal, it was said, opened for only half an hour every 3 days. With the sight of individuals being repelled, discussions ignited among the crowd. Due to the time constraints of the portal, throngs of humans and otherworldly beings hastily surged forward, each vanishing into the portal one after another. Let us go. Luo Bingqing extended her delicate hand, grasping Su Chen's as they darted towards the portal. In a swift motion, they entered the transmission pathway, where time and space seemed to intertwine, enveloped in darkness, feeling the friction of temporal forces for a full 20 seconds. After this duration, the transmission concluded, and they found themselves illuminated, landing safely on solid ground. It's not random. How splendid! Luo Bingqing exclaimed. The 9 heavens divine city comprises 9 layers, with the outermost being the 1st heaven and the core being the 9th heaven. The layout is circular, akin to a target. The bullseye represents the 9th heaven while the periphery is the 1st heaven. Currently, they stood in the 1st heaven. Thus, they must swiftly traverse it to reach the 2nd heaven. The outer area is vast, yet the resources therein are undoubtedly inferior to those located deeper within. The spiritual energy here is approximately 10-fold that of the outside world, while the 2nd heaven boasts around 20-fold. Luo Bingqing was elated that the transmission had not separated them. This meant they could remain together, ensuring her safety alongside Su Chen. She then recounted the structure of the 9 heavens divine city. Let us proceed directly inside and eliminate the otherworldly prince first, Su Chen suggested. Upon hearing this, a simple mental image of the general layout of the 9 heavens divine city formed in Su Chen's mind, resembling a circular target. The first 3 heavens appeared straightforward, merely requiring them to locate the entryway. However, accessing the 4th heaven would prove challenging. Luo Bingqing elaborated. Subsequently, Su Chen summoned the Qing Luo divine bird, and they mounted its back, soaring swiftly in a designated direction. Luo Bingqing had visited once before, though not entirely familiar with the interior. She possessed a general sense of direction. The central area lay to the east. As they flew upon the back of the Qing Luo divine bird, Su Chen absorbed the spiritual energy in the air, converting it into his own power. Although he lacked a cultivation method, he could still absorb spiritual energy, albeit at a slower pace compared to conventional practice. Nevertheless, his rate of advancement was incomparable to that of ordinary prodigies. Noticing Su Chen's demeanor, Luo Bingqing's expression shifted to one of astonishment and admiration. A talent like no other, and so diligent as well. It is no wonder he is so extraordinarily powerful. She mused. Even without a cultivation method, he manages to strengthen himself during this brief period. Who would have imagined that a single individual could save an entire army of 100,000 and annihilate 200,000 of the otherworldly forces along with 80,000 beasts, as well as 27 otherworldly monarchs and 1 saint? Such strength. Is it truly possible for a newly ascended monarch to achieve such feats? Even the average saint could not accomplish this. In the 9th city, command center of the 8th Legion, the leaders present were astounded upon hearing Lin Xiu's report. Unbelievable. Absolutely astounding, they declared. However, upon recalling that Su Chen was the grandson of the previous commander of the 9th city, their astonishment turned into understanding. The former commander had been exceptionally powerful, instilling fear in the otherworldly beings. Yet he chose to retreat from the limelight due to certain circumstances. Lin Xiu, what do you think prompted their appearance there? Li Tianzhou, the commander of the 8th Legion, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. According to the route taken by Su Chen and Colonel Luo, they are headed towards the immortal Demon Mountain Range, where a new secret domain has emerged. Colonel Luo has returned from there before, albeit injured. Now, they are making their way there, passing through the military conflict, Lin Xiu responded. As the overseer of intelligence for the 8th Legion, possessing significant knowledge of the information concerning the battlefield beyond the realms. Indeed, to enter the secret domain, it is evident that Su Chen has earned considerable merit for rescuing the 33rd Legion, with an accomplishment score of 200,000, Li Tianzhou remarked. Chapter 99, Monarch 2 stars. Entering the 4th heaven. Here lies the entrance from the 3rd heaven to the 4th heaven. However, to gain entry into the 4th heaven, one must break the restrictions in place. After 6 days of flight, the Qing Luo divine bird had traversed the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd heavens. Now, they stood before the entrance to the 4th heaven. All that remained was to breach this restriction to access the 4th heaven, but it would not be so simple. Sister, wait, I need to break through my realm first, Su Chen stated. After several days of absorption within the 9 heavens divine city, his cultivation level had reached Monarch 1 star, 9,999. Now, he was ready to ascend to Monarch 2 stars. So soon? You don't even have a cultivation method. Luo Bingqing was taken aback by Su Chen's words, her exquisite face reflecting a whirlwind of emotions. You must be joking. Remember, you just ascended to Monarch status on the ship to the battlefield beyond the realms. It has only been a few days. How can you now say you wish to break through? How is that even possible? You haven't practiced any cultivation methods, have you? It is primarily due to the richness and purity of the spiritual energy here, Su Chen replied. They then sought a relatively secluded spot, and Su Chen continued to absorb the spiritual energy. As time passed, every second felt significant. With a melodious chime, a formidable power enveloped Su Chen, coursing into his being. In an instant, the space around him returned to its usual state, as if nothing had transpired. However, Su Chen was acutely aware that his realm had indeed ascended. Congratulations on your realm breakthrough. Current status, King 2 stars 000. Combat power, 10. The notification chimed, signaling his elevation to King 2 stars, accompanied by a substantial enhancement in combat prowess. This was not merely a trivial increase. Rather, it surged by a significant 10, equating to a 10% rise. Given his combat power of 26,753,000, this translated to an impressive boost of 2,675,300. It became evident that as 1's realm ascended, the subsequent strength became increasingly formidable. Little Chen, have you succeeded? Inquiringly, Luo Bingqing, who had been safeguarding Su Chen, asked as he opened his eyes. I have indeed succeeded. King 2 stars, Su Chen replied, his voice laced with joy at the elevation of his realm. One would be remiss not to feel elated by such an achievement. Congratulations. Luo Bingqing exclaimed gleefully. With King 2 stars, your strength has grown significantly. Merely King 2 stars. Come, let us proceed to the 4th heaven, Su Chen declared. In a playful manner, Luo Bingqing felt an urge to reprimand him, but realized she could not match his strength. Humph, so boastful. The path to the 4th heaven is fraught with restrictions and barriers, she retorted, casting him a sidelong glance as they approached the entrance to the 4th heaven. However, formidable restrictions and barriers loomed ahead. To enter the 4th heaven, they would need to devise a means to dismantle them, tasks typically reserved for powerful beings or array masters. Although Su Chen possessed considerable strength, it was not at the level where he could effortlessly shatter such barriers. Allow me to attempt it. Su Chen extended his hand, grasping Luo Bingqing's delicate, fair hand, and simultaneously activated the celestial tower. He then approached the barrier with confidence. Before long, Su Chen effortlessly led Luo Bingqing through the barriers. Arriving at the fourth heaven, where the restrictions and barriers posed no challenge, akin to traversing a gossamer veil. Fourth heaven, have we truly arrived? What is happening? Luo Bingqing was taken aback. This was a barrier. Previously, no matter how she attacked it, she could not breach it and had even sustained injuries in the process. Yet now, Su Chen had passed through with ease. How did you manage that? Can you truly disregard barriers and restrictions? I possess an item that allows me to bypass barriers and restrictions, albeit with certain limitations, Su Chen elucidated, dispelling Luo Bingqing's confusion. This was not a secret. After all, it was merely an attribute of the equipment among the human race, who did not possess one or two extraordinary items. Indeed, Luo Bingqing sighed in relief upon hearing this, recognizing it as the sole plausible explanation. However, she couldn't help but wonder how Su Chen had acquired such an impressive array of astonishing items. Enough of that. The more we discuss it, the more frustrating it becomes. Setting aside other matters, just the rewards from the Celestial Tower alone have granted him 2 god-tier items along with 3 exclusive suffixes. The thought alone is enough to incite envy. Congratulations on reaching the 4th heaven of the 9 heavens divine city. Prior to this, there were a total of 123 individuals within the city. Upon entering the 4th heaven, returning is no longer an option. To leave the 9 heavens divine city, one must exit from the 9th heaven. Thus, your goal is the 9th heaven. Please enter the 5th heaven within 10 days. Failure to do so and remaining in the 4th heaven will result in annihilation. At this moment, an ethereal voice resonated through the air. With previous experience in dungeons, they understood what this meant. A spirit of the artifacts, Luo Bingqing affirmed. Indeed, this is the spirit of the 9 heavens divine city announcing the rules, specifically targeting the newly arrived Su Chen and Luo Bingqing. What pure spiritual energy! Su Chen marveled at the atmosphere, feeling a profound shock. The spiritual energy in the 9 heavens divine city was far more refined and abundant than that of the outside world. He had anticipated this, but was astounded to discover that upon reaching the 4th heaven, its purity exceeded that of the outside world by 100-fold. Cultivating here will yield rapid progress, he thought. I've heard that beyond the 4th heaven, there are rare treasures. Should we seek them? Luo Bingqing proposed, glancing at Su Chen for his thoughts. Very well, let us search for a day. If we find nothing, we shall proceed to the 5th heaven. We must locate the barriers and restrictions to that realm. It would be a jest to be annihilated here by the artifact spirit, Su Chen replied. Though he could revive, he felt it would be somewhat embarrassing to be extinguished by the artifact spirit in this place. Let us commence, Luo Bingqing agreed, nodding in affirmation of Su Chen's decision. With that, they activated their search for rare treasures, venturing towards areas rich in spiritual energy, where such treasures were likely to flourish, especially in the 9 heavens divine city, which had not seen visitors for countless years. If rare treasures were to appear, they would undoubtedly flourish abundantly. Little Chen, look, and this must be a 1,000-year spirit herb. Yes, indeed, I found a 1,000-year spirit fruit. In no time, they discovered both century-old and millennium-old spirit herbs and fruits, brimming with pure spiritual energy. Although consuming them directly felt somewhat wasteful, the speed at which they could elevate their realms was undeniable. Thus, they gathered the spirit herbs and fruits aged over 100 years, acting akin to bandits in their fervor. Chapter 100, The 5th Heaven, Encountering an Alien Prince. Luo Bingqing carefully stored the spirit herbs, fruits, and elixirs into her spatial ring, while Su Chen opted to place them directly into the Yuan realm space. Not in disarray, but rather, he cultivated these spirit herbs and fruits. More audaciously, Su Chen uprooted entire spirit fruit trees and replanted them within the Yuan realm. Little Chen, you are rather ruthless, Luo Bingqing remarked, astonished by Su Chen's audacity. You could have simply harvested the fruit. Uprooting them entirely seems excessive. At least leave some hope for those who come after us. Sister, I possess a spatial treasure that allows me to cultivate them, Su Chen explained. Ah, I see. When we encounter spirit herbs and fruits, we should also excavate the soil for easier planting, Luo Bingqing suggested. Hearing her proposal, Su Chen was taken aback. Sister, you are even more ruthless. As they continued their search for rare treasures, both Su Chen and Luo Bingqing, riding the Qingluo divine bird, soared towards the barriers and restrictions of the 5th heaven. Although they had a general idea of the location, they felt uneasy until they sighted the barriers and restrictions. After considerable time, they finally located the entrance to the 5th heaven's barriers and restrictions. Shall we proceed directly into the 5th heaven? It is likely better there. Su Chen contemplated, glancing at the barrier, feeling torn between continuing to harvest in the 4th heaven or advancing to the 5th heaven. Undoubtedly, the resources in the 5th heaven would surpass those in the 4th. However, the 4th heaven was not vast. With diligent effort over 3 to 5 days, They could completely clear the fourth heaven. Then let us proceed to the fifth heaven. We have arrived late and cannot allow others to take precedence, replied Luo Bingqing. The nine heavens divine city was not merely a garden. One would certainly have to forsake some lesser resources to select the more desirable ones. Let us go? Su Chen nodded, grasping Luo Bingqing's hand as the power of the celestial tower unfolded, allowing them to breach the restrictions and barriers of the fifth heaven. Upon their arrival, they found themselves within its confines. Congratulations on reaching the fifth heaven. Please enter the sixth heaven promptly. Those who exceed 15 days shall face annihilation. The voice of the artifact spirit echoed, proclaiming the rules of the fifth heaven, which were akin to those of the previous levels, albeit with an extension of 5 additional days. However, both were acutely aware that while time had increased, the barriers and restrictions had become significantly more formidable. In the fifth heaven, the spiritual energy reached approximately 200 times that of normal. Su Chen sighed in awe. Relying on the energy of heaven and earth for his strength, he was particularly sensitive to spiritual energy. Arriving in this place felt akin to a fish returning to water, invigorating every cell within him. What are you dawdling for? We must seize the opportunity, Luo Bingqing admonished as she noticed Su Chen's moment of contemplation. Time is wealth, and having arrived at such a secret realm, they could not afford to overlook the treasures of heaven and earth. Subsequently, the two began their quest for spiritual herbs, grasses, and fruits, collecting them all within the Yuanjia space. They discovered 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, and even 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs and medicines, including those that were 5,000 years old. For 2 full days, Su Chen and Luo Bingqing scoured the entirety of the fifth heaven, leaving no trace of spiritual herbs in their wake. Of course, ordinary grasses held no place within the Yuanjia space. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After their plundering, the duo arrived before the restrictions and barriers of the sixth heaven, preparing to enter. However, at that moment, they sensed a powerful aura approaching, unmistakably the presence of formidable beings, more than one. This aura surpassed even that of the alien saint whom Su Chen had slain. Turning to look, they beheld an alien youth, his gaze menacing and foreboding. Clearly not of benign character. After all, could any alien truly be virtuous? The youth exuded a terrifying presence, accompanied by a sense of danger. This was the first time Su Chen encountered such a situation. Beside the youth stood 3 elders, all of whom were saints. What a coincidence, human. Last time we let you escape, and here we meet again. Heh, today I shall capture you to serve as my furnace. You should consider yourself fortunate to possess such beauty. Otherwise, you would not even qualify to be my furnace, the youth sneered, his gaze fixated greedily on Luo Bingqing. Previously, he had laid eyes on her and wished to take her as his furnace, but she had eluded capture. In his view, humans existed solely for enslavement, particularly beautiful women, who were merely playthings. Not even his own kin's beautiful women were spared from his objectification. Xiaochun, it was this alien that injured me, Luo Bingqing stated, her cold eyes brimming with hatred upon seeing the youth. Enemies meeting face to face ignited fierce emotions. Her proud and frigid demeanor made it utterly inconceivable for her to be captured as a furnace by an alien. For her, it represented a profound humiliation, an affront that demanded retribution against this alien prince to cleanse her honor. In this moment, she could only rely on Su Chen. Her own strength was insufficient for revenge, and the chance to escape had vanished. Her previous escape had been a result of the enemy's negligence, coupled with her use of secret techniques, which had left her injuries unhealed. That wretched creature. Su Chen's gaze turned icy, suffused with an aura of chilling menace. Simultaneously, his formidable combat prowess surged forth, and the flame god's spear manifested in his hand. With a single sweep of the spear, 1,081 spear glows and intents surged forth, overwhelming the alien prince while simultaneously locking onto the 3 elders, whose strength surpassed even that of the alien prince, likely his protectors. Yet, the true source of threat remained the alien prince himself. Lowly human, the female shall remain, while the male shall be exterminated. This youth was the 29th prince of the aliens. Hearing Su Chen's words, he erupted in fury. He was a paragon among his kind, one of the most exceptional talents, having become a saint in less than 30 years. To him, humans were mere slaves, and he held no regard for their outstanding figures. Now, being insulted as a waste by a human prodigy was intolerable. As he spoke, a terrifying aura of sanctity erupted from him, an invisible force attempting to block Su Chen's spear glow. After all, to him, a king was no different from an ant. However, the negligence of the 29th prince and the 3 saints led to their grievous injuries. They were sent flying, their bodies marred by horrific wounds, blood trickling from their lips. Their expressions turned grim. That a mere human king could injure them exceeded all expectations. When they gazed at Su Chen, their eyes turned cold. They could not afford to kill him hastily, but rather must capture him alive to flay him alive. Aliens, a bunch of scum, Su Chen remarked, a smile playing upon his lips. As he spoke, the flame god's spear did not relent. With one thrust, the ice rain heavenly fire erupted, and within that conflagration, the chaotic flame emerged. Chapter 101, Sun God Light, Annihilation of the 29th Prince. The chaotic flame, emanating from the exclusive equipment of the Sun God Light, wielded terrifying power. Infused with the chaotic and searing force, merging within the ice rain heavenly fire of the flame god spear, heralding annihilation. At this moment, Su Chen's fiery assault, augmented by attribute enhancements, reached nearly 100-fold. Boom, boom, boom. Though merely a king, his combat prowess eclipsed that of saints, clad in exclusive divine gear. Each piece instilling despair in countless hearts. In this instant, the ice rain heavenly fire unleashed by Su Chen enveloped the 29th Prince and the three saints, causing the space to erupt in cataclysmic explosions. The three saints, eroded by the chaotic flame, faced utter destruction. Even saints found themselves engulfed in despair. With a muffled thud, a surge of sanctity ascended to the heavens, ultimately dissipating into the void, marking the fall of a saint. At this juncture, the Qingluo divine bird swiftly devoured the essence of the fallen saints. Thud, thud. Two more muffled sounds signified the demise of two additional saints. Su Chen hovered in midair, refraining from attacking, instead fixating on the 29th Prince engulfed in the ice rain heavenly fire. He observed the prince enveloped in a gray light, desperately resisting the encroaching chaotic flame. Yet, how easily could the chaotic flame be resisted? Such a notion was a mere dream. The gray light began to crumble rapidly, its brilliance waning, as if on the brink of being consumed by the chaotic flame. The expression on the 29th Prince's face grew increasingly grim. Boom. Su Chen did not allow him a moment's respite. With the flame god spear in hand, he unleashed a torrent of destructive spear light and intent, overwhelming the 29th Prince with an onslaught of power. Although the battle prowess of the 29th Prince far surpassed that of an ordinary sage, it barely exceeded 100 million. In the face of Su Chen's might, this was evidently insufficient. Boom. As the gray light dissipated, the devastating spear light and intent struck the 29th Prince with ferocity. However, the anticipated destruction did not unfold. Instead, at the very moment he was assailed, the 29th Prince's form seemed to vaporize, disappearing from sight as though he had never existed. Akin to a phantom, this bizarre spectacle left Luo Bingqing astonished. Yet, upon reflection, it was not entirely unexpected. After all, the 29th Prince was an unparalleled prodigy of an alien race, possessing several extraordinary abilities. However, at this moment, evading Su Chen's attack meant that dealing with him would prove considerably more challenging. Such trivial techniques were hardly worthy of display. The sunlight, radiant and all-encompassing, illuminated the realm. Su Chen, witnessing the disappearance of the 29th Prince, allowed a smile to grace his lips. Disappearing into thin air? Did he think he could elude Su Chen's gaze? Was he lost in a dream? When confronting beings of alien origin, Su Chen possessed an array of methods. Since the 29th Prince had made his appearance, he would not allow him to escape. Or perhaps, the prince had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he might be lurking, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Such a prodigious sage, when unleashed, would wreak havoc upon the world, but he had encountered Su Chen. As the words hung in the air, a dazzling radiance erupted from Su Chen. At that moment, he resembled the sun suspended in the heavens, casting light across hundreds of miles. Hiss hiss. Suddenly, hissing sounds echoed through the air, akin to a monstrous entity colliding with runes. In the next instant, the vanished 29th Prince reappeared, but upon his return, he resembled a mere skeleton, his lifeblood obliterated by the divine light of the sun. Crack. A gentle breeze rustled, and with a crisp sound, the skeletal form of the 29th Prince collapsed to the ground, ultimately disintegrating into ash. Congratulations on slaying the alien prince. Reward 100,000 merit points. The notification rang out, granting Su Chen an additional 100,000 merit points. Previously, he had hunted 3 alien sages, earning 50,000 merit points. He had initially planned to ascend to the 6th heaven, but unexpectedly, merit points had come knocking at his door. In truth, his goal for coming to the 9 heavens divine city had been fulfilled. Avenging Luo Bingqing was his aim, and now it had been accomplished. With the demise of the 29th Prince merely a bonus. Dead. So easily vanquished. Luo Bingqing gazed upon the lifeless form of the 29th Prince, feeling an overwhelming shock. In her estimation, a transcendent prodigy of an alien race should not have been so easily defeated. Yet, before Su Chen, that once mighty alien prince, that monstrous sage, appeared utterly feeble. Throughout the encounter, the 29th Prince had not even been afforded a chance to retaliate. He had been passively struck by Su Chen twice before being reduced to a mere skeleton. At that moment, she perceived him as nothing more than an insignificant insect before her brother. Sis, your injury, it must have been inflicted by that gray light, Su Chen inquired. However, upon posing the question, he was met with a cold glare from Luo Bingqing. This left Su Chen momentarily taken aback. What did that mean? Was he not supposed to ask? Indeed, Luo Bingqing replied icily. If you cannot engage in conversation, then remain silent. I will assist you. Ignoring her irritation, Su Chen summoned the divine light of the sun. Instantly, the radiant energy enveloped Luo Bingqing. He observed a gray aura emanating from her, identical to the gray light wielded by the 29th prince. To other humans, this aura seemed terrifying, but for Su Chen, it was a trivial matter. In no time, the gray aura dissipated from Luo Bingqing, her injuries fully healed. Finally restored, a smile graced her exquisitely beautiful face as she joyfully exclaimed, "The injuries that have plagued me for over a month have finally been resolved." She realized that, regardless of the problem, it was no match for Su Chen. Indeed, even wounds that a master-level healer could not mend were effortlessly resolved by his hand. "Now, let us proceed to the sixth heaven," Su Chen declared, taking Luo Bingqing's hand. She turned her head, but together they traversed the barriers and enchantments, reappearing in the sixth heaven. "Congratulations on reaching the sixth heaven. Please proceed to the seventh heaven promptly. Failure to do so within 20 days will result in annihilation." The voice of the artifact spirit rang out, akin to before, though the time limit had extended by 5 days. Collect, gather. The two resumed their fervent collection efforts. They had long since realized that few ventured into the fourth heaven. Otherwise, there would not be so many spiritual herbs and elixirs remaining. As for the fifth heaven, it remained untouched by any aside from themselves. The 29th prince had once visited the fifth heaven, but that was now a distant memory. "Xiao Chen, look at this," Luo Bingqing exclaimed, her voice enchanting and filled with excitement. "It's a millennium spiritual fruit." "I have also encountered a millennium spiritual herb," Su Chen replied. Within the sixth heaven, the abundance of spiritual herbs, elixirs, and fruits was evidently greater than in the previous realms, their ages more advanced, and the spiritual energy they contained purer and more abundant. "This is the sixth heaven. I can only wonder what the seventh, eighth, and ninth heavens hold." He could hardly imagine. Moreover, the spiritual energy in the sixth heaven had reached 300 times that of the outside world. The mere thought of the ninth heaven filled him with exhilaration. In a heartbeat, Su Chen's heart brimmed with anticipation. Chapter 102. Entering the ninth heaven, in the depths of space, there floated a city in the air, Ninth City. The plaza, sprawling over several miles, was one of the most vibrant locations within Ninth City, as it was here that various tasks were issued. There were 3 types of task boards: the Celestial Materials and Earthly Treasures Task Board, the Alien Prodigies Task Board, and the Alien Powerhouses Task Board. The Celestial Materials and Earthly Treasures Task Board contained tasks for purchasing or acquiring celestial materials and treasures, predominantly posted by private individuals. The Alien Prodigies Task Board featured tasks for hunting alien prodigies, primarily showcasing unparalleled geniuses or princes and princesses, with the issuers typically being military factions. The Alien Powerhouses Task Board focused on hunting alien sages and above, or other significant alien figures, also predominantly issued by military factions. However, 90% of individuals pursued tasks on the Celestial Materials and Earthly Treasures Task Board, as they were relatively easier to accomplish. In contrast, the Alien Prodigies and Powerhouses Task Boards saw scant completion. The notion of hunting alien princes and royal figures seemed a grandiosity too far-fetched. Thus, the vast screens displayed that the tasks on the Alien Prodigies and Powerhouses Task Boards remained unchanged year-round. "Hey, have you noticed something astonishing?" "What is it?" "The name of the 29th prince has vanished from the Alien Prodigies Task Board." "What? That's impossible. See for yourself." Alas, the name of the 29th prince of the alien race has indeed vanished from the Celestial Prodigy task list, which signifies a grave reality. The 29th prince has fallen. Yes, this implies that someone has slain the 29th prince. Who possesses such audacity to eliminate a being of his caliber? He is an unparalleled prodigy, having remained on the list for a decade, and now he has finally met his demise at the hands of another. Who among us has such formidable prowess that we may pay our respects? On this day, in the square before the task list, a curious individual made a startling discovery. A name was missing from the Celestial Prodigy task list, that of the 29th prince. This list comprises a mere 1,000 names. And with the prince ranked within the top 100, his absence unequivocally indicates his death, and moreover, his annihilation at the hands of humanity. Such a disappearance of a name can only occur under such circumstances. This revelation instigated an immediate uproar. "Lin Xiao, do share your thoughts," commanded Li Tianzhou at the command center. After a moment of respite, he called Lin Xiao over, having just received the news of the 29th prince's demise. Although the individual in question was merely an alien prince, any prince who could ascend to the Celestial Prodigy task list is an extraordinary entity, either an unrivaled prodigy or a being of terrifying power at the level of a sage. The emergence of such prodigies poses a future threat to humanity, which is why he closely monitored the Celestial Prodigy task list and the Alien Power task list. "Commander, the 29th prince indeed perished within the mystical realm of the Xianma Mountains. It is speculated that Colonel Luo Bingqing was injured by the 29th prince, prompting her departure from the realm. Now, she has returned with Su Chen, seemingly intent on vengeance. Therefore, I am inclined to believe that it was Su Chen who vanquished the 29th prince." Lin Xiao articulated her conjecture. Perhaps her strength did not rival that of the great figures present, yet her intellect and insight were undeniably formidable. Furthermore, she presided over the intelligence center of the 8th Legion, which added weight to her analysis. In this light, it appears that although Su Chen is merely a newly ascended monarch, his prowess has already reached the level of a sage. Upon hearing this, Li Tianzhou remarked with a hint of indifference. In less than a day, Su Chen and Luo Bingqing had thoroughly cleared the 6th heaven. Within Su Chen's spatial realm, spiritual herbs and plants sprawled across several thousand square meters, with hundreds of spiritual fruit trees. Luo Bingqing had unearthed various spiritual herbs and fruits, all of which she presented to Su Chen, as he possessed the spatial treasure to cultivate them. Not a blade of grass remains in the 6th heaven, Luo Bingqing lamented, increasingly feeling as though she and Su Chen were akin to bandits, leaving desolation in their wake. The places they traversed bore no signs of spiritual fruit trees, and even the seedlings of spiritual herbs had been uprooted. In 3 days, we shall enter the 9th heaven, Su Chen stated without hesitation, grasping Luo Bingqing's hand as the power of the celestial tower was activated, allowing them to traverse the barrier. They re-emerged in the 7th heaven. The voice of the artifact spirit echoed as before. 10 days have been added. If you exceed a month, you shall face annihilation. Su Chen calculated that if this continued, they could remain in the 9th heaven for 2 months. Should the spiritual energy there exceed 500 times that of the outside world, he would surely attain the rank of a 5-star monarch within that time frame. In a mere 3 days, Su Chen and Luo Bingqing arrived at the 9th heaven. The 9th heaven serves as the core of the 9 heavens divine city, akin to a bullseye. The purity and density of the spiritual energy here were astounding, at least 500 times that of the outside world. Upon entering the 9th heaven, Su Chen's first sensation was one of overwhelming spiritual energy, akin to bathing in a divine dew. Every pore of his body opened up, allowing the energy to penetrate him, eliciting an unparalleled sense of euphoria. Alas, I am not yet a monarch. Luo Bingqing also sensed the purity and magnitude of the spiritual energy. Unfortunately, she had yet to ascend to the rank of monarch, rendering her unable to cultivate through her techniques. Even if she could cultivate, she would be unable to elevate her realm. Congratulations on reaching the 9th heaven, proclaimed the voice of the artifact spirit, announcing the rules of this realm. You may remain here for 1 month. Should you ascend to the 9 heavens divine city within this month, you may stay for an additional 3 months. Failure to reach the divine city within a month will result in automatic expulsion. As the spirit's voice faded, a staircase of white jade materialized, extending upwards, approximately 10 meters wide. Su Chen and Luo Bingqing gazed towards the top of the staircase, only to discover a floating city in the depths of space. Having entered without noticing, they now realized the vastness of the 9 heavens divine city. They exchanged astonished glances, the grandeur of the floating city deeply impacting them, evoking an irresistible allure. Let us scour the area first, then we shall test the staircase, Su Chen suggested. Regardless of whether they could reach the 9 heavens divine city, they ought to gather the treasures of the 9th heaven first, although his mind was already captivated by the shadow of the divine city. The 9th heaven, though not vast in size, was thoroughly searched by the two within a single morning, leaving no treasures behind. After resting, Su Chen gazed longingly at the floating city in deep space, his desire intensifying. It felt as though the city itself was beckoning him. Perhaps I have found the cultivation method I seek, he mused softly. Upon him, the areas around his heart, left atrium, and above his neck shimmered with a prismatic hue, a result of merging the chaos creation immortal steel, the celestial tower, and the Penglai immortal mountain. The remainder of his body lacked this chromatic brilliance. He felt confident that within the 9 heavens divine city, he could acquire another celestial treasure, transforming yet another part of himself into a spectrum of colors. So self-assured? Luo Bingqing remarked, her heart stirred by his confidence. Although she did not comprehend the source of his certainty, she believed in Su Chen's capabilities. Additionally, she sensed that the white jade staircase was extraordinary. Doubting her ability to ascend to the 9 heavens divine city, she cautioned Su Chen not to let his concern for her hinder his progress, agreeing that if they were to be expelled, he should return directly to the 9th city while she awaited him in the depths of the outer battlefield. Very well, Su Chen nodded, and together they approached the white jade staircase. As Su Chen took his first step onto the staircase, an invisible force emanated from it, an oppressive power, one of a higher order. Simultaneously, Su Chen's Qing Luo Yaoshi fluctuated, its brilliance flickering delicately. The activation of the Qing Luo Yaoshi has been confirmed. This extraordinary phenomenon possesses 5 distinct attributes. 1. Effect 1. The ability to resurrect, with a resurrection probability of 100. 2. Effect 2. The summoning of the Qing Luo divine bird, with a summoning probability of 100. 3. Effect 3. The capability to disregard the oppressive force of higher realms, wielding a power akin to that of a realm master, quantified at 300. 4. Effect 4. During combat, there exists a 50 chance to unleash the Qing Luo Yaoshi, controllable, covering an area of 1,000 by 1,000 by 1,000 meters. 5. Effect 5. In the throes of battle, The Qing Luo Mishur may erupt, controllable, amplifying damage by 1,000. One by one, the attributes were dismissed. The first was eliminated, followed by the second. Therefore, regarding the third attribute, it is highly likely that the oppressive force in this locale, namely the high-level pressure, corresponds to the power of a realm master. As for the fourth and fifth, they pertain solely to combat. Thus, they too were certainly excluded. With the first, second, fourth, and fifth effects cast aside, only the third remains. Consequently, Su Chen concluded that the White Jade Staircase indeed harbors the formidable power of a high-level realm master. With deliberate steps, Su Chen ascended, acutely aware of the oppressive force of the realm master, yet the Qing Luo Yaoshi shielded him from its adverse effects, allowing him to traverse with ease and grace. In stark contrast, Luo Bingqing maintained her composure as well, for she possessed an SSS-grade talent, the chaotic ice phoenix. In truth, her innate talent had long exceeded the confines of the SSS classification. Upon the White Jade Staircase, she too sensed the realm master's power, feeling a modicum of pressure, albeit not significantly impactful at that moment, as they were still at the staircase's base. Can you disregard this pressure? Luo Bingqing inquired, noticing Su Chen's gaze upon her. Exclusive equipment, he replied. The Qing Luo Yaoshi was indeed extraordinary, placing it on par with the Celestial Tower in Su Chen's estimation, particularly due to its resurrection capability, which rendered countless treasures and artifacts inferior by comparison. As they conversed, their ascent continued. The White Jade Staircase, linking to the floating city in the deep void, appeared deceptively close, yet traversing it felt like embarking on an endless journey. You should proceed to the Nine Heavens Divine City, Luo Bingqing suggested as hours passed. Roughly 3 hours into their ascent, they reached the 1/3 mark of the staircase. At this juncture, Luo Bingqing felt the weight of immense pressure, a sense of inadequacy creeping in. Yet, upon observing Su Chen, who remained unfazed, she spoke. Do not let my presence delay you. Very well. I shall act according to my capabilities. Su Chen nodded, smiling. The sibling duo shared such a rapport that they were unperturbed by her potential irritation. Humph. Luo Bingqing responded with a cold snort, emanating an aura of chilling intensity, as if preparing to transform. Observing this, Su Chen took a few hurried steps upward, widening the distance between them. He had come to understand the personalities of both Luo Bingqing and Xing Er. They would invariably soothe themselves after bouts of anger. Regaining his composure, he directed his gaze toward the floating city in the deep void. The closer it drew, the more monumental it appeared. From the ninth heaven, it resembled a celestial star in the abyss. After 3 hours on the White Jade Staircase, the floating city loomed as large as a grand palace. Yet Su Chen understood its true magnitude was far greater, as he was still quite distant from the Nine Heavens Divine City. Now, the imperative was to ascend to the Nine Heavens Divine City swiftly. Time passed inexorably. 8 hours later, Su Chen reached the staircase's terminus. Indeed, this staircase had an end. Though it did not connect directly to the Nine Heavens Divine City, a considerable distance still lay between them, as a mysterious sea of fog obstructed the way. Despite being a sea, visibility remained clear. Su Chen was taken aback. From below, the existence of this fog sea had been concealed. Only upon reaching the end of the White Jade Staircase could one behold it. The terminus of the staircase stood approximately 100 miles from the Nine Heavens Divine City. Within this expanse lay 9 smaller islands. Congratulations on reaching the end of the staircase. You may now select any cultivation method. Choose wisely. Upon selection, reaching a certain level will allow you to traverse an island, granting access to the Nine Heavens Divine City. Warning: the fog sea annihilates all living beings. Crossing it is impossible. At this moment, the voice of the artifact's spirit resonated. As it spoke, a colossal light screen manifested before Su Chen, displaying dozens of cultivation methods, each accompanied by a selection prompt beneath. I was right. There truly are cultivation techniques. Su Chen mused, astonished at the sight of the names on the luminous screen. Could it be that I possess a hidden profession, the Oracle? Nevertheless, his focus was drawn to the light screen, revealing a total of 33 cultivation techniques, each with a distinct name. Soon, Su Chen zeroed in on 2 titles, 9 Palaces Divine Path and 9 Heavens Divine Formula. In that moment, Su Chen's heart was conflicted, uncertain which cultivation technique to select. The screen provided only the names of the methods, devoid of attributes or descriptions. Which should he choose? Chapter 104, 9 Palaces Divine Path Successfully Cultivated. Achieving the realm of King's 7 stars. The selection of a cultivation technique is of utmost importance. Choosing one that aligns with his abilities would yield exponential results, while an unsuitable choice would lead to inefficiency or, worse, prove utterly fruitless. Moreover, with only the names available and no accompanying details, the chance of discerning their content was uncertain. A fortunate individual might grasp the essence, while an unfortunate one might not even touch the threshold. Furthermore, this was a ticket to the Nine Heavens Divine City. Thus, Su Chen found himself in a state of indecision. After a moment's contemplation, he extended his hand, his finger resting upon the 9 Palaces Divine Path. Selection successful. Congratulations on choosing the #1 ranked supreme cultivation technique. As Su Chen's fingertip made contact with the Nine Palaces' divine path, the prompt echoed in his mind. The selection was confirmed, and he was informed that the Nine Palaces' divine path was the most formidable cultivation technique available, the most powerful technique. Su Chen marveled at the artifact spirit's declaration, astonished by his fortuitous luck. Yet, a thread of concern lingered. The more potent the cultivation method, the more challenging it would be to master. However, successful cultivation would accelerate his ascendance and amplify his combat prowess. Yet, this cultivation technique was the key to entering the Nine Heavens' divine city. If he failed to cultivate it successfully, he would gain no entry. Initially, his goal was to access the Nine Heavens' divine city, so selecting a method bearing the Nine Heavens designation seemed fitting. However, such techniques would likely be the common choice for most, and many would opt for the Nine Heavens' divine formula. Might this be a trap? Thus, he opted for the Nine Palaces' divine path. At that moment, a radiant light enveloped him, infused with a myriad of characters and inscriptions, appearing both wondrous and arcane. Yet, it was perplexing. Although the technique was extraordinary, understanding it was a prerequisite for cultivation. Without comprehension, how could one cultivate? However, Su Chen was undeterred. System, initiate scan. He communicated with the system, prompting it to scan. This was precisely the type of task the system excelled at. Scanning. The system responded, yet no further information followed, indicating that the scan would require some time. As long as it was not excessively prolonged, Su Chen could accept the wait. Time continued to pass. Approximately 10 minutes later, the scan concluded. Scan complete. Interpretation successful. The Nine Palaces' divine path is the core technique that governs the Nine Heavens' divine city, capable of transforming any energy from the heavens and earth into one's own. Upon mastering it, one will command the Nine Palaces within the divine city. The system's voice resonated, elucidating this to Su Chen. Upon hearing the explanation, Su Chen was astounded. Could it be that he had indeed made the right choice? Regardless, he decided to embark on his cultivation journey. Thus, Su Chen commenced his practice. The previously intricate and perplexing characters and inscriptions were now rendered comprehensible through the system's interpretation, allowing him to swiftly immerse himself in the training. Hiss. Su Chen diligently practiced, entering a state of complete absorption. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy of the universe surged toward him, ultimately flowing into his body. King's second star, 018. King's second star, 352. King's second star, 779. King's second star, 1911. King's second star, 3208. Once in a state of cultivation, Su Chen's rate of absorbing spiritual energy was extraordinarily terrifying. Though he had yet to fully master the Nine Palaces' divine path, his speed of refining spiritual energy had reached a staggering level. In merely half an hour, his King's second star had surged to 4,837. Ding! Congratulations on entering the first island. Please continue your efforts. The notification echoed. A radiant light enveloped Su Chen, causing him to vanish from his spot. When he reappeared, he found himself on the first island. Undeterred, he continued his cultivation. King's second star, 4,914. King's second star, 5,355. King's second star, 9,801. King's second star, 9,999. As time ticked by, his mastery of the Nine Palaces' divine path grew increasingly familiar, its operation accelerating, while the volume of transformed spiritual energy intensified, rapidly elevating his realm. Congratulations on your realm breakthrough. Current level, King's third star 000. Combat power 10. At last, his realm ascended once more, reaching King's third star, with his combat power still augmented by 10. However, this 10% was calculated cumulatively, added on top of the initial combat power after the first increment. For instance, his combat power initially stood at 26,753,000. Upon attaining King's second star, it increased by 10, resulting in a combat power of 29,428,000. Now, having reached King's third star, the additional 10 was not merely on 26,753,000, but rather on 29,428,000. Thus, Su Chen's current combat power soared to 29,428,000x11032370. The prospect of further elevation was indeed daunting. Ding! Congratulations on entering the second island. Please continue your efforts. The spirit's voice resonated once more. Su Chen was now on the second island, drawing closer to the Nine Heavens' divine city. Ding! Congratulations on entering the third island. Please continue your efforts. Congratulations on your realm breakthrough. Current level, King's fourth star 009. Combat power 10. Ding! Congratulations on entering the fourth island. Please continue your efforts. Ding! Congratulations on entering the fifth island. Please continue your efforts. As time relentlessly flowed by, 3 full days passed. Su Chen finally arrived at the 9th island, and at this moment, his realm had ascended to King's 7th star. The further he progressed, the more arduous the cultivation of the 9 palaces divine path became. On this day, Luo Bingxing also reached the end of the white jade heavenly ladder, observing Su Chun on the 9th island with great curiosity. Why had he not yet entered the 9 heavens divine city? Before long, she heard the spirit's voice, entering the process of selecting a technique. As night fell, congratulations on successfully cultivating the 9 palaces divine path. The 9 heavens divine city has been unlocked. The spirit's voice resonated. Simultaneously, Su Chun was enveloped in a radiant light, instantly appearing before the majestic walls of the 9 heavens divine city, where the gates slowly opened, and he stepped toward the city. Upon entering the 9 heavens divine city, his spirit trembled with awe. A divine city indeed. It was no wonder it bore such a title. Within it lay a realm of divinity. The purity of the spiritual energy was unprecedented, estimated to be 1,000 times that of the outside world, and this was only at the periphery of the divine city. At its center, the spiritual energy would be even more refined and abundant. Here, he must elevate his King's level to the pinnacle of the 9th star, Su Chun mused. Currently, he had attained King's 7th star 8221. With the 9 palaces divine path mastered, could he not achieve meteoric progress amidst such pure and abundant spiritual energy? One could assert that even a pig could elevate its realm within the 9 heavens divine city. What more for a genius like him? At this moment, Su Chun's gaze swept across the 9 heavens divine city. Beyond its environment and spiritual energy, it exuded an overwhelming celestial majesty, suffused with the essence of divinity. Perhaps this sacred city had once been the dwelling place of deities. Welcome to the 9 heavens divine city. At this juncture, the spirit's voice echoed once more. Su Chun understood that the rules were about to be revealed. Chapter 105. Mastering the 9 heavens divine palace. Reward. The Heavenly Emperor's Jade Crown. Exclusive to the 9th dimension of the divine. Welcome to the 9 heavens divine city. Congratulations, you have successfully chosen to cultivate the 9 palaces divine path. The 9 palaces divine path is the technique for mastering the 9 divine palaces, the core of the 9 heavens divine city, of which the 9 heavens divine palace is one. Only by merging with the 9 heavens divine palace can you depart from the 9 heavens divine city. The spirit's voice resonated again. The rules were succinctly stated. He must merge with the 9 heavens divine palace to leave the divine city. In that moment, Su Chun experienced a profound realization. He had indeed made the correct choice. The 9 palaces divine path surpassed the 9 heavens divine technique. Furthermore, had he chosen the latter, his journey to the 9 heavens divine city would have been in vain. Only by opting to cultivate the 9 palaces divine path could he deem his choices right. Moreover, the core of the 9 heavens divine city was the 9 heavens divine palace. Only through the cultivation of the 9 palaces divine path could one master the essence of the divine city. With resolve, Su Chun soared toward the center of the 9 heavens divine city. It was vast, and after 3 hours of flight, he finally reached the heart of the divine city. There lay a colossal plaza, spanning hundreds of square kilometers, adorned with opulent white jade. At the center of this plaza stood an altar, above which floated a palace shrouded in a mysterious, multicolored luminescence, exuding an enigmatic aura that Su Chun found immensely comforting. There was an inexplicable affinity between the palace and him. Was this the 9 heavens divine palace? Su Chun pondered softly as he gazed upon the palace. Presently, he was the sole inhabitant of the 9 heavens divine city, free from the concern of interruptions. After circling the 9 heavens divine palace, Su Chun settled into a meditative posture. With a swift motion of his finger, a drop of his essence blood materialized, which he flicked toward the palace. The blood drop fell upon the 9 heavens divine palace, and at that moment, Su Chun activated the 9 palaces divine path, commencing the ritual of refining and merging with the 9 heavens divine palace. There was only one path ahead. The convergence with the 9 heavens divine palace presents a pivotal opportunity. Success will grant him passage from this realm, while failure will bind him here. Yet, with the celestial tower in existence, he possesses the means to traverse beyond the 9 heavens divine city. Nevertheless, he is reluctant to force his departure unless absolutely necessary. For this is indeed a treasure of unimaginable worth. As the essence of his blood rapidly melds with the 9 heavens divine palace, Su Chun channels the 9 palaces divine path, accelerating the flow of his essence within the palace. Gradually, he establishes a connection with the 9 heavens divine palace. Time slips away unnoticed. At long last, the 9 heavens divine palace upon the altar hovers before him, now no larger than the palm of his hand, spinning swiftly around him. This spectacle mirrors that of the celestial tower and the chaos creation immortal tablet. Congratulations, echoes the voice of the artifact spirit. You have successfully fused and gained control of the 9 heavens divine palace. Reward, the celestial emperor's jade crown, an exclusive artifact of the 9 heavens dimension. The spirit's voice resounds again, this time heralding Su Chun's successful fusion and control over the 9 heavens divine palace, accompanied by an additional reward, a unique item. However, this unique item bears 4 suffixes, an unprecedented sight for him. A rush of exhilaration envelopes him. mingled with anticipation. How profoundly extraordinary must these four suffixes be? A streak of light descends, landing before Su Chen. Although he is filled with eager anticipation, he restrains himself, opting to refrain from examining or donning it until he departs from the Nine Heavens Divine City. For now, he must capitalize on the pure spiritual energy here to elevate his realm. Without further ado, he must at least reach the pinnacle of the King's ninth star. Thus, Su Chen sits cross-legged, initiating his cultivation. The spiritual energy within the Nine Heavens Divine City is remarkably pure and abundant, allowing for progress at an astonishing pace. At this moment, wielding the power of the Nine Palaces Divine Path, he finds that although this method governs the Nine Palaces, it is equally terrifying in its capacity to enhance his realm. Indeed, the Nine Palaces Divine Path transcends even divine-level techniques. Otherwise, it would not bear the title of Divine Path. Thus, as he cultivates, he resembles an insatiable abyss, voraciously consuming spiritual energy, akin to a bottomless pit forever yearning for fulfillment. Ding! Congratulations on your breakthrough. A notification chimes. Current realm, King S 8 star 000. Battle power, 10. Su Chen's realm has ascended to the King S 8 star, with his battle power now at 10. In truth, every enhancement yields an increase of 10 in battle power based on his current foundation. At the King S 3rd star, his battle power was 32, 370, 000. Upon reaching the King S 4th star, it rose to 35, 607, 000. At the 5th star, it became 39, 167, 000, then 43, 084, 000 at the 6th star, and 47, 392, 000 at the 7th star. Now, at the 8th star, his battle power reaches 52, 132, 000, with merely a few minor advancements. His strength has effectively doubled. Though it seems like a mere increase of 10, it functions similarly to compound interest in lending, growing exponentially over time. Su Chen envisions achieving the 9th star while fusing with the Nine Heavens Divine Palace. Although it is not an equipment piece, based on prior conventions, it should still confer substantial foundational battle power. Coupled with the reward of the Celestial Emperor's Jade Crown, he muses that his battle power might approach 1 billion. With such might, could he extinguish saints and strike down sovereigns? It is certainly worth a try. The cultivation continues. After all, he has mastered the Nine Heavens Divine Palace and fulfilled the Artifact Spirit's task. The Spirit has not urged him to leave, and it would be a shame to squander such a splendid opportunity for training. On this day, as Su Chen persists in his cultivation, he notices Luo Bingqing's arrival in the Nine Heavens Divine City, making her way to the plaza. Upon seeing Su Chen, she beams with joy, eager to greet him. Yet, observing his immersion in cultivation, she restrains herself, wary of interrupting his progress. Subsequently, a mysterious orb of light materializes in the plaza, hovering 100 meters before Luo Bingqing, exuding chaotic energy, intensely frigid. This must be what she seeks to master, perfectly aligning with her attributes. Luo Bingqing then embarks on her journey to assimilate this chaotic essence. Days pass, and finally, after 3 days, Su Chen halts his cultivation, having reached the pinnacle of the King S 9th star, King S 9th star, 100, unable to advance further. To progress, he must break through to another echelon, the realm of the saints. Yet, it is evident that he has not met the conditions for such a breakthrough. Even so, his battle power has increased twice, once at the King S 9th star and again at the 9th star, 100. Despite not breaking through, experiencing 2 enhancements at the King S 9th star fills Su Chen with joy. His battle power now stands at 63, 079, 000, an impressive 630 million. Opening his eyes, he seeks a place to rest, awaiting Luo Bingqing's mastery of the chaotic essence. Even if she cannot grasp it before the time limit expires, he can forcibly take her from the Nine Heavens Divine City. However, he genuinely hopes she succeeds, for this is a monumental opportunity in fortune. Chapter 106. The conclusion of the Nine Heavens Divine City and departure. In the plaza of the Nine Heavens Divine City, Su Chen waits for an extended period. As evening descends, Luo Bingqing finally refines the chaotic essence, and upon mastering it, a streak of light appears in her hand. This scene is familiar to Su Chen, having encountered it several times before. This is a reward, though he remains unaware of what she has received. Xiao Chun, Luo Bingqing calls, stowing away her reward and the chaotic essence before finally addressing him, her voice brimming with excitement. She knows Su Chen has been awaiting her. Congratulations, sister. Su Chen observes the transformation in Luo Bingqing's aura as she gains control of the chaotic essence. Her realm ascends to the King's 1st star, an undeniable sign that the chaotic essence has propelled her skills to celestial heights. With this, she successfully advances to the rank of king. It's merely talent. Let us keep a low profile, Luo Bingqing replies with an air of seriousness, though her demeanor betrays her pride. Sister, do you possess knowledge regarding the conditions and requirements for ascending to the realm of the saints? Su Chen inquires, his foremost concern now fixated on this very topic. for he has reached the zenith of the king's realm and cannot advance further. He must devise a method to shatter this bottleneck and constraints to become a saint. It seems he must diligently seek knowledge regarding these realms. I'm unaware of that either. Once we return to the ninth city, I shall consult my parents, Luo Bingqing responds, casting Su Chen a sidelong glance. Shaking her head in indication of her ignorance. After all, she has only just ascended to the rank of king. She too is an extraordinary prodigy. Her rate of advancement far eclipsing her acquisition of knowledge. Much learning remains ahead of her. Thus, the tale unfolds, with the fall of the 29th prince. At the edge of the foreign battlefield, opposite the human race, lies an expansive celestial river. This river, boundless and infinite, serves as a barrier between the alien races and humanity. Yet, despite this separation, alien beings continually traverse the celestial river to invade the human realm. Suspended above this river is a colossal celestial body, comparable in size to Earth. It is upon this celestial body that the aliens launch their incursions into the foreign battlefield. At this moment, within the grand hall of the celestial body, a formidable middle-aged man occupies the central throne. He is known as the Celestial Emperor, one of the 72 sovereigns under the dominion of the Lord of Natural Disasters. Having departed from the alien world, he now reigns as the undisputed emperor here. The Celestial Emperor gazes distantly at a fading star. His voice, though calm, betrays an undercurrent of seething rage. This extinguished star symbolizes one of his sons. And not just any son, but one of his most exceptional progeny. The unexpected demise of such a son stirs profound anger within him. More importantly, he is aware that this prince did not perish in obscurity. He was slain by a formidable adversary. The root of this tragedy lies in the potent ability of the alien royal bloodline, which grants them a form of resurrection through their souls when faced with obliteration. Akin to possessing an immortality technique. This implies that had the 29th prince been annihilated in the unknown depths of a secret realm, he would have revived elsewhere. The grayish glow he emanated signifies the essence of the alien royalty, serving as a means of survival. However, the fact that the 29th prince failed to resurrect indicates his complete and utter demise. What does this signify? It reveals that the prince encountered a superlative powerhouse who utterly obliterated him. Your Majesty, the 29th prince ventured into the mystic demon mountain range. Could it be that he met with misfortune within the secret realm? Inquired a powerful alien lord. In such a secret realm, any eventuality could transpire. It would not be unusual for the prince to perish inside. No, the Celestial Emperor replied, his eyes gleaming with blood-red fury, infused with an intent to annihilate. A royal bloodline cannot perish within a secret realm. According to my calculations, he was vanquished by a human prodigy. The Celestial Emperor's gaze burned with murderous intent. If someone dared to slay his son, it would be tantamount to courting death. Although he has hundreds of sons and daughters, the death of one is inconsequential. Yet, the slaying of his son by a human prodigy is a profound insult and provocation, especially since the 29th prince was one of his favored heirs. Your Majesty, I shall dispatch men to the mystic demon mountain range. One of the lords stepped forward to propose. The conditions of the secret realm within the mystic demon mountain range restrict entry to those under 30 years of age. Human prodigies under 30, even if they are exceptional, are merely kings at best, or perhaps saints if we are generous. Thus, we can easily send a few saints to seize this opportunity for merit. Inxiao, you shall lead the expedition personally, commanded the Celestial Emperor, his voice laced with coldness. In the foreign battlefield, numerous alien prodigies and powerhouses had perished, yet their losses paled in comparison to those of humanity. However, the slaying of his illustrious son marked the second such occurrence. The first transpired over 50 years ago when his eldest son, the rightful heir to the Celestial Emperor, was slain by a human prodigy named Su Jingtian. It is worth noting that the eldest prince was an extraordinary talent, a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Indeed, Inxiao nodded and then withdrew. His lofty status as a sovereign meant that matters concerning kings and saints did not typically require his intervention, yet, the Emperor's command was not to be defied. In an instant, his thoughts turned to the unidentified human prodigy, contemplating how to exact a heavy toll from the human race. For days elapsed in the Nine Heavens Divine City. Finally, the voice of the artifact spirit resonated. 10 days have passed, and no one has set foot in the Nine Heavens Divine City. This session of the Nine Heavens Divine City has concluded. The Spirit's declaration signaled the closure of the city, justified by the absence of visitors during the 10-day period. It has finally come to an end, Su Chen remarked. Here, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th star of the king level, and he could no longer refine spiritual energy to enhance his realm. His only recourse was to practice the chaotic divine demon spear technique, the predecessor of the annihilation spear technique, merely to refine his spear intent. This was primarily a means to pass the time, as he was uncertain how to exit the Nine Heavens Divine City. He had considered utilizing the Celestial Tower, but he feared being thrust into another world, given the perilous nature of forcefully traversing from a formidable secret realm. Alas, if only he were granted another month. He could reach the 9th star of the king level. Luo Bingqing sighed, having just attained the king level. Encountering such an environment, she was naturally eager to voraciously absorb spiritual energy to elevate herself. Over these 4 days, her cultivation had reached the 3rd star of the king level. With another month, reaching the 9th star of the king level would be within her grasp. Suddenly, radiant golden beams illuminated the sky, cascading down upon Su Chen and Luo Bingqing, enveloping them before they vanished from sight. Chapter 107. A single strike, slaying 5 alien saints. In an instant, the golden beams descended upon Su Chen and Luo Bingqing, engulfing them completely as they disappeared from their original location. They had been teleported away from the 9 Heavens Divine City, with the transmission lasting a full minute before concluding. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a canyon. Su Chen observed, recognizing this place as the entrance to the 9 Heavens Divine City. The altar remained, yet it was devoid of any activity. Perhaps it was due to the 3-day time limit not being reached, or perhaps the 9 Heavens Divine City had entirely shut down. Nonetheless, numerous alien beings and humans lingered, seemingly waiting for the teleportation to commence. This teleportation is akin to a dungeon. One exits from where one enters, Luo Bingqing remarked, recalling that she had also emerged in this very spot the last time she exited the 9 Heavens Divine City. The alien beings regarded Su Chen and Luo Bingqing with predatory gazes, as if they intended to rob them. Rob us. Su Chen mused. It does seem that way. However, he found it amusing. Even the prodigious 29th Prince, a saint, was no match for Su Chen. How could mere alien prodigies and powerhouses contend with him? In truth, anyone below the saint level stood no chance against Su Chen. Let us depart, Su Chen suggested, sensing a strong undercurrent of threat in the air, akin to being targeted by a venomous serpent. Yet, he could not pinpoint the source of this feeling, prompting him to choose to vacate the area. However, before he could make a move, the fabric of space warped, and then, with a violent tear, 5 towering alien powerhouses emerged from the rift. Each of these beings stood an imposing 30 meters tall, exuding an aura of destruction. More crucially, they emanated the essence of sanctity, a hallmark of the saint level. From the sanctity that enveloped them, it was evident that these 5 alien saints were beings of unparalleled prowess, their strength and realm far surpassing that of the 3 guardians of the 29th Prince. In truth, the guardians of the 29th Prince appeared utterly insignificant in comparison to these 5 alien saints. At this moment, Su Chen comprehended that the impending crisis originated from these formidable foes, but he sensed that it was not entirely confined to them. Could there be an even mightier presence lurking? Moreover, these alien saints were advancing towards him. Xiao Chun, Luo Bingqing observed the scene, her exquisite visage betraying a grave expression under the weight of the saint's oppressive aura. It's nothing, just a trivial matter, Su Chen reassured her, gripping her hand. As long as Luo Bingqing remained within a 5,000-meter radius, no one could harm her, for he possessed the ability to transfer his life force to resurrect her. As for the 5 alien saints, they were merely a trifling challenge. In fact, their arrival filled him with exhilaration. They were the perfect targets for him to hone his skills. Otherwise, who could withstand the sheer might of his billions of battle power? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Luo Bingqing's heart, previously heavy with anxiety, began to lighten as she observed his unwavering confidence. It was you who killed the 29th Prince, wasn't he it? One of the alien saints, suspended in the air and encircling Su Chen, inquired coldly, their tone laced with disdain. The humans had grown accustomed to the hubris of the alien races. Each alien, regardless of their stature, believed themselves to be the lords of this world. A mere waste. They scoffed. Why bother with such concern? Indeed, the aliens were a group of under-evolved beings, prone to overreacting over trivial matters, simple-minded and physically adept, living only to squander air and resources. Su Chen regarded the 5 alien saints with indifference, declaring, the 29th Prince is but a worthless wretch, unable to withstand even a single blow from me. Damn it, you dare to plot against the 29th Prince? You shall perish. The alien saint who had spoken erupted in fury. The 29th Prince was among the most exceptional progeny of their emperor, a paragon of their kind. And to have such a lowly human refer to him as a waste was intolerable. As he spoke, the alien saint's enormous hand reached out towards Su Chen, suffused with destructive sanctity and terrifying power. A strike from a saint bore the force of tens of millions. A peak saint could unleash over 100 million in battle power. Initially, he intended to capture the lowly human alive, but the human's insolence had incited his wrath, compelling him to annihilate him. Killing the human who had harmed the 29th Prince would also fulfill his mission. Humph, Su Chen scoffed, standing resolute, showing no inclination to evade or draw his weapon. Yet, at that moment, a cataclysmic radiance and intent erupted from him, cascading towards the alien saint. Simultaneously, this radiance and intent locked onto the other 4 formidable alien saints as well. With the chaotic divine demon spear technique, capable of cataclysmic destruction, he realized that, given his current realm and power, he need not resort to the flame divine spear. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the echoes of destruction reverberated. The explosive sounds were fleeting. When the cacophony subsided, the 5 alien saints had been mercilessly obliterated. Indeed, the 5 peak alien saints had been slain in a single strike by Chen. Onlookers from both the alien and human sides were left in utter shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Countless human prodigies and powerhouses stood petrified. As they witnessed the arrival of the 5 alien saints, fear had gripped them, compelling them to seek an escape route. The enmity between the alien and human races was well known. Whenever they occupied the same space, a cataclysmic battle was inevitable. Thus, with the arrival of the alien saints, they understood that annihilation awaited them. Even if the alien saints were targeting Chen, they too would likely be eradicated. However, under the oppressive might of the saints, they found themselves paralyzed, unable to move, yet consumed with curiosity about the identities of Luo Bingqing and Chen, who warranted such a deadly response from 5 alien saints. Yet, such musings were secondary. The primary concern was that Chen and Luo Bingqing were doomed. Little did they anticipate that the youth would confront the alien saints head-on. What was most astonishing was that he had effortlessly dispatched the 5 alien saints. All of this surpassed their wildest imaginations. At that moment, Chen's gaze shifted to the void. "Come forth," he uttered calmly, his emotions unwavering. The atmosphere shifted, and tension thickened. The 108th chapter heralded the arrival of a sovereign. "Come forth," Chen repeated, his tone devoid of any tremor. His eyes faintly fixed upon the depths of the void, as if greeting an unseen entity. Or perhaps he had long known of a more potent presence concealed in the depths of space, and had merely chosen not to reveal it until now. Having vanquished the 5 alien saints, his focus naturally turned towards the might lurking in the depths of the cosmos. His call elicited no immediate response. Yet the winds began to stir ominously. Simultaneously, the fabric of space began to shatter, fragmenting into pieces. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the area for miles around, causing all beings within to tremble, as if confronted with divine wrath. Many aliens and creatures prostrated themselves in submission. This pressure was far beyond the sanctity and might of the saints. It was the very essence of celestial authority. Boom, boom, boom. As celestial might manifested, thunder roared ominously, akin to an approaching tempest. The fractured space continued to twist, its shards melding with the thunder, gradually descending toward the ground. Though the descent was slow, no one dared to flee, for under celestial authority, they found themselves utterly immobilized. The sovereign has arrived. The alien sovereign? How could that be? Why would the alien sovereign come here? Was it to confront him? Who was he? In the canyons of the immortal demon mountains, thousands of human prodigies and powerhouses fell into despair. They understood that the alien sovereign had come. A sovereign, an unparalleled existence, a supreme lord of the world. But what purpose did the alien sovereign have in coming here? Was it directed at that youth? Who was he to provoke such a response from the alien sovereign? Accompanied by peak saints? It was utterly inconceivable. "Human, your sins are unforgivable. Surrender." A voice, unremarkable yet imbued with celestial authority, gradually resonated through the air. The overwhelming might of the heavens converged upon Chen and the formidable heroes of the human race, pressing down upon them with an undeniable force. Before such divine power, even the saints were compelled to bow their heads, utterly devoid of the capacity or strength to resist. Thus, the master concealed in the void remained shrouded in mystery. For he understood that no matter how defiant a king or saint might be, they could not evade the master's judgment and retribution. "Why hide like a cur? Are you attempting to appear profound?" Chen remarked with a calm demeanor, directly disregarding the celestial might. Not only could he dismiss divine authority, but he could also overlook even the power of the realm as sovereigns. This was one of the pillars of his confidence. As he spoke, the flame god spear materialized in his grasp, and he thrust it into the void. Instantly, a torrent of spear light and intent surged forth, bombarding the atmosphere. The spear's radiance, intent, along with the icy rain of celestial fire and chaotic flames, merged into a cataclysmic force capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. Even as the spear intent infused with chaotic flames, the celestial might trembled in response. Boom, boom. The spear light and intent collided with the chaotic flames and icy rain, shattering space once more. In the blink of an eye, the celestial authority crumbled as the spear light, infused with the destructive chaotic flames and icy rain, surged into the depths of space, leaving nothing but a vacuum in its wake. This apocalyptic power sent shivers through the hearts of the human heroes and champions. Was he a king? A saint? No, he was a master. Only a master could contend with another master in battle, and judging by his demeanor, he appeared even more formidable and domineering than the hidden master in the deep void, having disregarded the celestial might and obliterated it with a single thrust. "Commander, there is new intelligence you must be aware of," Lin Xiu stated hastily as he entered the command center of the 8th Legion. "Speak," replied Li Tianzhou with a single word. The other dignitaries looked at Lin Xiu with curiosity. What information could warrant such urgency? "We have just received word that an alien master and 5 peak saints are en route to the immortal demon mountains, presumably targeting Chen and Colonel Luo Bingqing. Furthermore, Colonel Luo and Su Chen have returned from the secret realm and encountered the alien saints and master, Lin Xiu explained. His tone urgent due to the severity of the situation. Virtual capture, Li Tianzhou commanded, his expression altering dramatically upon hearing the news. He gestured for the others to initiate virtual capture, and the atmosphere was rife with shock. The aliens were sending a master and peak saints to confront Su Chen? This was unprecedented. They were bewildered. Even the fall of the 29th prince did not warrant such upheaval. Hiss, hiss. Soon, virtual capture was successful. A colossal screen illuminated the command center, revealing the gorge of the immortal demon mountains. Within the image, an extraordinary youth stood alongside a stunningly beautiful woman. Gripping the flame god spear, he unleashed a devastating thrust into the void, the spear light and intent brimming with infinite flames and icy rain. Wherever the spear light traversed, all was rendered null. What a terrifying thrust. And he is only at the heavenly tier. Damn, the aliens truly dispatched a master, the observers murmured. Anxiety creeping in as they considered whether he could escape, being merely a king. In the command center, the dignitaries, though astonished, began to worry. No matter how mighty a king, he remained but a king. Faced with a master, he was akin to an ant before a dragon. Moreover, this was an alien master. What is a master? A being who governs the heavens and all living things. Boom, boom, boom. The air above the gorge erupted with the sounds of spatial destruction. In that moment, a crimson light surged toward the spear light, its corrosive essence permeating the atmosphere. In an instant, the crimson light collided with the spear light. The spear light shattered, and the overwhelming crimson light bore down upon Su Chen, its corrosive nature capable of tainting and obliterating all. Should one be crushed by this crimson radiance, even a saint would be reduced to nothingness. The Master's attacks were imbued with the essences of the universe, each strike containing the primal force of life. The spear light was domineering, yet this time an unexpected turn of events transpired. It failed to annihilate the opponent and was instead fragmented by the crimson light. As the destructive crimson light threatened to engulf Su Chen, he remained unfazed, his gaze tranquil as he regarded the approaching threat. Initially, he had intended to spar with the master, but it seemed the adversary had overstepped. Very well. Let us unleash our true might. Su Chen smirked, his voice steady. Chapter 109. What do you call your father's sister's aunt's son's aunt's sister's father? What grand move? At Su Chen's words, everyone paused in disbelief. Was that earlier strike not a grand move? It had obliterated everything. Curiosity sparked as they turned their attention to Su Chen, who suddenly radiated with billions of annihilating lights, resembling a sun suspended in the cosmos. Its brilliance emanating in all directions without a single blind spot. In an instant, the sun god light collided with the crimson radiance. Hiss, hiss. Apart from the faint hissing sounds, there was no explosive noise. Yet at that moment, the crimson light melted away as rapidly as snow under the blazing sun, vanishing entirely. Simultaneously, the sun god light spread forth across the depths of space. Damn it, a voice echoed from the hidden master in the deep void, filled with rage. It was evident he had suffered a significant setback before the sun god light. Otherwise, a master would not be so incensed. Soon, a gigantic figure, charred and disheveled, emerged in the void, his clothes and hair burned to a crisp, resembling a beggar rather than a master. Is this how a master appears? Su Chen chuckled at the sight of the giant. The sun god light had perhaps gone too far, transforming a dignified master into such a state. Die the master. Looking more like a ghost than a man, seethed with fury, almost choking with rage at Su Chen's remark, he summoned a colossal battle axe, over 100 meters in length, and swung it towards Su Chen. The master's power surged, solidifying the space around them, binding Su Chen in place. To become a master, one must possess combat prowess of at least 100 million. Thus, even a slightly more formidable master would wield several hundred million in strength. Augmented by their extraordinary powers, the alien master's abilities often surpassed even some specialized equipment. The battle axe, disregarding the distance, swiftly descended before Su Chen. Just then, a luminous shield appeared before him, enveloping both him and Luo Bingqing. The shield radiated a soft, multi-hued glow, resembling a wizard's protective barrier. Bang! The battle axe struck the shield, causing it to tremble slightly, yet it remained intact. The primary reason lies in the fact that the alien sovereign was within Su Chen's domain, resulting in a staggering 75 reduction in both attack and defense. The residual power was further diminished as the chaotic light shield absorbed 99 of the damage. Therefore, when the attack ultimately landed on Su Chen, the inflicted harm was negligible, practically non-existent. Is that all? Su Chen remarked, his tone dripping with disdain. Poof! The alien sovereign spat blood, utterly enraged. A dignified sovereign found himself disgraced by a mere human prodigy, and not only did he endure a blow infused with the power of rules, but he was also mocked thereafter. Did the sovereign not value his pride? Calm down, calm down. Answer me one question, and if you respond correctly, I shall accompany you on a journey. Pray tell, what do you call your father's sister's aunt's son's aunt's sister's father? Su Chen gazed at the sovereign in the void, a smile gracing his features as he posed the query. Simultaneously, the solar divine light began to circulate. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the sovereign in the void froze, a look of confusion spreading across his face. It wasn't just him. The alien prodigies and powerhouses in the canyon, as well as the human prodigies and strongmen, including Luo Bingqing, were equally perplexed, their minds filled with question marks. Ding. Countdown initiated. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In Su Chen's line of sight, a countdown materialized above the alien sovereign's head, decreasing second by second, while the sovereign remained in a state of bewilderment. As the countdown reached 0, an eerie rule manifested in the air. Sizzle. The alien sovereign was cleaved in two by a blood-red beam, his life force dissipating in an instant. Soon after, his colossal body plummeted to the ground, causing the earth to tremble and collapse in a massive area. The battle concluded. Heaven and earth, along with space, returned to their original state, as if nothing had transpired, save for the enormous corpse lying on the ground, which bore witness to the bizarre and terrifying clash that had just unfolded. In truth, throughout this entire ordeal, Su Chen had only fired a single shot, subsequently withstanding a blow using the solar divine light. Following this, he posed an odd question, and upon its conclusion, the alien sovereign met his demise. It was surreal, leaving countless alien and human prodigies in shock, their gazes towards Su Chen filled with reverence. Annihilation. The solar divine light erupted once more, sweeping towards the alien forces in the canyon with overwhelming ferocity. In an instant, the alien powerhouses and prodigies were obliterated, while some human powerhouses and prodigies remained immune to the onslaught. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Su Chen grasped Luo Bingqing's hand, their figures flickering as they soared towards the skies. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, had 5 peak alien saints and 1 sovereign met their end just like that? How had the alien sovereign perished? Such a bizarre method, posing a peculiar question, had resulted in the sovereign's death. The equipment of rules must be extraordinary, capable of silencing even a sovereign with such ease. He was merely a king, yet saints and sovereigns had fallen before him. There were no tales of such a legendary prodigy from the Ninth City. In the canyon, after a prolonged silence, countless prodigies and powerhouses, having regained their composure, began to discuss fervently. The cacophony of voices rose like a tsunami, all astonished by the scene that had just unfolded. More than anything, they were terrified. That youth was terrifyingly powerful. Fortunately, he belonged to the human race. Otherwise, he would have left an indelible psychological scar on many. At this moment, whether prodigies or powerhouses, they were united by a singular curiosity. How had the sovereign died? And what was the answer to that question? The question, what do you call your father's sister's aunt's son's aunt's sister's father? Who could possibly answer that? Previously, Li Tianzhou had underestimated him. After witnessing the battle, he fell into deep contemplation, eventually uttering a single phrase. The others, too, were engulfed in shock. They were saints. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were exalted beings beyond reach. Yet, just moments ago, 5 saints had been slain by Su Chen, and even a sovereign had succumbed to his hand. They were saints, which meant Su Chen could also kill them. Thankfully, that youth was a prodigy of the human race. Otherwise, countless individuals would feel fear. It must be equipment of rules. It was said that he had survived 2 calamity-level dungeons, acquiring some miraculous equipment of rules, which was not impossible. One of the saints offered his insight, questioning what else could invisibly slay a sovereign. Clearly, it was impossible. At least, they could not achieve it. Even Su Chen, one would think, could not accomplish such a feat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Deep within the battlefield beyond the realm, the Qing Luo divine bird soared majestically. On its back sat Su Chen and Luo Bingqing. Xiao Chen, what exactly is the answer to that question you asked? Luo Bingqing, perplexed, had yet to deduce what one should call. I do not know, Su Chen replied. In truth, he had merely asked it casually. Such a question, if pondered slowly, would surely yield an answer, but it required time. As long as the opponent failed to respond correctly or did not answer within 5 seconds, they would be deemed incorrect. An error equated to death. As for the question itself, it was of no consequence. His only aim was to ensure the opponent exceeded the 5-second limit. Don't know? How is that possible? Luo Bingqing exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. I understand now. Your equipment must be of the rules type. This rule imposes a time limit on answers. And you merely needed him to exceed the stipulated time, correct? Luo Bingqing gazed at Su Chen, her expression shifting to one of realization upon hearing his words. The question you posed had no answer? Who would believe you? However, the astute girl seemed to grasp the underlying concept, swiftly articulating her conjecture. As she spoke, she looked expectantly at Su Chen, eager to confirm her correctness. Absolutely correct, Su Chen affirmed, appreciating the ease of conversing with an intelligent individual. He need not elaborate further. Luo Bingqing had already deduced it. In this world, such an extraordinary piece of equipment truly existed. Her luck was remarkable. Upon receiving confirmation, Luo Bingqing was filled with joy, as though she had acquired a unique treasure imbued with divine essence. She was right in her conjecture. The joy was exhilarating. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After 5 days of flight, Su Chen and Luo Bingqing finally returned to the ninth city. Upon entering the ninth city, an overwhelming sense of relaxation enveloped them. Here, they felt safe. By the way, Xiao Chun, your merits can be exchanged for military ranks. Up to the rank of colonel, one must operate on the martial list S holographic screen. To achieve the rank of colonel, not only is a substantial amount of merit required, but one must also undergo assessments. With approval from at least 80% of the generals present to be granted the certified military rank. Upon returning to the ninth city, Luo Bingqing remarked to Su Chen. Along the way, they encountered numerous prodigies, formidable warriors, and soldiers of the Legion. The moment they spotted Su Chen and Luo Bingqing, the gaze of every passerby was drawn to them. After all, Luo Bingqing was breathtakingly beautiful, and Su Chen was equally extraordinary. Together, they formed a match made in heaven, naturally attracting countless admirers. As they walked and conversed with effortless grace, they quickly made their way back to their standalone villa. Who are they? I've never seen them before. They must be new recruits from the academy, whispered some onlookers. That girl is stunning, an absolute goddess of beauty. The boy is quite dashing as well. That girl is Colonel Luo Bingqing, a peerless enchantress. It was a pity that this place was a battlefield beyond the realm, not the secure city on Earth. Arriving here meant facing the harsh realities of society. Numerous prodigies, powerful beings, and new recruits whispered amongst themselves. While most gazes were filled with envy, a portion reflected jealousy. In this world, where humanity exists, competition thrives, and with competition comes jealousy. In the villa, Su Chen entered the bathroom and took a refreshing bath. After changing into clean clothes, he threw himself onto the expansive, soft bed. However, he did not feel fatigued. Although he had traversed the mysterious realm of the 9 heavens for 9 days, aside from eliminating the 29th prince, he had not engaged in any battles or encountered peril. On the way back, he had effortlessly defeated 5 peak saints and slain an alien sovereign. Such feats felt rather trivial, hardly warranting fatigue. Now, he intended to meticulously organize his gains from the 9 heavens. In the elemental realm, there was no need for him to sort or tally, for he was the ruler there, especially with the system at his disposal. Shortly, a detailed display appeared on the virtual hologram. 1,000-year spirit herbs and medicines, 1. 428, 712 units. 3,000-year spirit herbs and medicines, 2. 918, 723 units. 5,000-year spirit herbs and medicines, 821, 021 units. 10,000-year spirit herbs and medicines, 10,002 units. 50,000-year spirit herbs and medicines, 781 units. 100,000-year spirit herbs and medicines, 72 units. These spirit herbs and medicines occupied a cultivation area of 10 square kilometers. He did not even bother to tally those under 1,000 years, as they were countless. In addition to the spirit herbs and medicines, there were also spirit fruits. 100-year spirit fruits, 291, 802 pieces. 500-year spirit fruits, 200, 012 pieces. 1,000-year spirit fruits, 1, 212, 890 pieces. 3,000-year spirit fruits, 302, 819 pieces. 5,000-year spirit fruits, 102, 812 pieces. 10,000-year spirit fruits, 91, 287 pieces. 50,000-year spirit fruits, 910 pieces. 100,000-year spirit fruits, 212 pieces. All these spirit fruits grew on fruit trees, as Su Chen had uprooted the spirit fruit trees and transplanted them into the elemental realm. In the future, whenever he desired spirit fruits or spirit herbs, he could simply harvest them directly from the elemental realm, ensuring absolute freshness. Su Chen hardly paid any mind to these. What he valued most was the 9 heavens divine palace and the reward of the heavenly emperor's jade crown. This would significantly augment his battle prowess. With a flicker of his consciousness, a radiant palace materialized before him. The palace was no larger than a palm, appearing incredibly mystical. This was the 9 heavens divine palace, the core of the 9 heavens city, which could only be mastered by practicing the 9 palaces divine path. Su Chen felt a deep admiration for himself. Despite the apparent connection between the 9 heavens city and the 9 heavens divine art, he had chosen the contrary path. As a result, the 9 palaces divine path became the paramount cultivation method and the key to controlling the 9 heavens divine palace. Although it had already merged, he had yet to delve deeply into the 9 heavens divine palace. Now, he intended to thoroughly comprehend and master this palace. Chapter 111, Comprehensive Enhancement, Battle Power 8. 4 billion. Name, 9 heavens divine palace, chaos eternal divine path. Rank, number 1 unique. Attributes, colorful 9 heavens. Battle power, 8, 888, 888. Details, the 9 heavens divine palace is the core of the 9 heavens city, being one of the 9 palaces. When the 9 palaces unite, they can sever time and space, restart the universe, and shatter dimensional worlds. Divine attributes. 1. Ignore restrictions 100. 2. Defense increase 10, 000. 3. Damage transfer 100. 4. Ignore resurrection 100. 5. Ignore defense 100. 6. Law damage immunity 100. The attributes of the Nine Heavens Divine Palace unfurled before Su Chen's eyes. Upon witnessing these attributes, Su Chen could only feel a profound shock. What more could he say? If he were to articulate his thoughts, the only words that came to mind were heaven-defying. Indeed, the term heaven-defying scarcely does justice to the extraordinary nature of the Nine Heavens Divine Palace. In truth, several of his treasures could not be adequately described. Whether it be the Punlai Immortal Mountain, the Chaos Creation Immortal Tablet, or the Tower of Heaven. Even several unique artifacts, such as the Qing Luo Radiant World, the Sun God Light, the Chaos Color Gem, the Heart of Rules, the Heavenly Emperor Battle Garb, and the Blazing Flame Divine Spear. Each one would incite a fray among other powerful beings if presented. However, he need not worry about being coveted by other formidable entities. For even if they desired his treasures, they could do nothing against him. Next, Su Chen began to inspect the Heavenly Emperor's Jade Crown, a reward from the spirit of the artifacts within the Nine Heavens City. After mastering the Nine Heavens Divine Palace, he received this Heavenly Emperor's Jade Crown. This crown was his first piece of equipment with 4 suffixes. And now he felt an immense anticipation to discover just how remarkable or potent the Heavenly Emperor's Jade Crown truly was. With a flick of his consciousness, he retrieved an item from the elemental realm. The equipment radiated a spectrum of colors, resembling the crown atop the head of the Heavenly Emperor. No wonder it was named the Heavenly Emperor's Jade Crown. Name: Heavenly Emperor's Jade Crown, exclusive to the Divine Nine Heavens Dimension. Rank: Number 1 unique. Attributes: Colorful Nine Heavens. Battle Power: 666, 666. Details: The Heavenly Emperor's Jade Crown symbolizes the Heavenly Emperor, possessing extraordinary powers, capable of forming bonds with necklaces. Divine Attributes: 1. In battle, it can unleash Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, active. 2. In battle, it can unleash Nine Heavens Divine Sound, active. 3. In battle, it can nullify the target's attacks, active. 4. In battle, it can unleash Total Annihilation, active. 5. In battle, when subjected to high-level attacks, it can enter the dimensional world, active. The Heavenly Emperor's Jade Crown possessed 5 divine attribute entries, all of which were actively controllable. In simple terms, these 5 divine attributes represented 5 types of heaven-defying divine skills. Though the entries were few, their impact was nothing short of extraordinary. More crucially, the Celestial Emperor's Jade Crown can forge a bond with the necklace. He possesses exclusive items that can establish such connections: the Celestial Emperor's Battle Garb and the Flame Divine Spear. Once the bond is formed with these exclusive items, their true terror is unleashed. At the very least, it will significantly amplify his combat prowess. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Chen donned the Celestial Emperor's Jade Crown. Ding! The Celestial Emperor's Jade Crown and the Heart of Rules have triggered a bond. The Celestial Emperor's Jade Crown is upgrading. The Heart of Rules is upgrading. As the Celestial Emperor's Jade Crown was replaced, the notification sound echoed. The 2 pieces of equipment formed a bond and are currently undergoing an upgrade. Upon hearing this notification, Su Chen felt an exhilarating rush of emotion, accompanied by boundless anticipation. If the Celestial Emperor's Battle Garb and the Flame Divine Spear, after their bond upgrade, had multiplied their power many times over, what transformation awaited the already extraordinary Celestial Emperor's Jade Crown and the Heart of Rules post-bonding? In that moment, Su Chen's expectations soared to an unprecedented height. Before long, the upgrade was complete. Name: Heart of Rules exclusive bond. Tier: No rank. Attributes: Colorful. Combat Power: 888, 888. Effect 1: 100 chance to imprison the target upon attack. Effect 2: 100 resistance to soul attacks. Effect 3: 100 immunity to toxins. Effect 4: 1000 damage reflection. The upgraded Heart of Rules saw a substantial increase in its attributes, with its combat power skyrocketing tenfold. However, for Su Chen at this juncture, such a boost was of little assistance. Name: Celestial Emperor's Jade Crown exclusive Divine Nine Heavens Dimensional Bond. Tier: Number 1 unique. Attributes: Colorful Nine Heavens. Combat Power: 6, 666. 666. Details: The Celestial Emperor's Jade Crown symbolizes the Celestial Emperor, possessing wondrous powers capable of forging a bond with the necklace. Divine Ability 1. In battle, it can unleash the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, active. Divine Ability 2. In battle, it can unleash the Nine Heavens Divine Sound, active. Divine Ability 3. In battle, it can render the target's attacks ineffective, active. Divine Ability 4. In battle, it can unleash the destruction of all directions, active. Divine Ability 5. In battle, when subjected to high-tier attacks, it can transport the user to a dimensional realm, active. As for the Celestial Emperor's Jade Crown, following the bond upgrade, the divine attributes remained unchanged. In essence, apart from the tenfold increase in combat power, there were no alterations. After all, for treasures of this caliber, altering divine attributes through upgrades is a formidable challenge. In fact, divine attributes are typically immutable. At least, Su Chen had yet to encounter such changes. and whether they might occur in the future remained uncertain. Next, he communicated with the system. System, upgrade endless domain. Now, he not only intended to equip the Celestial Emperor's Jade Crown, but also aimed to enhance both his domain and space, propelling his combat power to new heights. Furthermore, it had been quite some time since either the domain or space had received an upgrade. Ding! Consuming 20 million attribute points. Your endless domain upgrade is successful. Current tier, 6th, combat power, 5,000,000, reduces the target's damage and defense by 80 within a 10,000 by 10,000 by 10,000 meter range. With attribute points at his disposal, upgrades were swift. Spending 20 million attribute points elevated the endless domain to the 6th tier. The domain's range expanded considerably, now measuring 10,000 meters in length, width, and height, effectively reducing the target's attack damage and defense by 80. Subsequently, Chen began to enhance the elemental realm space. Ding! Consuming 20 million attribute points, your elemental realm space upgrade is successful. Current tier, 6th, measuring 1 million miles in length, width, and height, providing a 400 increase in overall combat power. The upgrade was a success. However, he did not rush to enhance it further, as he preferred to conserve his attribute points. When the time came to upgrade again, it would merely be a thought away. Moreover, he was still just a king, albeit with combat power exceeding that of an ordinary sovereign. His primary objective remained to swiftly devise a means to ascend to the status of a saint, as a formidable saint would be better equipped to support an overwhelming combat prowess. System, version 10. Name, Chen. Level, King 9 stars, 100. Luck, 100,000. Combat power, 846, 340, 000. Mount, Qing Luo Divine Bird. Wealth, 88, 210, 473. Skills, Annihilation Spear Technique, Heavenly Tier 1 star 000. Superpower, Endless Domain, SSS, 6th tier 000. Space, Elemental Realm Space, SSS, 6th level 000. Attribute points, 61, 578, 000. Notes, Combat Power, Base Equipment, X Amplification Factor. He had yet to reach 1 billion in combat power. Chen glanced at his combat power. It stood at 846 million, still shy of the billion mark. Nevertheless, with 60 million attribute points remaining, he could easily elevate the elemental realm space and endless domain, bringing his combat power to 1 billion in no time. Additionally, his spear technique had yet to be upgraded. Once his spear technique improved, his combat power would rise accordingly. Chen, are you asleep? At that moment, the melodious voice of Luo Bingqing resonated at the door. Chapter 112, The Conditions for Ascending to Sainthood. Chen, are you asleep? Outside, the enchanting voice of Luo Bingqing inquired. Sister, not yet, Chen replied, rising from his bed to open the door. Upon seeing Luo Bingqing, who appeared to have just bathed and changed clothes, he wondered what had prompted her visit at this hour. I thought you had gone to sleep. Did you not say you wanted to learn about the knowledge of kings? Luo Bingqing said. Come, I will take you to meet my parents. In truth, it was still quite early. However, considering the two had just returned from the secret realm, they assumed Chen had succumbed to fatigue and retired early. Otherwise, she would not have asked if he was asleep. Are uncle and aunt busy now? Chen asked, his spirits lifting. He stepped out of his room, eager to acquire knowledge about kings and saints, something he had initially intended to explore upon returning to the Ninth City. Now, with Luo Bingqing's parents available, he could delve into this knowledge sooner. Let's go, Luo Bingqing responded, rolling her eyes at him as she pulled him out of the villa. After leaving the villa, they headed toward the central area of the Ninth City. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at a grand villa. Hiss! Luo Bingqing approached the light barrier, which opened after undergoing 5 layers of verification, allowing her to pull Chen inside the villa. Father, mother. Upon entering the villa, Luo Bingqing called out. There was no trace of arrogance or coldness. She was simply a friendly girl next door. Qinger, Chen. Soon, a stunning woman emerged from the villa's interior. She exuded both nobility and charisma, her features reminiscent of Luo Xinger's, and upon seeing Luo Bingqing and Chen, her face radiated pure joy. Auntie, Chen greeted, recognizing the breathtaking woman who appeared to be in her 30s. She was Yun Shu, the mother of Luo Bingqing and Luo Xinger, whom Chen had encountered a few times before. Come, let us go inside, Yun Shu said cheerfully, guiding Luo Bingqing and Chen into the villa. They did not see Luo Bingqing's father. Who will be eating your fruit? We will be having spirit fruits, Luo Bingqing interjected as her mother headed to wash the fruit. She then retrieved spirit fruits from her spatial ring. It seems you all had a bountiful harvest in the secret realm. Wait, Qinger, you've become a king. Upon seeing the spiritual fruit presented by Luo Bingqing, Yun Shu smiled gently. Spiritual fruits are rare treasures, often encountered only in hidden realms, and they are exceedingly precious. As a figure of immense power, she could immediately discern the age of the spiritual fruit in Luo Bingqing's hand. This was a millennium-old fruit. Suddenly, She was astonished to realize that her daughter had also attained the status of a king. There is no greater joy than witnessing the progress of one's own child. Indeed, within the 9 heavens divine city, opportunities abound. Mother, Xiao Chun has already reached the pinnacle of the 9 stars in the king realm. I am uncertain about the knowledge beyond this stage, Luo Bingqing remarked. She then proceeded to articulate the purpose of bringing Su Chen here. Oh, Xiao Chun has improved so swiftly. I truly did not expect this, Yin Shu exclaimed, taken aback. The primary reason for her astonishment was her recent seclusion, which had left her uninformed about the affairs of the 9th city. Otherwise, she would not have been so surprised. As she spoke, she made her way to the kitchen with the spiritual fruit in hand, returning shortly with it. Aunt, I wish to know the conditions and requirements for advancing to the Saint Realm, Su Chun inquired proactively. The conditions for ascending to the Saint Realm are as follows: combat power of 100 million, skills at heavenly tier 5 stars, and a comprehension of 9,999 realms of intent. These are non-negotiable prerequisites. There are various forms of intent. If you cultivate the path of the spear, then your spear intent must reach 9,999. If you practice swordsmanship, then your sword intent must also attain 9999. Other forms of intent are acceptable as well. Xiao Chun, your rapid ascension warrants a mention of the conditions for becoming a sovereign. To ascend to sovereignty, you require a combat power of 1 billion. Skills to break through to the immortal tier, compressing your intent into a domain, and possessing your own domain, Yun Shu explained earnestly. Beside her, Luo Bingqing and Su Chun listened attentively. Not only did she elucidate the requirements for becoming a saint, but she also casually mentioned the criteria for sovereignty. In her eyes, the ascension of her daughter and Su Chun to sovereignty was merely a matter of time. Informing them now would allow them to prepare in advance. Aunt, I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Su Chen responded, enlightenment dawning upon him. He felt an overwhelming joy. He had already met the conditions for ascending to the Saint Realm in terms of intent and combat power. As for reaching heavenly tier 5 stars and skills, that would be a matter of moments, given that he had 600 million attribute points at his disposal. Regarding the conditions for sovereignty, he had also already achieved them, particularly in terms of domain and infinite domain. Moreover, attaining a combat power of 1 billion seemed easily achievable. With a few earned attribute points, he could elevate his skills accordingly. It appeared that before long, he would qualify to challenge the sovereign level, but for now, he needed to break through to the king realm and then ascend to the saint realm. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the second floor of the villa, and a middle-aged man descended. He was tall and handsome, walking with a commanding presence that exuded an air of elegance. Yet a terrifying aura emanated from him, one befitting a superior being, a commander of countless legions. He gave the impression of a sovereign ruler over the realm. Xiao Chun has arrived. The middle-aged man spoke first, a subtle smile gracing his features. Uncle. Su Chen stood to greet the man. This middle-aged figure was none other than Luo Bingqing's father, Luo Tianqing, the supreme commander of the 8th Legion, ranked above Shangwan Leitang. Generally, he refrained from meddling in military affairs, but for significant matters, his decisions were paramount. His presence was the very soul and foundation of the 8th Legion. It was said that he had surpassed the sovereign level. Please, take a seat. I have heard of your exploits on the outer battlefield, as well as your feat of slaying 29 princes of the alien race in the hidden realm. Not to mention your successful hunts of 5 saints and a sovereign upon your return. Truly commendable. Luo Tianqing remarked as he settled comfortably onto the sofa in the living room, his satisfaction evident. He was genuinely pleased for 2 reasons. Firstly, as the supreme commander of the 8th Legion, he naturally wished for his legion to possess extraordinary talents and powerhouses. Secondly, due to Luo Bingqing, both he and his wife had long regarded Su Chun as a potential son-in-law. Furthermore, Su Chun's accomplishments were nothing short of miraculous. Having saved 100,000 troops of the 33rd Legion and annihilated 200,000 alien soldiers along with 27 kings and a saint. Within the hidden realm, he had slain 29 princes and 3 saints, and upon his return, 5 saints and a sovereign had also fallen to him. Such feats were monumental contributions to the Legion. In terms of merit, he was undoubtedly deserving of a high military rank. However, Luo Tianqing did not intend to allow Su Chun to rise too swiftly, considering his youth. After all, as long as merit was acknowledged, promotion in rank would be a matter of time. What? Tianqing, you cannot be serious, Yin Shu exclaimed, shocked by Luo Tianqing's words. She glanced at Su Chun and then back to Luo Tianqing. You have been in seclusion for a while, so you may be unaware of the recent events on the outer battlefield. What I just said is entirely true, Luo Tianqing replied with a smile. In truth, he was also astonished. At Su Chen's age, he had still been honing his skills in the wilds of Earth, while Su Chun had already made a name for himself on the outer battlefield. I had not anticipated Xiao Chun to be so prodigious. By the way, Xiao Chen, what are your plans moving forward? Yin Shu inquired, still in disbelief. She trusted that Luo Tianqing would not jest about such matters, especially with Su Chen present. Yet her curiosity remained piqued regarding how Su Chun had achieved such feats. Aunt, I plan to train on the outer battlefield for a while. After ascending to the Saint Realm, I will return to school and prepare for the dungeons, Chen responded. Now that he understood the conditions for ascending to the saint realm, it was fortuitous that he met the criteria for becoming a saint. He merely needed to return and allocate his attribute points to upgrade his skills. Once upgraded, he would be able to challenge the saint realm and subsequently train on the outer battlefield to hone his skills. Afterward, he would return to school to tackle the Tower of Heaven, prioritizing the dungeons. While he could forego the legendary, mythical, and epic levels, he must venture into the source level world. Dungeons? You have already reached the king realm. What need have you for dungeons? Yunshu remarked, attempting to dissuade Chen from wasting time on dungeons. The strongest dungeons at school were merely of legendary tier. Entering them would offer little assistance to him. It would be far more beneficial to train on the outer battlefield. Just as she was about to persuade him, Luo Bingqing interjected. Mother, Xiao Chun has already conquered the Tower of Heaven. He is likely to pursue the mythical tier or even the source level world, Luo Bingqing stated. Aware that her mother was still unaware of the tower's conquest. The Tower of Heaven has been cleared. Xiao Chun, is that truly the case? Yunshu asked, her expression one of utter astonishment. Today had been filled with shocks, all brought about by Chen, whose every action surpassed her wildest imaginations. He was nothing short of extraordinary, so much so that the term prodigy seemed wholly inadequate to describe him. Aunt, it is indeed true, Chen affirmed with a nod. That is splendid news. The mythic level dungeon indeed merits a visit. You have all grown, possessing your own convictions, and your aunt supports you. Yunshu is brimming with excitement. Her gaze towards Chen has transformed, reminiscent of a mother-in-law eyeing her son-in-law, ever more agreeable with each glance. He is simply extraordinary. Initially, she believed her daughter was sufficiently remarkable, yet Chen has proven to be even more exceptional. Subsequently, Chen and Luo Bingqing remained here for dinner. By evening, the two departed from their villa in Luotian City and returned to Luo Bingqing's residence. Within the confines of the room, Chen communicated with the system, seeking to enhance his marksmanship. Consuming 100,000 attribute points, your Chaos Divine Demon marksmanship is upgraded from Heavenly Stage 1*000 to Heavenly Stage 1*1. Consuming 100,000 attribute points, your Chaos Divine Demon marksmanship is upgraded from Heavenly Stage 1*1 to Heavenly Stage 1*2. Consuming 100,000 attribute points, your Chaos Divine Demon marksmanship is upgraded from Heavenly Stage 1*2 to Heavenly Stage 1*3. Consuming 100,000 attribute points, your Chaos Divine Demon marksmanship is upgraded from Heavenly Stage 1*98 to Heavenly Stage 1*99. Consuming 100,000 attribute points, your Chaos Divine Demon marksmanship is upgraded from Heavenly Stage 1*99 to Heavenly Stage 2*000. Congratulations, your marksmanship has reached Heavenly Stage 2 star. Marksmanship intent, 20,056. Defense penetration, 220. Piercing power, 220. Speed, 220. Combat power increase, 220. Having expended 10 million attribute points, Chen elevated his marksmanship to Heavenly Stage 2 star. Following this enhancement, his marksmanship intent surged beyond 20,000. His defense penetration, piercing power, and speed all stood at 220, with a combat power increase of 220, signifying a rise in his overall combat strength by 20. He continued to push forward, hopeful that his 600 million attribute points would suffice. Though the transition to Heavenly Stage 2 star required only 10 million, subsequent upgrades would undoubtedly demand increasingly higher conditions. Beep. Congratulations, your marksmanship has ascended to Heavenly Stage 3 star. Marksmanship intent, 30,099. Defense penetration, 240. Piercing power, 240. Speed, 240. Combat power increase, 240. The upgrade from Heavenly Stage 2 star to Heavenly Stage 3 star consumed 20 million attribute points, resulting in a substantial boost to his attributes. Beep. Congratulations. Your marksmanship has ascended to Heavenly Stage 4 star. Marksmanship intent, 40,888. Defense penetration, 260. Piercing power, 260. Speed, 260. Combat power increase, 260. This time, he expended another 20 million attribute points, successfully achieving a 4-star upgrade. His marksmanship enhancement led to a remarkable increase in combat power, rising by 20. Chen felt immense satisfaction as he reached Heavenly Stage 4 star, requiring only 20 million attribute points. Advancing to the saint level was now a trivial matter, and this happiness was undeniable. Beep. Congratulations, your marksmanship has ascended to Heavenly Stage 5 star. Marksmanship intent, 555. Defense penetration, 280. Piercing power, 280. Speed, 280. Combat power increase, 280. This upgrade consumed 40 million attribute points, doubling the expenditure. It was evident that the next advancement from Heavenly Stage 5 star to Heavenly Stage 6 star would necessitate 80 million attribute points, yet the attribute enhancement was indeed formidable. Once more, Chen mused. and proceeded to upgrade. Beep. Congratulations, your marksmanship has ascended to Heavenly Stage 6 star. Marksmanship intent, 66, 666. Defense penetration, 300. Piercing power, 300. Speed, 300. Combat power increase, 300. As anticipated, the ascent from Heavenly Stage 5 star to Heavenly Stage 6 star demanded 80 million attribute points. He decided to halt the upgrades, as the conditions for advancing to the Saint level were now entirely met. Furthermore, with his marksmanship intent reaching 66, 666, and his combat power increase attaining 300, it was a significant improvement compared to the initial 200. System, version 10. Name, Chen. Level, King 9 stars, 100. Luck, 100, 000. Combat power, 12, 695, 1 billion. Mount, Blue Luo Divine Bird. Wealth, 88, 210, 473. Skill, Annihilation Marksmanship, Heavenly Stage 6, star 000. Ability, Endless Domain, SSS, 6th grade 000. Space, Primordial World Space, SSS, 6-fold 000. Attribute points, 46, 578 million. Remarks, Combat Power, Base Equipment, X Amplification Factor. Upon seeing his combat power, a smile spread across Chen's face. His combat power had finally surpassed 10 billion, reaching an impressive 12, 695, 1 billion. This level of combat power fulfilled one of the conditions for ascending to the sovereign level. However, with only 465 million attribute points remaining, he felt a tinge of anxiety. He planned to rest for 2 days, and then venture into the outer battlefield to accumulate more attribute points, striving to amass them to 10 billion. Chen closed the virtual interface, reflecting on his recent upgrade of marksmanship to Heavenly Stage 6 star, which had consumed a total of 1.5 billion attribute points. For the next upgrade, he anticipated a requirement of 1.6 billion, followed by 3.2 billion, and then 6.4 billion. To elevate his marksmanship to the immortal stage would demand a staggering 12.8 billion. In summary, to ascend to the sovereign level, upgrading his marksmanship would necessitate 2.4 billion attribute points. Chapter 114. Delving into the outer battlefield, encountering the 8th prince of the alien race. Time flew by, and 3 days had passed. Throughout this period, Chen refrained from training, choosing instead to relax in the villa, indulge in single-player games, or engage in conversation with Luo Bingqing. The primary reason for this was that he had reached the pinnacle of King 9 stars. His marksmanship, combat power, and skills had all attained the requisite level for ascending to the saint level, yet he needed to select a place abundant in spiritual energy for his breakthrough, allowing him to seize the opportunity to absorb spiritual energy and stabilize his realm. Sister, will you still venture out for training? On one particular morning, after finishing breakfast, Chen inquired of Luo Bingqing. He intended to embark on his own training in the outer battlefield that day. I plan to return to school for a while. I aim to apply for a mythic level dungeon at the desperate level, as I lack assurance in challenging the cataclysm level, hoping to catch up with you, Luo Bingqing replied. In truth, she desired to accompany Chen in the outer battlefield. However, she understood that Chen had already reached the pinnacle of King 9 stars and could ascend to the saint level at any moment. Moreover, he needed to train independently to seek opportunities for a breakthrough. If she were to accompany him, she would inevitably become a burden. As Chen grew stronger, she felt a sense of urgency, realizing the widening gap between them. If she did not exert herself, there would come a day when Chen would leave her far behind. Thus, she resolved to utilize the time during Chen's ascension to the saint level to return to school and apply for a mythic dungeon. Well, do take care. After I ascend to the saint level, I will also return to school. Until then, we shall meet at school. Chen nodded in agreement with Luo Bingqing's decision. Engaging in a dungeon would facilitate growth more swiftly than in the outer battlefield, particularly since the Sky Tower had already been cleared, leading to the emergence of epic and mythic level dungeons, and even source level worlds. Of course, it was uncertain whether Luo Bingqing could secure a source level world. However, for a mythic level dungeon, there was a 99% chance of success, given her talent, strength, and status as the daughter of the commander of the 8th Legion of the 9th City. Applying for a dungeon was naturally not a daunting task. Luo Bingqing is a paragon of excellence at Kyoto University, a true gem in the academic realm. A gentle smile graces her beautiful visage. At noon, Chen departs from the 9th City, venturing into the depths of the foreign battlefield for training, while Luo Bingqing also leaves the 9th City, boarding a spacecraft to return to Earth. Whoosh, whoosh, chirp. The Qing Luo divine bird flits gracefully through the skies, with Chen seated upon its back, exuding an unparalleled sense of leisure. Over the past 5 days, he encountered predominantly human armies and warriors, as well as prodigies and powerful beings, with encounters of alien races being quite scarce, given the territory he traversed was near the 9th City, a stronghold for humankind. As he delves deeper into the foreign battlefield, encounters with alien champions and formidable beings increase. His objective is to reach the innermost sanctum of the battlefield, where he intends to hunt down alien elites and obliterate their legions and beasts. In doing so, he hopes to amass a wealth of merit and attribute points. On the 8th day, Chen arrives at the deepest recesses of the foreign battlefield, where he predominantly encounters alien races, with humans being a rare sight. After all, this realm is largely considered alien territory. Boom, boom, boom. As dusk settles on this day, Chen prepares to find a place to rest. However, he soon hears the distant sound of war drums. The cadence of these drums is serene, unlike the ominous beat of impending conflict. It seems to be a call to mobilize troops. Whoosh, whoosh. A smile creeps onto Chen's lips upon hearing this sound. Rest? Not a chance. It would be a grave mistake to overlook the opportunity to confront a large-scale alien army. To be candid, he despises solitary battles. What he relishes most is the prospect of engaging in a massive brawl against hundreds of thousands, for in such a scenario, a single strike could annihilate thousands, yielding abundant attribute points and merit. The thought of dealing with them one by one is far too cumbersome. Following the direction of the drums, Chen flies approximately 30 miles, concealed within the depths of the cosmos atop the Qingluo divine bird. Soon, he lays eyes on a vast assembly of troops and alien beasts, while simultaneously sensing dozens of terrifying auras, those belonging to saints, and several emanating from dominators. As for the kings, he hardly considers them worth mentioning, viewing them as no different from mere ants. Judging by the scale, there must be 1,000,000 troops amassed. However, something feels amiss. With a legion of such size, 2 or 3 saints would suffice, yet there are over 40 saintly auras and 6 dominators present. Hidden in the void of space, Chen, utilizing his current abilities, knows that as long as he does not reveal himself, even the dominators would be unable to detect him. Observing the legion below and sensing the auras of the saints and dominators, curiosity and confusion swell within him. He then subtly extends his consciousness, silently probing the positions of the dominators. Your Highness, this seems unwise. If the Emperor were to find out, we would face dire consequences. In my humble opinion, there is no need to provoke the 5th prince over resources. Moreover, the 5th prince is accompanied by the 9th prince, the 13th prince, as well as the 38th and 39th princes. A mobile palace hovers in the air, surrounded by 1,000,000 troops and countless powerful beings. Within the palace, 6 dominators and over a dozen saints have gathered. Seated upon the throne is a strikingly handsome young man, his brow adorned with a decorative mark, exuding an air of flamboyance that could only be described as effeminate. Nevertheless, he harbors terrifying power. He is the 8th prince, Yanlai, son of the celestial emperor of Tianhua. Though he is the offspring of the celestial emperor, the competition among his numerous siblings is fierce. Recently, he has mustered an army of 120,000 and 50,000 alien beasts, alongside hundreds of kings, 48 saints, and 6 dominators, to seize a yet-to-emerge treasure. This treasure was discovered by the 5th prince. However, Yanlai believes it has not yet manifested, and therefore does not rightfully belong to him. To the victor go the spoils, he declares coldly. The resources are far too abundant for the 5th brother to consume alone. I shall help him shoulder some of the burden. Allowing him to hoard it all would be detrimental to my interests. His piercing gaze, akin to a sharp arrow, sweeps over the saints and dominators present, his tone commanding and unyielding, leaving no room for dissent. As the son of the celestial emperor, he is viewed as the most likely heir to the throne. I shall obey the 8th prince's command. I shall obey the 8th prince's command. I shall obey the 8th prince's command. The saints and dominators present maintain calm expressions, yet their hearts are heavy. As their lords engage in conflict, they, as subordinates, share in their master's fortunes. At this moment, they wish to counsel the 8th prince, yet they know their words would fall on deaf ears. They can only steel themselves for what lies ahead. Regardless of success or failure, they are certain to face severe repercussions. After all, when celestial beings clash, it is the mortals who suffer. Whether they steal the 5th prince's resources or fail to do so, punishment awaits them. Returning his consciousness, Chen conceals himself in the vastness of space, an expression of anticipation gracing his features. Chapter 115. The moment of slaughter, annihilating the alien armies and dominators. With unexpected gains at hand, Chen retracts his consciousness, hidden in the void, his face illuminated by a glimmer of expectation. At this juncture, he does not intend to act immediately, for he seeks to employ a long-line strategy to ensnare grander prey, such as the 8th prince and several dominators. Along with dozens of saints, he finds such small fry uninteresting. In fact, his appetite has grown larger. Boom, boom, boom. Half an hour later, the 120,000 alien troops, 50,000 alien beasts, hundreds of kings, 48 saints, and 6 dominators swiftly advance into the distance. Chen, hidden in the skies, follows with a sense of ennui. Fortunately, the distance is not great, merely under 1,000 miles. For the alien army and beasts, they would arrive in a single night. At dawn, the alien forces reach the depths of a mountain range, where a lake, no larger than several miles, resides. This lake emanates a radiant spectrum of colors, its crystalline waters revealing the bottom, yet shimmering with an enchanting brilliance. Above, thunder rumbles ominously, accompanied by arcs of electricity, a sign of the imminent emergence of the treasure. Surrounding the lake, the alien legions stand in formation, flanked by countless alien powerhouses. Old 8. Do you wish to intervene as well? A young man reclines lazily against a war chariot at the lake's edge, flanked by 2 stunning alien women. Their ethereal beauty accentuated by the sheer fabrics of their garments, hinting at their delicate forms beneath. The 2 enchanting figures are feeding the young man fruit. Casting a disdainful glance at the approaching 8th Prince Yen Lai, he leisurely inquires, his tone laced with mockery, as if to say, "Do you truly have the audacity to contest with me?" Truth be told, he cannot fathom Yen Lai possessing the gall to seize what he has laid eyes upon. Even if endowed with 100 lifetimes of courage, Yen Lai would not dare. Fifth brother, your assertion is flawed. To the victor belong the spoils. Furthermore, until the treasure emerges, it rightfully belongs to all who behold it. Surely, you do not intend to claim it all for yourself, do you? Yin Kuan, Yin Yu, Yin Ming? What do you think? Am I not justified? He glances at the 5th prince atop the war chariot. Beside the war chariot stood several other princes. Across from him were all his brothers. However, it would be more accurate to refer to them as rivals than siblings. In all matters, there exists a hierarchy. Does there not? Brother Ba, this is where you have erred. Brother Ba, do you wish to oppose Brother Wu? Several princes united against an external threat, for they were aligned with the 5th prince. In the distant depths of space, Su Chan observed the scene below, utterly speechless. His primary sentiment was one of ennui. To be frank, had it not been for the extraordinary treasures yet to be born in this place, he would have already taken action. Additionally, the purity of the spiritual energy here was unparalleled. While it may not rival that of the 9 heavens divine city, within the battlefield beyond the realms, it was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Here, it was optimal for breaking through to the sage realm. He had already devised a plan. Once the treasures emerged, he would seize them, annihilate the several princes of the alien races along with their army of 2 to 3 million, and upon securing this victory, he would ascend to the sage realm himself, and then return to Earth. Boom, boom, boom. Time passed, minute by minute, as the spectacle in the sky grew increasingly surreal. After approximately 5 hours, a dazzling light erupted from the lake, radiating with unmatched, pure spiritual energy. At that moment, the spiritual energy within a radius of millions of miles surged toward this light, flowing into the depths of the lake, which resembled an unfathomable abyss, ravenously consuming the surrounding spiritual energy. Witnessing this scene, Su Chun understood that the extraordinary treasure was about to be born. In a flash, he appeared in the air not far from the lake. The human race? How intriguing. The humble human race dares to venture here. Truly, they are courting death. Do they even have the audacity to intervene? What presumption! His arrival instantly attracted the gazes of all the alien prodigies, powerful beings, and their legions. At that moment, a wave of amusement washed over them. A mere, insignificant human youth dared to come here to seize resources. Was this not laughable? Had he been a sovereign of the human race, they might not have been so surprised. After all, he was merely a king of the human race. Was he not merely inviting his own demise? This treasure shall be mine, Su Chen remarked, directly ignoring the whispers around him. As he spoke, the blazing divine spear manifested in his grasp. With a single thrust, an astounding 666 spear lights and 666 spear intents erupted, imbued with the essence of icy rain and heavenly fire. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of destruction reverberated as tens of thousands of alien troops and beasts were reduced to ashes in an instant, along with several kings. And even 2 sages vanished without a trace. Damn it, let this prince kill him, cried the 5th prince and the 8th prince in unison. A human dared to strike first against them, and with such terrifying ferocity, he had taken away tens of thousands of troops and beasts, inflicting substantial losses upon them. The foremost concern was the damage to their pride. You will all perish. Do not struggle, Su Chen said coolly. The blazing divine spear continued to swing in his hand. Now, he was not merely attacking the army and beasts. He began to target the sages and sovereigns, wielding a battle power of 1.2 billion, impervious to high-level pressure. Under such circumstances, he was invincible. Boom, boom, boom. Destruction, destruction, destruction. Only annihilation remained. Attribute points, 10,000. Attribute points, 2,000. Attribute points, 100,000. Merit 1. Merit 1. Merit 10,000. On Su Chen's virtual screen, attribute points and merit surged wildly. Fortunately, he had already set it up, otherwise, the notification sounds would have been lagging. At this moment, Su Chun was entirely immersed in slaughter. How terrifying. The prodigy of the human race is so powerful? Could it be that the 29 was slain by him? Kill him. Quickly, this prince demands his death. Only now did the alien troops, powerful beings, and several princes comprehend that this humble human youth had not come to seek death, but was here for the extraordinary treasures, perhaps even to hunt them down. Su Chen's strength instilled a sense of despair and shock within them. for the sages were utterly powerless before him. Even 3 sovereigns had fallen. It could be said that sages could not withstand a single blow from him, with one sovereign even being slain in a single thrust. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of destruction, the tearing of spiritual energy, the roars of beasts, and the cries of the army transformed this place into a veritable hell. The battle raged on as the extraordinary treasure approached its emergence. As time trickled by, the alien beasts and troops, along with the alien sovereigns and sages, dwindled to almost nothing, with only 2 sovereigns remaining. Those attempting to flee were swiftly imprisoned and annihilated by Chen. Alien princes? Merely worthless, Chen remarked coolly. With a single thrust, he obliterated the 38th prince. With another, he annihilated the 8th prince. With yet another thrust, he dispatched the 5th prince. Before him, no matter how exceptional the prodigies or how formidable the strongmen, they could not withstand the might of his spear. Chapter 116. The Emergence of the Extraordinary Treasure and Ascension to Sage. Boom, boom, boom. In the depths of the mountains, the edge of the lake was devoid of alien troops and powerful beings. 5 alien princes lay dead, along with over 20 sovereigns and more than 200 sages, with thousands of kings also perishing. In this place, there stood only one human, Chen. The battle concluded. Yet the emergence of the extraordinary treasure showed no signs of abating. In fact, the celestial phenomena in the sky grew increasingly intense. Chen gazed at the spectacle above, his expression one of calm anticipation. At this moment, he was eager to discover what this extraordinary treasure truly was, for the manifestations were overwhelmingly potent. Time passed, minute by minute. After approximately an hour, a golden lotus flower emerged from the lake. When the lotus first appeared, it was no larger than a palm. But in that instant, it rapidly expanded as if it were being propelled by the wind, soon reaching a diameter of 100 meters and continuing to grow larger. The spiritual energy of the world and the energies of the deep cosmos were all drawn towards the golden lotus, as if it sought to consume all the spiritual essence and energy within existence. Witnessing this scene, Chen was filled with astonishment. Was this the extraordinary treasure? What level of treasure could this be? Or was what lay before him an extraordinary treasure or a divine material? After all, this was a plant. Yet, upon the golden lotus appeared countless characters and inscriptions, embodying the Tao patterns and rules of heaven and earth, appearing infinitely profound. A sight Chen had never encountered before. Simultaneously, a celestial dew-like substance materialized atop the golden lotus, infused with pure celestial spiritual energy. After 10 minutes, the golden lotus finally ceased its growth. Even so, it had reached a diameter of 10,000 meters, surpassing the entire lake, and within a radius of tens of millions of miles. All energy and spiritual essence had been devoured by the golden lotus. Even some smaller secret realms collapsed due to the depletion of their spiritual energy and energy. Has no one else come? Chen said coolly. With a flick of his consciousness, he directly stored the golden lotus within his yuan realm space. Once the golden lotus vanished, the world returned to its original state. However, Chen did not depart immediately. Rather, he began to harness the swirling spiritual energy in this place to elevate his own realm. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The golden lotus was voraciously devouring spiritual energy and power, causing energy from afar to instinctively surge towards him. Even in the absence of the lotus, the spiritual energy continued to flood in. Chen activated the 9 Palaces' divine path, embarking on his ascension. His spear technique had already reached the 6th star of the heavenly tier. With a spear intent that had achieved a staggering 666 paths, and his combat strength surpassed 1 billion, thus fulfilling the conditions to become a saint. As time ticked by, approximately 20 minutes later, an unparalleled radiance erupted from Chen, infused with the essence of sanctity. Yes, it was indeed the essence of sanctity. For at this moment, he had successfully ascended to become a saint. Transitioning from a king to a saint, his combat prowess had doubled. Now, when facing a ruler, he could effortlessly annihilate them. Chen opened his eyes, a subtle smile of confidence gracing his face. Now, when confronting a ruler, it was akin to a swift execution. You truly ought to perish, came a calm voice from the distant void. The sound lingered before Chen, and at that moment, the entire space became ensnared, as if his very power was suppressed and confined. However, this lasted merely 1,000th of a second, before the negative pressure mysteriously dissipated, countered by his equipment. Yet, this did not diminish the formidable and terrifying nature of his opponent. Am I to die? Yet I cannot. How infuriating. Chen maintained a faint smile, showing no inclination to flee. In fact, he was filled with excitement. Finally, a worthy adversary had arrived. He hoped it would not be a disappointment. Of course, he also wished for them not to be too overpowering, lest he be forced to flee or resurrect. Hiss, hiss. Approximately 10 seconds after the voice manifested, a hissing sound filled the air. Subsequently, a rift tore through the void, from which emerged an elderly figure, his appearance betraying his otherworldly nature. The elder descended slowly into the air, not rushing to attack, but rather scrutinizing Chen with curiosity. After all, this human prodigy had slaughtered their million-strong army and 200,000 exotic beasts, with 6 princes and dozens of rulers all falling to this young human's hand. This boy does not possess 3 heads and 6 arms. How could he be so monstrous? How has he accomplished this? The elder spoke, inquiring with a tone that was deceptively calm. Indeed, the 29th prince, the 5th, the 8th, the 9th, the 13th, the 38th, and the 39th princes all perished at your hands. Am I mistaken? Chen chuckled softly. He possessed a piece of equipment governed by rules. I ask, you answer. Fail to respond, and you shall die. He was wary that his enemy might possess similar rule-based equipment. Thus he refrained from offering direct answers, opting for a more circuitous route. For the elder appeared far from ordinary. Perhaps he had transcended the realm of rulers. Hence, this elder must indeed be a dominator. Having acknowledged it, you must accept the consequences. Come with me to the Starry Sky prison. I do not wish to engage in combat, the elder stated confidently, his tone akin to that of a divine decree, leaving no room for dissent or rebuttal. You exotic beings seem to share a common trait, ignorant arrogance and blind confidence. You always present yourselves as superior, yet you fail to realize that in my eyes, you are nothing but a group of uncivilized fools, mere inferior beings. What have you to be so arrogant and confident about? Chen observed the elder with amusement, his demeanor calm and unruffled, speaking leisurely. Oh, then you need not go to the Starry Sky prison. I am quite eager to see just how monstrous you truly are. Upon hearing Chen's words, the elder's expression darkened with rage. He acknowledged that he was indeed furious. It had been many years since he had felt such anger. Perhaps this was the first or the last time. Without further ado, he waved his hand lightly, and instantly, space became imprisoned, a colossal mountain manifesting out of thin air, resembling iron in its construction, imparting an overwhelming sense of weight. Should this mountain strike, even a ruler would face obliteration. Moreover, this mountain contained an inherent gravitational force, suppressing the strength of all beings in its presence. You shall pay the price, Chen remarked coolly, glancing at the immense mountain before his form inexplicably vanished, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Witnessing this, the elder's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief washing over him. It was known that under his oppressive aura, all rulers would be subdued, unable to move, as this realm was his domain, entirely within his control. Yet, to his astonishment, the young boy had vanished right beneath his nose. Could it be that he has escaped? Impossible. How could a human boy possibly flee from my gaze? But where was he? Strength? Fair enough, but merely a brute. Chen's voice rang out near him. The moment the sound emerged, a deluge of spear radiance and intent, imbued with sanctity and chaotic flames, surged towards the elder with unrelenting ferocity. The speed was blinding, the distance too short. The attack descended upon him before he could even think to evade or defend. Poof! Hiss! Hiss! The elder, struck by the devastating spear radiance and intent, was sent reeling like a kite severed from its string, retreating a full 100 miles, unable to contain himself as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was engulfed in chaotic flames, which he found impossible to extinguish, despite his dominator-level strength and magical prowess, unable to resist the flames' encroachment. This was no ordinary attack. It contained chaotic flames that transcended divine artifacts, impervious to mortal resistance. In that moment, the elder was consumed by fury, letting out an enraged howl. He comprehended, to a certain extent, that this young human was extraordinarily gifted, far surpassing the limits of his imagination. Having lived for a millennium, he had encountered 5 true prodigies. The first prince was one. The celestial emperor was another. The crown prince counted as well. The former military lord of the 9th city of humanity was yet another. And this young man before him constituted the 5th. As for the other prodigies, they were mere trifles. Your Excellency, you must be a sovereign, Chen stated as he hovered in midair. Rather than launching another attack, he posed a question, for he had already slain dozens of sovereigns and was well acquainted with their essence. The elderly figure before him was evidently not a sovereign. Thus, he might very well be a dominator, a being that transcended sovereigns. Yet, at this moment, certainty eluded him. I am the 9-crown dominator. Throughout my life, I have encountered 5 prodigies. You are one of them. The other 4, I have never faced in combat. Today, only one remains here. The elder finally steadied himself. Simultaneously, he channeled his power, barely suppressing the chaotic flames that assailed him. However, expelling the chaotic fire that eroded him was not a task to be accomplished in haste, for he was poised to engage in battle. The youth across from him, though merely a newly ascended sage, was terrifyingly formidable. In combat against such a prodigy, one must never gauge an opponent as strength by mere cultivation level. At this moment, he had already regarded Chen as an adversary, a true foe. Though you are of a different race, born as a natural enemy to humankind, should you perish, I shall bury you. Today, you are destined to remain here. Chen spoke with a calm demeanor. As he spoke, his battle prowess surged forth, his specialized abilities and treasures activated passively. It could be said that with the mere flicker of his thought, he could unleash the full might of his possessions. The power of Qing Luo Yaoshi, along with its resurrection effects, was always in an active state. At this moment, Su Chen resembled a gun god, standing proudly amidst the heavens and earth. With a thunderous roar, a volley of 666 streaks of gun light erupted forth, each imbued with gun intent and chaotic flames. The elder emitted a scoff, refraining from further words. A bone knife appeared in his grasp, entwined with eerie green flames. Upon its emergence, the very fabric of space trembled inexplicably. He directed the knife towards Su Chen. This strike bore no multitude of blade lights. Instead, he fused all his blade lights and intents into a singular field, rendering it a manifestation of his own domain. Thus, this blow contained an overwhelming force of domain power. With a hum, the blade light disregarded the distance and space. In an instant, it descended before Su Chen. Just as it seemed poised to cleave him in twain, a radiant shield of 7 colors enveloped him. Akin to a mage's protective barrier, a faint sound echoed as the blade light struck the shield, causing it to tremble slightly. Then, the blade light vanished entirely, completely neutralized by the shield. Within the confines of Su Chen's boundless domain, the elder's attack and defenses were diminished by 80. Furthermore, the chaotic shield absorbed 99 of the damage and offense, leaving behind a negligible remnant. In practical terms, if the elder's strike had a damage value of 10,000, after the diminishment by the endless domain, it would be reduced to 2,000, and after the chaotic shield absorbed 99, the elder would only inflict a mere 20 points of damage. Thus, Su Chen found himself impervious to harm. Boom, boom, boom. Yet, Su Chen's gun light and intent, infused with chaotic flames, struck before the elder. The terrifying penetrating power and ability to bypass defenses rendered the elder's protective measures utterly ineffective. Consequently, he found himself relentlessly bombarded by the gun light and chaotic flames, sustaining grievous injuries. However, a dominator is a dominator. Their strength and rank are realms beyond those of sovereigns and sages. Even faced with Su Chen's attacks, it was no simple feat to extinguish him. After all, he was a dominator, specifically a 9-crown dominator, the pinnacle of dominators. Human prodigy, you are an anomaly. The elder, having lived for over a millennium, recognized that the 9-crown dominator was unparalleled in both wisdom and strength. After their clash, it became evident that he was not a match for this young human. The means at the youth's disposal were far too enigmatic. He found that his strikes could barely breach the young man's defenses, while the reverse left him bereft of any protection. Were it not for the dominator's formidable physique, he would have crumbled long ago. He articulated this realization because he perceived that this was no ordinary prodigy. He was entirely an outlier. Let us see how you fare against this move. A smile graced Su Chen's lips. As he spoke, the power of Qing Luo Yaoshi surged forth, unleashing a cataclysmic tide of dominator's force, transforming the very essence of nature, the spiritual energy, flora, and fauna, into a barrage of annihilation directed at the elder from all directions. This maneuver, wielded by Qing Luo Yaoshi, was controllable. Due to his overwhelming combat prowess, he had never needed to deploy this technique. Now, encountering a dominator, it was the perfect opportunity to test the might of Qing Luo Yaoshi. In Chapter 118, Qing Luo Yaoshi embodies the destructive force of the 9-crown dominator. This strike, being controllable, could only be unleashed deliberately, otherwise, Qing Luo Yaoshi would remain dormant. At this moment, within a radius of 100,000 miles, everything had morphed into Su Chen's offensive. Each assault contained the essence of dominator's power, the ultimate strength of a world. Though Su Chen was merely a newly ascended sage, to the elder, he appeared as a dominator of the heavens and earth, a divine being commanding all existence, evoking a sense of impending doom. The elder, no longer daring to hold back, summoned his full dominator's strength. Above him, a crown's illusory form materialized, surrounded by 9 brilliant stars. This was the emblem of the 9-crown dominator. The number of stars reflected the crowns he bore. These stars symbolized the dominator's might, a being who transcended sovereigns. With lifespans exceeding a millennium, dominators exemplified extraordinary power and mystique. In this moment, the elder unleashed his most formidable prowess. The dominator's power manifested as a colossal mountain, which he grasped with one hand, his form swelling a millionfold, transforming him into a titan resembling a celestial giant. The mountain in his grasp appeared as a mere toy, which he hurled towards Su Chen as a weapon, intent on obstructing the dominator's assault and obliterating Su Chen with sheer force. In a simple yet devastating strike, he sought to shatter all laws. Boom, boom. At this juncture, the dominator's force from Qing Luo Yaoshi and the myriad of assaults collided violently with the mountainous form. The very fabric of heaven and earth seemed to disintegrate. Within a 300,000-mile radius, all life and countless rivers and mountains crumbled as though a cataclysmic earthquake had struck. Su Chen and the elder were engulfed, leaving only the ferocity of annihilation coursing through the void. Time ticked by, and gradually, the world fell into a state of tranquility. In the void, Su Chen stood resolute, untouched by the devastation below. The aged figure had reverted to his original form, and the colossal peak in his grasp lay shattered. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, his gaze hollow and lifeless. He remained utterly motionless. A gentle breeze swept by, and the old man's body began to crumble to dust, dissipating into the ether. Only the remnants of the shattered peak remained. Yet, the once mighty peak had been reduced to mere fragments. Qing Luo Yaoshi, allow me to transcend the realm of dominion. Su Chen's consciousness stirred, propelling him swiftly into the distance. Adorned with several extraordinary treasures, he had not unleashed his full powers since his awakening. Now, for the first time, employing the formidable technique of Qing Luo Yaoshi, he bore witness to its terrifying might. As a newly ascended sage, he had vanquished the pinnacle of the 9 crowned sovereigns in direct combat. Remarkably, this was achieved despite the 9 crowned sovereigns' all-out assault, which ultimately failed to withstand the ferocity of Qing Luo Yaoshi, leaving not even a trace of his corporeal form behind. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Upon becoming a sage, his speed reached an extraordinary level, propelling him tens of thousands of miles away from the battlefield in no time, as he sped toward the 9th city. His objectives had been fulfilled. He had ascended to sagehood, acquired wondrous treasures, and hunted down 3 million alien soldiers alongside 1 million otherworldly beasts, including thousands of kings and over 200 sages, with 30 dominators among them. He had even hunted down a formidable alien sovereign, the commander, the general of the 9th city. At the command center of the 8th Legion, a multitude of sages and several dominators had gathered, including the rarely seen commander, who now occupied the central seat. The presence of the commander indicated that significant matters were afoot within the Legion. Indeed, this urgency arose from the emergence of 3 million-strong alien legions. Have we clarified the situation? Commander Luo Tianqing inquired, casting a glance at Lin Xiu. 3 million troops. For the 8th Legion, this was undeniably a momentous event. As the 8th Legion was tasked with monitoring precisely that region, each of the 8 legions assigned to its respective responsibilities. The commander has already investigated, Lin Xiu replied. Though she did not divulge the details directly, her expression was a tapestry of astonishment and disbelief. The other sages and dominators, including Shangguan Leitang, observed Lin Xiu's demeanor with confusion. Shangguan Leitang spoke up, his position as commander second only to Luo Tianqing, granting him the authority to voice his thoughts. The alien 8th Prince has amassed a force of 120,000 troops and several 100,000 otherworldly beasts, preparing to confront the alien 5th Prince, who has discovered the emergence of a wondrous treasure. The 8th Prince aims to seize the resources and treasures of the 5th Prince. The 5th Prince, alongside 3 other princes, commands a total of 2 million troops and several 100,000 beasts, culminating in an assembly of 3 million soldiers and 140,000 otherworldly beasts. With over 1,000 kings, more than 100 sages, 17 dominators, and 5 princes. Before the wondrous treasure even emerged, it had already caught Su Chen's attention. Lin Xiu stated, her voice brimming with admiration and astonishment. The thought of a mere king targeting 3 million troops, over 1 million otherworldly beasts, and such an overwhelming number of formidable beings was unfathomable. How could he dare to do so? What? Is this true? Absurd. This is sheer madness. What happened next? Continue. The assembly of sages and dominators gasped, their expressions a whirlwind of disbelief. Not even a dominator would dare confront such a formidable array, let alone the entire 8th Legion. The audacity of Su Chen to regard such an overwhelming force as mere prey seemed excessive. Meanwhile, Luo Tianqing maintained a calm exterior, though concern brewed within him. To him, Su Chen was akin to a son-in-law. Su Chen single-handedly obliterated them, seizing the wondrous treasure. Lin Xiu recounted, omitting details of the process, merely summarizing the outcome. The sages and dominators were left with a burning curiosity. How had he accomplished such a feat? A king versus 3 million troops, 150,000 beasts. Over 1,000 kings, more than 100 sages, 17 dominators, and 5 princes. To emerge victorious and annihilate them all was unfathomable. Had he truly attained such formidable power? Such a daunting force could only be matched by the commander himself. Even the entire 8th Legion would struggle against such an assembly, let alone obliterate them completely. Just as questions began to arise, Lin Xiu spoke again. Su Chen seized the wondrous treasure and broke through on the spot, ascending to sagehood. Her expression became even more animated. Despite having reviewed the reports, she was still taken aback and incredulous when recounting the tale. Su Chen had surpassed all expectations in his ascendance. Madness. Utter madness. Ascending to sagehood in such an environment. What a jest. Commander, when Su Chen returns, he must be reprimanded. Indeed, he cannot act recklessly, echoed the sentiments of the sages and dominators present. He is a prodigy, the future of humanity. Su Chen's extraordinary nature must not allow him to stray, lest he fall. They all felt a wave of trepidation course through them. Were they in his position? They would not possess such audacity. Yet, amidst their deliberations, a single phrase from Lin Xiu left them all in stunned silence. Chapter 119. The Heavenly Emperor of the Huadian. Consumed by wrath. Upon learning of Su Chen's exploits, he had remarkably broken through to sagehood right then and there, sending tremors through the hearts of the sages and dominators. Such audacity was unfathomable. In the depths of the battlefield beyond the realm, where the alien races held sway, Su Chen had single-handedly annihilated 3 million troops and over 1 million otherworldly beasts, hunting down countless kings and sages, and eliminating several dominators and 5 princes. Had Lin Xiao not spoken these words, they would never have believed it. Even now, the notion seemed too extraordinary to fathom, leaving them in disbelief. What truly rendered them speechless was Su Chen's ascent to sagehood without any protective measures, an act fraught with peril. Moreover, that place was a cauldron of chaos. Following Su Chen's ascendance, the 7 guardians of the alien races made their appearance. Lin Xiao expressed her astonishment once more. This was the aspect that bewildered her the most. The 7 guardians of the alien races were ancient entities. In other words, these 7 guardians had existed since the onset of disasters on Earth. Having emerged as some of the earliest alien beings, surviving for over a millennium, a pinnacle sovereign. To humanity on Earth, they were akin to ancestral figures. What? The 7 guardians, withered bamboo. Sovereign level. This is catastrophic. What will become of Su Chen? At that moment, every sage and dominator at the command center, including Shangwan Leitang, was left in a state of shock, petrified by the revelation. The 7 guardians of the alien races were of immense significance. While they had never encountered them personally, they were well aware of their legendary status as ancient beings. Though Su Chen had recently ascended to sagehood, he was far from weak. Even the commander, Luo Tiancheng, would not dare to assert 100% victory against the 7 guardians. For Su Chen, a newly ascended saint, to confront a peak dominator would be tantamount to delivering oneself as a mere offering. In that moment, everyone was rendered speechless, their astonishment palpable. After a prolonged silence, the first question on everyone's lips was about Su Chen's fate. Luo Tiancheng's expression had grown grave, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance and murderous intent. Su Chen had engaged in a fierce battle with the 7 guardians, ultimately succeeding in slaying them. This was the sole phantom video available. Lin Xiao remarked. Upon finishing, a device appeared in his palm, displaying footage of the battle. However, due to the location being deep within the outer battlefield, the human virtual capture was somewhat unclear, providing only a vague overview. Furthermore, due to delays in intelligence, the footage was captured rather late, culminating in the final minute of the confrontation. The 7 guardians had perished? Slain by Su Chen, a saint defeating a dominator? Surely, this was no jest? Upon reviewing the video, disbelief filled the air. How could this be possible? The final strike from the peak 9-crown dominator was, astonishingly, unable to withstand Su Chen's assault. Just how powerful was Su Chen? What kind of attack had he unleashed? Even a dominator who had lived for a millennium could not endure it. It was overwhelmingly powerful, staggeringly so. Shock reverberated through them. Astonishment was the only sentiment left. Lin Xiao's words defied belief, primarily due to their outrageous nature, rendering them utterly implausible. It was akin to hearing a tale of an ant defeating a formidable divine dragon. How could that even be conceivable? Yet, there was video evidence. As everyone finished watching, they began to question their very existence. The footage, while not exceptionally clear, was undeniably real. What? Infuriating. In the void of the heavenly river, among the stars, within the hall of Tianhua, the emperor of Tianhua, seated in his main position, was engulfed in a tempest of rage. He had just received the news. An army of 3 million, over 1 million exotic beasts, thousands of kings, hundreds of saints, and 17 dominators, including his 5 sons, had all been annihilated by that human youth. Even the 7 guardians had met their end at his hands. He found it hard to believe, yet the reality was indisputable. This young man had slain one of his sons, and the saints and dominators he dispatched had also fallen. Now, 5 more sons lay dead. That accursed human youth was truly damned. Your Majesty, I suspect that the true perpetrator is not the human prodigy, but rather Luo Tiancheng. A towering figure stepped forward, bowing respectfully before addressing the emperor. A human youth, no matter how extraordinary, remains merely a king. True, he has ascended to saint status. But even so, he cannot overturn an army of 3 million and over 1 million beasts. What of the thousands of kings and hundreds of saints? Are 17 dominators mere fodder? Furthermore, each of the 5 princes is formidable in their own right. And the 7 guardians? They are 9-crown dominators. Can a saint truly slay a dominator? Such claims are preposterous. Thus, he speculated that from the outset. It had not been the human prodigy, but rather Luo Tiancheng lurking in the shadows, methodically eliminating several kings and those dominators, culminating in the demise of even the 7 guardians. The 3rd guardian's assertion holds merit. I concur with the 3rd guardian, another echoed. Your Majesty, it may indeed be so. The lowly humans resort to despicable tactics. Within the hall of Tianhua, the assembled powerful beings of other races nodded in agreement upon hearing the 3rd guardian's words. They had little choice but to acquiesce, for they could not fathom the notion of a human youth possessing such formidable strength. Not even the crown prince or the 1st prince could rival such a prodigy. 3rd guardian Ming Ji, 9th guardian Aou, you two swiftly proceed to eliminate Luo Tianqing. With the 7 guardians slain, although Luo Tianqing is also a dominator, he must be severely wounded. Seize this opportunity to eradicate him. First and second guardians, rally the legions. In 3 months, lay waste to the Ninth City. The Emperor of Tianhua's gaze ignited with a blood-red glow, as if capable of piercing through time and space. The moment had arrived. It was time to venture to that mysterious planet. Yes, Your Majesty. At the Emperor's command, everyone responded eagerly, brimming with excitement. A millennium had passed. They could have obliterated that planet with a mere gesture 1,000 years prior, but for reasons unknown, they had bided their time, akin to nurturing a venomous insect, playing along with the lowly humans. Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. In the depths of the outer battlefield, Su Chen sat atop the back of the Qingluo divine bird, which soared swiftly through the skies. As evening fell, the light began to dim. Su Chen glanced at the sky, searching for a suitable place to land. He spoke to the Qingluo divine bird, which, though unable to comprehend human speech, could communicate with him. He did not expect it to find a resting place, but hoped it would slow down enough for him to seek one himself. Half an hour later, the Qingluo divine bird came to a halt, having found a large cave. However, within the cave lay a colossal exotic beast. Get out. Su Chen entered the cave and swiftly kicked the enormous beast, sending it flying out into the open air. Chapter 120, 12th Grade Chaos Golden Lotus, Combat Power 88, 888, 888. The cave was spacious, and after kicking the giant beast away, Su Chen claimed the space as his own. As for the beast, it could go as far away as possible. After tidying up a bit, Su Chen retrieved provisions, bottled water, and spiritual fruits from his dimensional space and began to feast. The Qingluo divine bird stood guard at the cave's entrance. The current Qingluo divine bird had reached a terrifying level, rank 9 sacred beast, 100. Its strength was comparable to that of a peak dominator. However, advancing further had become a challenge. Merely absorbing the essence of exotic beasts was no longer sufficient for its progression. It would need to seek out further opportunities for ascension. For now, the Qingluo divine bird could still assist him. Half an hour later, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Su Chen focused his consciousness and entered the dimensional space. As he intended to investigate the nature of the golden lotus. Setting aside the golden lotus itself, the essence within it resembled celestial dew, truly a rare treasure. In the dimensional space, Su Chen's ethereal form emerged, a manifestation of his consciousness. His true self could not enter the dimensional space. However, his soul and consciousness could. Upon seeing the golden lotus, Su Chen could not help but exclaim in surprise. The once 10,000-meter wide golden lotus now appeared no larger than a bowl. A miniature version? After a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly realized that this golden lotus possessed inherent spatial attributes, capable of expanding and contracting, a characteristic of supreme treasures. As all powerful artifacts exhibited such traits, the golden lotus was no exception. As the sovereign within the dimensional space, no item could elude his perception. Soon, the information regarding the golden lotus materialized. Name, 12th Grade Chaos Golden Lotus, Chaos Divine Universe Dimension. Grade, Number 1 Unique. Attributes, Rainbow Chaos. Combat Power, 88, 888, 888. Details, the 12th Grade Chaos Golden Lotus is a divine object from the Chaos Universe, akin to the World Tree, being the sole one of its kind in the cosmos. Destined to resonate symbiotically with the World Tree. Super Divine Property 1. Daily production of 10,000 drops of Chaos Celestial Dew. Supreme Divinity 2. Daily cultivation of 1,000 drops of Chaotic Sacred Dew. Supreme Divinity 3. Daily cultivation of 100 drops of Chaotic Divine Dew. Supreme Divinity 4. Daily cultivation of 10 drops of Innate Chaotic Tao Dew. Supreme Divinity V. Possesses absolute defense, atop the 12th Grade Chaotic Golden Lotus. It can diminish 99 of damage and attacks. Upon perusing the information regarding this golden lotus, Su Chen was rendered utterly astonished, struck dumb by its sheer power. The combat strength was a staggering 88, 880, 000. Beyond this, there were 5 entries of supreme divinity. The first 4 pertained to the extraordinary treasures of sacred dew. The 5th entry was yet another life-preserving attribute, capable of reducing 99 of damage and attacks. Su Chen contemplated his own endless domain, which weakens a target's attack, damage, and defense by 80. Coupled with the Chaotic Light Shield's 99 reduction, and the 12th Grade Chaotic Golden Lotus's additional 99 attenuation, the resultant damage would be utterly minuscule, rendering it incapable of breaching his defenses. For instance, should an opponent unleash 100,000 damage, after the Endless Domain reduces it by 80, only 20,000 would remain. The Chaotic Light Shield would further diminish that to a mere 200, and finally, the 12th Grade Chaotic Golden Lotus would reduce it to just 2 points of damage. How could one even engage in battle under such circumstances? At that moment, Su Chen felt a pang of pity for his adversaries. Merging, with a flicker of thought, the ethereal image dissipated. Chen opened his eyes and spoke to himself. He then summoned his consciousness, bringing forth the 12th grade chaotic golden lotus to begin its refinement and merging. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With several prior experiences in refining and merging extraordinary treasures, the process of refining the chaotic golden lotus was now effortless. As time elapsed, approximately 2 hours passed, and the chaotic golden lotus seamlessly integrated with him. At this moment, 5 radiant hues adorned his body, encompassing the heart, left atrium, from the neck to the head, right atrium, and kidneys. A significant portion of his being had transformed into a spectrum of colors. It seemed that to achieve a complete transformation into these vibrant hues, he would require at least 7 or 8 more extraordinary treasures. Perhaps the world tree would be among them. Chen mused. Upon reviewing the information regarding the 12th grade chaotic golden lotus, he discovered its ability to resonate symbiotically with the world tree. It was evident that if he were to acquire the world tree, he could also merge with it, allowing parts of his body to become colorful. Although he was uncertain of the consequences of a complete transformation into a spectrum, it was undeniable that it would enhance his strength. System, version 10. Name, Chen. Level, Saint First Star, 39. Luck, 100,000. Combat Strength, 36,056, 800,000. Mount, Qing Luo Divine Bird. Wealth, 88, 210, 473. Skill, Annihilation Spear Technique, Heavenly Tier 6 stars 000. Superpower, Endless Domain, SSS, 6 tier 000. Space, Yuan Realm Space, SSS, 6-fold 000. Attribute Points, 154, 657, 800, 000. Remarks, Combat Strength, Base Equipment, X Amplification Factor. Gazing at his combat strength, Chen noted it had reached 36 billion. Previously, he possessed just over 12 billion, and upon becoming a saint, his strength had doubled. Now, with the integration of the 12th grade chaotic golden lotus, his apparent combat strength stood at 88, 888, 888. Yet accounting for amplification, it had surged by an additional 10 billion. 36 billion in combat strength was formidable enough to shatter any dominator. Returning to the 9th city, he exchanged greetings with his uncle before heading back to school. Chen remarked, I am now a saint, albeit merely a first star. I must venture into mythic-level dungeons and source-level worlds, as they may hold great opportunities. Before long, he succumbed to slumber. In the depths of the extraterrestrial battlefield, 2 figures tore through the fabric of space, hastening their journey while sensing their surroundings. They were determined to eliminate the individual responsible for the deaths of several princes, who was none other than the commander of the 9th city, Luo Tiancheng. Despite having slain the 7 guardians, Luo Tiancheng was undoubtedly gravely injured. This time, they were resolute in obliterating him from existence, thus eliminating a formidable adversary. Meiji, during your last encounter with Luo Tiancheng, what do you assess your chances of victory would be if both of you were at your peak? Inquired the 9th guardian, Aou. What do you imply? Replied the 3rd guardian, Meiji, casting a piercing gaze at Aou. Are you suggesting that I failed to eliminate Luo Tiancheng last time? Merely a literal interpretation. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. With 6 princes having fallen, do you believe we could withstand the emperor's wrath should we fail our mission? Aou retorted coldly. Though they were of the same kin, serving under the emperor, an undercurrent of rivalry existed between them, with mutual disdain often surfacing. At our peak, it would be a 50-50 chance, Meiji replied. Indeed, years prior, he had engaged in a battle with Luo Tiancheng, and neither had emerged victorious. A 50-50 chance. Now that he is gravely injured, our alliance will certainly lead to his demise. I sense a powerful human presence, Aou remarked, falling into contemplation upon hearing Meiji's words. Meiji, the 3rd guardian under the Tianhua emperor, possessed terrifying strength, rivaling that of the 7 guardians. If they were evenly matched, it indicated that Luo Tiancheng's power was on par with Meiji's. If Luo Tiancheng was uninjured, he would not dare approach him. However, now was the perfect opportunity to strike a fallen opponent. At that moment, Aou detected a potent human aura and directed his gaze downward. Chapter 121 Chen. These 2 fools, I am utterly exasperated. The aura was peculiar. Meiji also glanced down. As a dominator, his consciousness spanned 1,000,000 miles. Unless shrouded by a mysterious treasure, it was impossible to evade detection by a dominator's senses. Meiji had also sensed that human aura. It was merely a saint, a feeble and insignificant being. Yet, the weak human saint exuded a strangely dangerous aura, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. Should we eliminate it? Aou inquired. What does it matter? It's nothing more than a pitiful saint. Wait, that aura feels somewhat familiar. Luo Tiancheng, Meiji furrowed his brow. Suddenly, he realized that the peculiar aura bore a striking resemblance to Luo Tiancheng's. It became evident that the individual below had indeed crossed paths with Luo Tiancheng. At this moment, he undoubtedly associated the aura with Luo Tiancheng. Meiji mistakenly identified the aura's owner as Luo Tiancheng. What he did not realize was that the individual below, indeed having encountered Luo Tianqing, was not Luo Tianqing himself. Oh, has his realm diminished? Has he temporarily fallen after sustaining injuries? Aou exclaimed, excitement igniting within him. As a dominator, he wielded numerous mysterious techniques and cultivation methods. A battle among dominators of equal rank would certainly necessitate the use of secret arts. Therefore, it was entirely plausible that employing such arts could result in a temporary drop in realm, a common occurrence within the cultivation world. If Luo Tianqing were indeed in such a predicament, Aou would be exhilarated by the prospect of slaying a gravely injured Luo Tianqing who had plummeted to the status of a saint. Nothing could be more thrilling than that. None left. Truly none. Perhaps. Wait. Just to be cautious, let us set up some defenses here. Meiji nodded in agreement with Aou's suggestion, witnessing Aou's preparations to take action. Mingji gestured for Aou to remain patient. Despite the adversary's fall from the pinnacle of dominance to the realm of saints, and having sustained catastrophic injuries, they were once a ruler of great power. Thus complacency was ill-advised, and caution was imperative. One must avoid provoking a cornered beast, lest they resort to desperate measures, even to the point of mutual destruction. With a glance at Mingji, Aou remarked, and then the two retreated a myriad of miles, clandestinely laying out countless intricate formations designed to ensnare Luo Tian City, ensuring its entrapment in this locale, while also preventing any rash escape attempts. Time slipped by, and approximately 8 hours later, the duo, exhausted from their labor, finally set up over 1,000 formidable arrays within the 10,000-mile radius. As dawn approached, the sky gradually lightened. In a nearby cave, Chen had long since noticed the two fools. In truth, he had discerned their presence when they ventured within 100,000 miles of him. Yet he paid them no heed. After all, they were merely two rulers. Subsequently, he indulged in slumber, while the system monitored every movement within that vast expanse. Upon awakening, he stretched languorously, tidied his bed, and proceeded with his morning routine, savoring some spiritual fruits and beverages. Observing the two fools, who were utterly fatigued, he found himself at a loss for words. Were they truly so overly cautious? They had set up over 1,000 formations around him, which was inconsequential. But the most absurd part was that they had exhausted themselves before the battle had even commenced. Luo Tian City, reveal yourself. In the void, Mingji took a deep breath, striving to muster his spirits, and shouted aloud, pondering what expression Luo Tian City would wear upon seeing him and Aou. Despair, perhaps? Emerging from the cave, Chen flickered into the air, where a 10-meter-wide golden lotus flower appeared beneath him. The celestial dew from the golden lotus shimmered within the chaotic golden lotus's realm, which now resembled his steed. Upon witnessing the two fools, he was momentarily taken aback. Had they mistaken him for Luo Tian City? It became clear that these two fools intended to confront his uncle. No wonder they had laid so many formations around. But why did they think he was Luo Tian City? Could they not distinguish between a saint and a ruler? Who are you? Mingji was taken aback upon seeing Chen. Scanning the cave with his consciousness, he confirmed no one else was present, and indeed, the youth exuded the aura of Luo Tian City. In that moment, he grasped the truth. They had mistaken their target, wasting an entire night in vain. Wait, he is not Luo Tian City. Aou glanced at Chen, then at Mingji, and finally, with a hint of fury, voiced his frustration. I've toiled all night, and you wretched fool, mistook our target. Is this not infuriating? Do you not have eyes? Is Luo Tian City so youthful? Mingji felt a spark of anger. Could you not see? Luo Tian City is in his 40s or 50s, while a ruler can maintain their youth. The one before us is clearly a young lad. Even if Luo Tian City were youthful, he would not appear as a mere child. Aou was equally incensed, having labored through the night due to Mingji's blunder. Now he found himself confronting Mingji's ire instead of the true adversary. However, at that moment, it was prudent not to squabble with Mingji. They would settle the score after dealing with Luo Tian City. The absurdity of the situation was simply too much to bear. Chen could not suppress his laughter at the two fools before him. The intelligence of these beings truly left much to be desired. Pathetic humans, are you courting death? Mingji's fury boiled over. As the esteemed third guardian of the Tianhua Emperor, a ruler of formidable strength, he had never before been insulted by a mere human youth. This was a first, and assuredly a last. The flames of wrath within him demanded an outlet. As he spoke, a colossal hand extended towards Chen, imbued with the annihilating power of a ruler, capable of obliterating any dominion. Even a ruler would find themselves grievously injured should they be caught unawares. The shame of this encounter had to be brought to a swift conclusion. Once this human youth was eradicated, the events of the previous night would be rendered null and void. You are no match for me. The old man cannot withstand my blow, and neither can you. Chen remarked nonchalantly. His voice, though unhurried, belied the terrifying ferocity of his assault. A torrent of spear radiance and intent surged forth, accompanied by icy rain fire and chaotic flames, crashing towards Mingji. In that instant, the fabric of space itself shattered, and the earth crumbled beneath them. Boom, boom. The destructive spear radiance and intent, along with the icy rainfire and chaotic flames, struck both Ming-Ji and Aou. They sensed the imminent threat of annihilation. Yet there was no time to defend or evade. They could only brace themselves with their formidable bodies. The result was catastrophic. Their forms nearly shattered, as they coughed up blood and were sent reeling 300 miles backward. In a single confrontation, two peak rulers were grievously wounded. Ming-Ji and Aou exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions shifting as they spoke in unison. The assumptions made within the Tianhua Palace were erroneous. It was not Luo Tian City who eradicated 6 princes and the 7th guardian. It was this human youth. Damn it, could it be that we are to perish here? If even the 7th guardian was slain, what chances do we possess? Chances? What chances? We were struck down before we even began. Hey, you two. If you do not unleash your true abilities soon, you may find yourselves reunited with that old man. While he is powerful, he cannot withstand my strike. Do you believe the two of you together can endure it? Chen remarked coolly. At that moment, his own power surged forth. He had no intention of lingering. He needed to swiftly eliminate the two rulers and return to the Ninth City. Boom, boom. In that instant, everything within 100,000 miles was engulfed by Chan's onslaught, infused with the power of a realm master. This power transcended any mortal strength or means. Not good. This is dire. Ming-Ji and Aou felt the encroaching specter of death, their expressions shifting in alarm. They could no longer afford to be consumed by the chaotic flames. They had to unleash their most formidable tactics to counter Chen's assault, or they would truly meet their end here. They recalled the youth's words. The 7th guardian had perished under this very strike. And it was well known that the 7th guardian possessed unparalleled defenses. The terrifying nature of this technique is evident. There is no need for contemplation, for the overwhelming power and assault have already imparted a first-hand experience of dread upon them. Boom, boom. Before Ming-Ji, a treasure resembling a lens materialized. However, under the onslaught of Qing Luo Yaoshi, it began to develop fissures. In an instant, these cracks shattered like glass, ultimately disintegrating into fragments. In Aou's grasp was a luminous shield forged from the might of a sovereign. Yet, that shield was utterly inadequate to withstand Qing Luo Yaoshi. The eyes of both individuals reflected only despair. Boom, boom, boom. In that moment, the heavens and the earth faced obliteration, and everything within a radius of 300,000 miles was reduced to naught. When the world returned to its original state, Chen remained suspended in the air. His lips curled into a faint smile, exuding an air of nonchalance. His gaze fell upon the ground below, where the forms of Ming-Ji and Aou were being reduced to sand by the gentle breeze, ultimately vanishing into thin air. Two sovereigns, annihilated, possessing strength, yet insufficient, demonstrating intelligence, yet foolish. Chen remarked lightly, offering his critique of the two fools. Thereafter, with a flash, he vanished, only to reappear 1,000 miles away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After several instances of teleportation, Chen summoned the Qing Luo divine bird, taking a seat upon its back as it swiftly soared towards the 9th city. A 9th-tier sacred beast, Chen was remarkably swift. The alien forces, 7th guardian, deceased. The alien forces, 3rd guardian, deceased. The alien forces, 9th guardian, deceased. On the heroic task list. The 5th prince, deceased. On the heroic task list. The 8th prince, deceased. On the heroic task list. The 9th prince, deceased. The square of the 9th city. One of the most bustling locales. On this day, countless geniuses, formidable warriors, and soldiers observed the alien forces task list and the alien heroic task list, noting the absence of several illustrious figures. In an instant, a wave of shock swept through the crowd. Besides the guardians and princes, numerous saints and sovereigns who had made the list had also vanished. According to statistics, 9 sovereigns were missing from the list, 12 saints had disappeared, and 16 kings were unaccounted for. What could have transpired? Could the final battle be imminent, having obliterated 3 sovereigns? This was utterly astonishing. Reports indicated that our 8th Legion had produced a prodigious talent who had slain 6 alien kings, over 1,000 kings, hundreds of saints, and a dozen sovereigns. Even toppling sovereigns. What? Surely this cannot be true. Who possesses such strength? It is said that this individual is named Chen, awakening this year. He should still be honing his skills in the wilds of Earth. Are you suggesting that a novice of merely a dozen levels could annihilate sovereigns? The square erupted in fervor, disbelief permeating the atmosphere. Such an outrageous occurrence, even witnessed firsthand, was hard to accept, let alone from hearsay. He has vanquished 2 sovereigns. In the command center of the 8th Legion, a gathering of saints and sovereigns, alongside Shangwan Leitang and Li Tianzhou, was present, with Commander Luo Tianqing also in attendance. Lin Xiu entered the command center and delivered the news. This time, she uttered but a single sentence. He has slain 2 more sovereigns. This cannot continue. With 3 sovereigns killed, Tianhua Emperor may no longer remain passive and might take action personally. Such a possibility exists. While the Tianhua Emperor may refrain from direct intervention, the Holy Knight Order could indeed mobilize. The Holy Knight Order, however, is unlikely to act. They are the Emperor's elite guard, comprising only 9 members, each surpassing sovereigns. Second only to the Emperor himself, and will not intervene unless absolutely necessary. Su Chen must return soon, otherwise he will inevitably attract the attention of the Holy Knight Order. The assembly of saints and sovereigns began to deliberate. In their hearts, shock reigned supreme. To eliminate one sovereign could be attributed to fortune, however. To have vanquished 2 sovereigns defies mere luck. This is a testament to genuine strength. While Su Chen's extraordinary prowess is commendable, should he become the target of the alien Holy Knight Order, it would spell disaster, for each member of that order surpasses sovereigns. Should they mobilize, no one could escape unscathed. In years past, the military leader of the 6th city fell victim to the Holy Knight Order. The only one to escape their pursuit was the previous military leader of the 9th city, yet he too bore grave injuries. Lin Xiu inquired, "Where's Su Chen now? What is our intelligence analysis indicating he will do next?" Shangwan Leitang questioned. Reporting to the commander, based on Su Chen's trajectory, he should be returning to the 9th city. At his current pace, he will arrive within 3 days, Lin Xiu responded. The intelligence she possessed was astonishing, as though she had witnessed Su Chen's exploits firsthand. This is favorable. Upon hearing Lin Xiu's words, a collective sigh of relief was exhaled. Commander, based on our intelligence, the alien forces have been frequently mobilizing their legions. It should be. Lin Xiu turned to Luo Tianqing, her expression grave. Chapter 123. Yin Shu, you must grow swiftly and become a man of responsibility. 3 days passed, and the Qing Luo divine bird finally returned Su Chen to the 9th city. The villa stood empty, for Luo Bingqing had already returned to Earth. Subsequently, Su Chen made his way to the villa where Luo Tianqing and his wife resided, as he intended to bid farewell to them before heading back to Earth, a matter of basic courtesy. "Aunt," Su Chen called out as he approached the villa. "Xiao Chen has returned," exclaimed Yin Shu, her joy palpable. "Oh dear, how should I put this? You certainly do not make it easy for us." As she gazed at Su Chen, her satisfaction grew. In recent days, she had been well informed of Su Chen's feats and accomplishments, and while she felt exhilarated, a twinge of worry also crept in, fearing he might encounter the Holy Knight Order or even the Tianhua Emperor himself. After all, Su Chen had slain 6 of the Emperor's sons and obliterated millions of alien troops, along with countless powerful beings, hundreds of saints, and even a dozen sovereigns, including 3 sovereigns. "Aunt, please rest assured, I am fully aware of my circumstances," Su Chen replied. "Are you planning to return to school?" Yin Shu inquired. "Aunt, I intend to return to school today and explore some dungeons," Su Chen answered earnestly, portraying himself as the obedient child before his elders. "Your uncle mentioned that upon your return, you should visit the command center. Your achievements should qualify you for a promotion to Major General. I hope you will one day become the military leader of the 9th city," Yin Shu stated. She was a formidable powerhouse, a peak sovereign, just a step away from becoming a sovereign herself, wielding significant authority in the 9th city and fully aware of the magnitude of Su Chen's accomplishments. Such achievements were indeed sufficient for Su Chen to ascend to the rank of Major General. However, this required the recognition of 2/3 of the officer ranks within the 8th Legion. Beyond reaching the rank of Colonel, promotions would necessitate assessments, meaning 2/3 of the officer ranks must endorse him. After all, a colonel could command tens of thousands of troops, while a major general could lead 100,000. "Aunt, isn't the title of military leader too distant a goal?" Su Chen asked, taken aback. "Oh, you are thinking too far ahead," replied Yin Shu. "The role of military leader is exceedingly rare, otherwise, there would have been one in the 9th city by now. It is said, to ascend to the status of a military lord, one must surpass the realm of a hegemon and gain the recognition of the human alliance. As for the future..." Yin Shu chuckled. Moments later, Luo Tianqing returned. "Uncle," Su Chen rose to greet him. You have performed commendably. By the way, there is no need for a promotion in your military rank just yet. Return to Earth first and undergo training in the instance. Do not venture onto the extraterrestrial battlefield until you have reached the hegemon realm. Take good care of Qing'er and Shing'er." Luo Tianqing nodded in satisfaction, though his expression bore a weight of seriousness, as if he were privy to some significant matter. "I understand," Su Chen acknowledged with a nod. The rank held little importance for him. It was strength that truly mattered. Yet, he could not fathom what grave circumstances might have befallen Luo Tianqing to warrant such a demeanor. Furthermore, his tone seemed almost like a solemn entrustment. The warning against entering the extraterrestrial battlefield before attaining hegemon status. Did that imply some unforeseen developments in that realm? Subsequently, Su Chen produced 2 jade vials and 2 jade gourds. The gourds contained chaos immortal nectar, while the vials held chaos sacred nectar. The chaos immortal nectar is a treasure for both dominators and hegemons, while the chaos sacred nectar could even facilitate a hegemon's promotion and rapid ascension in rank. This would greatly benefit Luo Tianqing, especially considering that his 12-petal chaos golden lotus was brimming with both chaos immortal and sacred nectar. Upon inventory, the 12-petal chaos golden lotus contained a staggering 30 million drops of chaos immortal nectar, 1,000,000 drops of chaos sacred nectar, 10,000 drops of chaos divine nectar, and 10,000 drops of primal chaos down nectar. However, the divine and down nectar were currently of no use, as the realm was too low. Chen, grow swiftly and become a man of responsibility, Yunshu advised as she escorted Su Chen to the villa's entrance. Auntie, I understand, Su Chen replied respectfully. He then proceeded to the 9th city terminal, boarding a spacecraft bound for Earth. 3 days later, Su Chen returned to the capital. At the lakeside, before the villa, he felt a pang of solitude wash over him. His parents had gone missing in the extraterrestrial battlefield, and now, he too sought to traverse that realm in hopes of finding them, yet time was of the essence. He had not yet begun that quest, but had instead become a saint, reaping tremendous rewards in the process. The villa, once filled with the presence of his grandparents, now stood empty, with only a few servants and the butler remaining. Brother, just as he was about to enter, a sweet and melodious voice rang out, laced with surprise. A fragrant breeze wafted towards him, and a petite figure leaped into his embrace. How much you've grown. Su Chen beamed at Luo Xing'er, and in that moment, the loneliness in his heart dissipated. At least he still had Luo Xing'er and his sister. He was not truly alone. What's wrong? Are you disdainful? Luo Xing'er teased, refusing to release her grip on him, resembling an octopus. Not at all, Su Chen chuckled, allowing her to cling to him as he stepped through the villa's door. Young master, you have returned. A Fu exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Su Chen, rushing forward to greet him and instructing the servants to prepare a meal. I have. Su Chen nodded. It was only then that Luo Xing'er finally detached herself from him upon noticing the presence of others. Young master, would you prefer to rest first or dine before taking a rest? A Fu inquired. I'm a bit hungry. I'll bathe and then have a meal, Su Chen replied, making his way upstairs. Meanwhile, Luo Xing'er flung herself onto the soft sofa, engrossed in a game, clearly planning to mooch off his hospitality. When Su Chen was away, she rarely visited, but when he was home, she was almost always there for dinner. After enjoying a refreshing bath and donning clean clothes, Su Chen descended the stairs. Brother. Luo Xing'er patted the sofa beside her, beckoning him to sit. What is it? Su Chen asked, observing her mischievous demeanor with a slight frown. Have you become a saint? When sister returned, she mentioned you would remain in the extraterrestrial battlefield for training until you achieved sainthood, Luo Xing'er queried, her face alight with curiosity and excitement. You are already a king. Perhaps you have indeed ascended to sainthood. After all, sister said you were preparing for promotion while still in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Yes. I have been promoted, Su Chen confirmed. Did sister go to the instance? He inquired.